Chapter 1496. After a few days, Yang Kai also had some gains, such as artifacts, pills, secret techniques, and so on. However, compared to his trip to the Emperor Garden, this harvest was like the difference between heaven and earth, not enough to make Yang Kai's eyes light up. It was better than nothing. On this day, Yang Kai entered one of the palaces and did not emerge for several days. The people from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect who had been monitoring Yang Kai's movements were also confused, not understanding what had happened to Yang Kai. Inside one of the palaces, in a secret underground room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, circulating his chi and greedily absorbing the nearby world energy. Inside this secret room, the world energy was so rich that it was visible to the naked eye, transforming into white threads that lingered around Yang Kai. As he breathed, these white threads seemed to be attracted to him and disappeared into his body. As time passed, the white threads in the secret room became fewer and fewer. Pure spirit chi. Yang Kai had not expected that he would obtain such a harvest. It was rumored that there was a special kind of world energy in this world that could be directly absorbed by a cultivator without the need to circulate one's secret art, enhancing the cultivator's cultivation and strength. This was pure spirit chi, and it had an indescribable effect on any cultivator, countless times better than even the best quality earth veins. However, it was extremely rare and rarely appeared. Even if it did appear, it would quickly melt into the surrounding world energy and become a part of the surrounding world energy. Only by using special methods could it be preserved for a long time. The ruins of this ancient sect were located on an excellent earth vein and occasionally produced 1 or 2 wisps of pure spirit chi. This secret underground room had many complex spirit arrays arranged around it. Although Yang Kai could not understand them, he understood that they existed to contain this pure spirit chi. A year or 2 of accumulation might not be obvious, and 100 or even 1,000 years of accumulation would still be thin. However, tens of thousands of years of accumulation were quite eye-catching. When Yang Kai opened the door to the secret room, he almost thought that he was seeing things. The rich pure spiritual chi in the secret room had already turned into a solid substance and could be easily captured. This unexpected discovery made him overjoyed. After figuring out that this was the rumored pure spirit chi, how could he hesitate? Immediately, he closed the secret chamber and began to meditate and absorb. Generally speaking, this kind of chamber where the pure spiritual chi was confined would only be opened once every few hundred years. It was not used to enhance the strength of the cultivator. After all, although the pure spiritual chi was rare, it was extremely rare. It was too wasteful to use it purely to enhance one's strength. Its existence was to allow a cultivator who had reached a bottleneck to break through. Good steel should be used on the blade. When a cultivator broke through, the richer the surrounding world energy was, the fewer obstacles they would encounter during the breakthrough. Pure spiritual chi was the best catalyst for a cultivator's breakthrough, allowing them to reduce the risks involved. Right now, this precious existence was being absorbed into Yang Kai's body without restraint, gradually increasing his strength. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was a reckless waste of heaven's resources. With so much pure spiritual chi, even if hundreds of cultivators were to break through, it would not be a small amount. However, it only took Yang Kai 3 days to absorb more than 70% of the pure spiritual chi. His Saint Chi became more and more vigorous, and his realm also rose little by little, soon reaching the peak of the first order. By this time, Yang Kai had vaguely felt a layer of constraint, like a thin membrane hindering the improvement of his strength. This was a bottleneck. If it were any other cultivator, they would have to first sharpen their state of mind and comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, spending a lot of time to break through this bottleneck. But Yang Kai was different. He had absorbed a lot of soul essences from cultivators who had surpassed his own realm, so his comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao had far surpassed his own level. The only thing he lacked was tempering his state of mind. However, as long as he was willing, there was still a chance for him to break through and reach the second-order origin returning realm. Yang Kai was not so eager for quick success and instant benefits. He had only broken through to the first-order origin returning realm not long ago, and although he had successfully condensed his sure with the help of the Emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden, if he continued to break through so quickly, it was very likely that it would cause some hidden dangers. So, after pondering for a while, Yang Kai did not absorb the remaining pure spiritual qi, but it would be too wasteful to just leave. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai took out his communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it, wanting to contact Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tuesday. He would let the two of them absorb the remaining pure spiritual qi. However, to Yang Kai's disappointment, Qian Tong did not respond. This was strange. Although this ancient sect ruin was not small, it was definitely not beyond the range of this communication artifact. Could Qian Tong have encountered something? Could it be that Qian Tong could not respond? There was a possibility, though. Since this was a sect ruin, there must be some isolated places. Perhaps Qian Tong had broken into some kind of barrier. Unable to contact Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, and not wanting to give up on the remaining pure spiritual qi, Yang Kai scratched his head for a while, at a loss for what to do. But a moment later, his eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. With a single thought, a fiery red light flew out from his body and spread out its wings, transforming into the shape of a strange bird. Firebird Artifact Spirit. Although it did not have a physical body, it was still a sentient creature, so it should have no problem absorbing the pure spiritual qi. After all, it could even refine Sun's true fire. Sure enough, after the firebird flew out, it immediately chirped happily, then opened its big mouth, and its abdomen expanded and contracted. Accompanied by a suction force, the pure spirit qi in the secret room was sucked into its body like a whale sucking water. The pure white thread-like, pure spiritual qi began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Outside the palace, more than 20 origin returning realm masters from Heaven, Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon Sect had surrounded it. This place was secluded and extremely remote, making it a good place to act without fear of being seen by outsiders. Although using such a luxurious lineup to deal with a mere first-order origin returning realm was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, since the other party knew some Space Force, Chu Zheng and Feng Peng did not dare to act carelessly. Now, there was only one problem in front of everyone, one that left them at a loss. Yang Kai was not coming out. Probing with their divine senses, they were unable to detect his aura, but according to the report of a master from Heaven Battling Union, he saw Yang Kai enter with his own eyes. Brother Chu, that boy shouldn't have left already, right? Feng Peng asked impatiently. Brother Feng, are you doubting this Chu's subordinate's ability? Chu Zheng was also annoyed and wanted to immediately rush in and drag Yang Kai out, so naturally, he was not in a good mood. That's not what this Feng meant, but you know that boy knows some Space Force. Perhaps he discovered that someone was monitoring him and quietly left. Feng Peng frowned. Brother Feng worries too much. Although Deacon Jia is only a second-order origin returning realm master, he has a unique method of concealing his aura. If he wants to hide his whereabouts and monitor someone, let alone that boy, even this Union Master may not be able to detect him. Since Deacon Jia said he was inside, he must be inside. Subordinate can guarantee with his head that that boy definitely did not discover me, and he must still be inside the palace. 15 meters away, an old man with a goatee said in a deep voice with a confident look on his face. Good, since that's the case, let's wait a little longer. But with so many of us here, if that boy notices something, he may not have the courage to come out. Feng Peng spat disdainfully. That's not up to him, Chu Zheng sneered. Just as they were talking, though, a life aura suddenly appeared inside the palace. Everyone's eyes lit up and they quickly used their divine senses to investigate, quickly discovering that this life aura belonged to Yang Kai. Soon, Yang Kai's figure appeared at the entrance of the palace, his brow furrowed slightly, seemingly a little surprised. But he did not show any intention of stopping and instead walked forward step by step. He came out. Feng Peng shouted. It's good that he came out. Chu Zheng sneered, his eyes flashing a cold light. At least this Union Master won't have to go in and capture him personally. Yang Kai strode forward with his hands behind his back. The surprise on his face had disappeared, replaced by indifference. Not only did he not show any signs of panic, He didn't even try to avoid them. Step by step, he arrived in front of the crowd. Sweeping his eyes around, he grinned. So many people. Yang Kai. Chu Chang Feng patted his folding fan and called out with a smile, "You made this young master wait." Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect. Yang Kai nodded lightly, his face full of smiles. Very good, very good. So many people have been waiting here to kill me, huh? Do we need so many people to kill you? Yang Kai, don't flatter yourself, you're not qualified. Chu Chang Feng laughed. Is that so? Then why are there so many people gathered here? Just to prevent you from escaping. So that's how it is. A look of understanding appeared on Yang Kai's face. I was wondering why Elder Liang was so easy to talk to before. It turns out he was waiting for me here. This is indeed a good place to kill and silence people. May I ask why? Although I have some grievances with your two great forces, it's far from that, right? Do you think this young master will tell you? Chu Chang Feng smiled contemptuously. It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it. I can guess. Starship, right? Yang Kai coldly snorted. What could make Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect dispatch so many people to deal with him was nothing more than a matter of interest, and the only thing that could affect the interests of these two forces was the Origin King-grade starship. This was not just a starship, but also the hope of all masters on Shadowed Star to break through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai frowned slightly, secretly blaming himself for underestimating the power of this starship. He had not considered how much of a turmoil the appearance of this Origin King-grade starship would bring to Shadowed Star, but after seeing this scene, he finally understood. It's good, you know. Chu Chang Feng did not deny it. Although Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had joined forces at the behest of Star Emperor Mountain, in the end, it was all because of this starship. Chapter 1497. Outside the palace, nearly 30 Origin returning realm masters from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect stared covetously at Yang Kai, tightly surrounding him. With the sect masters of these two great forces personally leading their forces, there was no shortage of masters. Even though they hadn't made a move yet, various forces had already covered an area of a few hundred meters, and the defense was extremely tight. It wasn't going too far to say that it was difficult to move an inch within this area of a few hundred meters. Yang Kai, since you are the sect master of a great sect, if you are willing to surrender without a fight and waste your cultivation, this young master may be able to plead on your behalf and ask my father and sect master Fong to spare your life. Chu Chang Feng shouted coldly as he waved his folding fan. Spare my life? Yang Kai chuckled, not showing the slightest sign of panic. What? Does young Master Chu think I can't escape this time? Do you think I'm doomed? Are you so confident you can keep me here? It's not confidence. Chu Chang Feng slowly shook his head. It's the truth. Do you still want to leave this place safely? Open your eyes and see how many people are here. Is there any use in having more people? Yang Kai curled his lips. Haha, you're just relying on your understanding of Space Force. But so what? You're not the only one here who understands this kind of power. Chu Chang Feng sneered. Chu Chang Feng sneered sarcastically. If you want to escape with your Space Force, this young master will advise you to give up on that idea so you don't end up asking for trouble. Yang Kai's face sank slightly as he glanced around the crowd, his eyes eventually settling on Mo Xiaosheng. He had heard many times that this great elder of Heaven Battling Union was proficient in Space Force, and although he had never seen him use it with his own eyes, there was no smoke without wind, so it was likely the rumors weren't baseless. On top of that, this old man was currently staring at him vigilantly, his Saint Chi not circulating at all, apparently on guard against him using his Space Force to escape. What's wrong? Did this young master hit the nail on the head? Seeing Yang Kai's expression change, Chu Chang Feng laughed, thinking he had poked at Yang Kai's weak spot. Yang Kai no longer paid attention to him and instead turned his gaze to Chu Zheng and Fang Peng, taking a deep breath before narrowing his eyes and asking, Do you two really want to do this? What else do you want to say? Cripple your own cultivation, and we won't take your life. Chu Zheng said lightly, his tone filled with an unquestionable tone. The order from Star Emperor Mountain was to capture Yang Kai alive in order to force High Heaven Sect to hand over the Origin King-grade starship. So from the very beginning, Chu Zheng and the others had no intention of killing Yang Kai. They had dispatched so many people just to capture him alive. All right, Yang Kai grinned. I don't think I've reached the point where I'm willing to go to war with the forces you belong to. Since you two insist on forcing me, I hope you can withstand this Yang's wrath. Shameless boasting, Chu Changfeng shouted. I'll give you 10 breaths to consider. After 10 breaths, this young master will personally capture you. There's no need to consider it. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Young Master Chu, don't be too afraid of yourself, because you are nothing. Impudence. Chu Changfeng had never suffered such an insult before, and his elegant demeanor was replaced by a ferocious one. Like a poisonous snake whose tail had been stepped on, he grit his teeth and spat out his venomous tongue. I'll start with you. The first time I saw you, I didn't find you pleasing to the eye. If you hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have bothered to deal with you. But since you insist on seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Yang Kai's expression became fierce as he glared at Chu Changfeng aggressively. Everyone was stunned. They had seen bold people before, but none of them had ever seen someone so bold. Nearly 30 Origin returning realm masters were gathered here. Yet this young man named Yang Kai not only did not show the slightest fear, he even threatened Chu Changfeng in front of everyone, saying he would take his life. Was this guy's head damaged? Did he not see what kind of situation he was in? Even Chu Zheng and Fang Peng, who were the calmest among them, wore confused looks on their faces, secretly wondering if Yang Kai had become so frightened that he had lost his mind. But in the next moment, the expressions of the two men became stupefied because in Yang Kai's left eye, a golden light bloomed, and from this golden light, a budding lotus flower appeared and flickered slightly before disappearing. Even Chu Zheng and Fang Peng, under the influence of this golden light, couldn't help feeling a little dazed. By the time they recovered, cold sweat was dripping down their backs. At that moment, a scream reached their ears. Turning towards the source of this sound, they saw Chu Changfeng, who had been acting arrogant just now, holding his head and screaming, as if he was suffering from some kind of unbearable torture, red blood seeping out of his ears, nose, and mouth. Changfeng. Chu Zheng's complexion changed drastically as he hurriedly shouted, his figure flickering as he rushed over to his son. But before he could do anything, a loud thud came from the other side. A brilliant blood-red flower bloomed and Chu Changfeng's entire head burst open. From where his head was severed, blood spurted out like a fountain, dyeing the ground red. Impossible! Fang Peng was shocked and exclaimed in a low voice. The other Origin returning realm masters were also dumbfounded and horrified. Yang Kai hadn't shown any signs of taking action at all, yet Chu Changfeng had died inexplicably and in such a miserable manner. Spiritual energy. Being able to kill others without even making a move was something that could only be explained by spiritual energy. In that instant just now, as long as one was looking at Yang Kai, they would feel a brief moment of absent-mindedness, as if they had lost themselves in the golden light. They vaguely saw the bud of a lotus flower. Just how strong was his spiritual energy? It was actually able to kill a cultivator in the same realm in an instant. This kind of spiritual energy cultivation and secret technique was something that neither Chu Zheng nor Fang Peng possessed. If that secret technique had been used on them just now, many people couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines when they thought of this possibility. Father. Fang Tianzhong also went pale as he grit his teeth and shouted to Fang Peng. Both he and Chu Changfeng were famous figures and were known as the leaders of Shadowed Star's younger generation. Although Chu Changfeng's style was somewhat vile, he had real skill. Fang Tianzhong had fought with him for many years, and the two of them were evenly matched. The reason Fang Tianzhong had come here this time was, as Chu Changfeng had said before, to see who was stronger between him and Yang Kai. How could he have known that he would see such a scene just now? Since he could kill Chu Changfeng in an instant, it was likely he wouldn't need to waste any effort to deal with him. There was no need to verify who was stronger between the two of them. Such strength was something that even the two of them together couldn't match. Fang Tianzhong was shocked and filled with unwillingness. His background was extraordinary and his aptitude was even better. He had enjoyed the best resources and environment since he was a child and had already made a name for himself at such a young age. Among the younger generation, with the exception of a few, he didn't put anyone else in his eyes. He had the capital to be proud of. He couldn't imagine what kind of opportunity Yang Kai had encountered that allowed him to possess such terrifying combat power. The scene of Chu Changfeng's tragic death had torn his pride to shreds and left an indelible psychological shadow in his heart. Tianzhong, stand back. This isn't something you can intervene in. Fang Peng frowned deeply and quickly ordered. Chu Changfeng's death was already a warning, so he didn't want his son to die inexplicably.
Yes.
Fang Tianzhong grit his teeth and responded before his figure flickered, and he retreated 1,000 meters away. Brother Chu. Fang Peng shouted to Chu Zheng again. Chu Zheng was completely dumbfounded. He still hadn't recovered from the tragic death of his son and stood there in a daze, a look of disbelief on his face. Not bad, not bad. None of you escaped. Yang Kai smiled lightly, the golden light in his left eye converging as he wore a casual expression on his face, as if killing Chu Changfeng just now was nothing more than a casual effort for him. Worthy of masters from the two giants, your mental fortitude and cultivation are truly extraordinary. Don't worry, one by one, none of you will be able to escape. Saying so, Yang Kai pointed to someone to his left and a cruel sneer appeared on his face. You're next. Me? The person Yang Kai pointed to was a middle-aged woman with mediocre looks and an impressive figure. Wearing a long blue dress, she gave off the charm of a middle-aged woman. Her strength wasn't low either, a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Being pointed at by Yang Kai, this middle-aged woman's tender body couldn't help trembling, as if she had been sentenced to death. Her pretty face became extremely ugly as she glanced over at Chu Zheng in horror, seemingly wanting to seek protection. However, Chu Zheng still stood in place, not paying any attention to her. Unable to count on this middle-aged woman, she grit her teeth and shouted, "You want to take my life? Let's see if you have the ability." Yang Kai killing Chu Changfeng was suspected of a sneak attack, and this middle-aged woman was confident that her strength was higher than Chu Changfeng's, so even if she knew how tyrannical Yang Kai was, she wasn't willing to resign herself to death. Saying so, Saint Chi poured out of her body and a rich water attribute aura filled the air. Immediately, this Saint Chi transformed into a thin film visible to the naked eye that formed a protective barrier around her body. From a distance, it was as if this middle-aged woman was surrounded by a bubble. However, this wasn't the end of it as she quickly summoned a gauze-like artifact. After pouring her Saint Chi into this gauze-like artifact, it immediately transformed into a blue light that blocked her front. Useless effort. Yang Kai sneered as a small, delicate arrow the size of a palm suddenly appeared in his palm. Feather Spirit Arrow. This was the strange artifact Yang Kai had just obtained. Yang Kai didn't know how much power it could display, but it shouldn't be low, so this was a good time to test it out. Facing the middle-aged woman, Yang Kai gently swung the Feather Spirit Arrow forward, his movements casual. However, a shocking energy fluctuation pulsed from this Feather Spirit Arrow as a series of rice-sized runes began to appear on the jade inlaid on its head. As these runes surged, a small arrow phantom suddenly shot out from the Feather Spirit Arrow and flew straight towards the middle-aged woman. This small arrow phantom was jet black and seemed to be burning with a faint flame. This Feather Spirit Arrow was charged with Yang Kai's own Saint Chi, so now that it was displaying its full power, it naturally displayed the characteristics of its demonic flame. This flame was so hot that even space itself seemed to distort. Chapter 1498. As soon as Yang Kai took action, the middle-aged woman felt that something was wrong. The black arrow that shot out from the opposite side was comparable to the full-powered blow of a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Are you kidding me? Even with the help of an artifact, it was impossible for a cultivator to produce an attack far beyond their own realm. This short black arrow was beyond the scope of the middle-aged woman's understanding. Is it an Origin King-grade artifact? Thinking of this, the middle-aged woman's beautiful face changed, and she could not help calling out, "Be careful! Junior Sister Zhou, dodge!" Shouts came from all directions. As a member of Heaven Battling Union and a woman, This woman surnamed Zhou was obviously quite popular. At this moment, seeing her in danger, someone immediately shouted a warning. Some people had already rushed over, wanting to give her a hand. How could this woman not want to dodge? After noticing the huge lethality contained in the black arrow, she realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, but the speed of this short black arrow was so incredible that she had no time to dodge. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, the black arrow had arrived in front of her and was the first to collide with the blue gauze barrier. Silently, this defensive artifact she had always relied on was instantly pierced through, unable to play any role at all. The black arrow, on the other hand, was like a hot knife through butter, unstoppable, and after piercing through the blue gauze barrier, it easily pierced through the Saint Chi protecting her body. Shio. The black arrow shot out from behind the middle-aged woman and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The master who rushed to rescue this woman surnamed Zhou came to a halt and stared at her chest and abdomen in shock, his face filled with horror. The woman surnamed Zhou also seemed to realize that something was wrong and followed the master's gaze downwards, her face going ashen for a moment. She saw that there was a bowl-sized hole in her chest and abdomen. From one end, she could clearly see the other and even vaguely see her beating heart. What was strange, though, was that there was no blood flowing out of the wound. Union Master, save me. The woman surnamed Zhou's face suddenly collapsed as she stretched out a hand towards Chu Zheng, seemingly trying to grab hold of her life. It was futile. Just as she finished speaking, a black devil flame burned her wound. Miserable screams echoed and soon stopped. The woman named Zhou was surrounded by the devil flame and burned to ashes. A series of gasps came from all around. If Yang Kai killing Chu Changfeng in an instant just now could be considered a sneak attack, then killing this woman surnamed Zhou in one fell swoop was a direct attack. What's more, before taking action, Yang Kai had given his opponent enough time to defend herself. Even so, he was still killed in an instant. No one dared to look down on Yang Kai anymore. The way they looked at him had changed. They were filled with fear and panic. With his first-order origin returning realm cultivation, being able to instantly kill a second-order origin returning realm master was simply unbelievable. Perhaps the Union Master could accomplish this if he went all out. Could it be that this boy's strength was comparable to the Union Master's? What the hell was that arrow-like artifact? How could it be so powerful? Outside the palace, there was complete silence as almost everyone was immersed in shock. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Although he had long known that the feather spirit arrow was extremely powerful, he hadn't expected it to be this powerful. Unfortunately, there were many restrictions on its use. It had to be charged first, and even then, it could only be used twice. What are you all still standing around for? Don't let him defeat you one by one. He's only one person. What are you afraid of? He's only relying on the power of that artifact. Fong Peng suddenly shouted as he sneered. If this old master's guess is correct, all of his methods have great restrictions, and he can only use them a limited number of times. Do you think that's enough to scare you? Surround him. This old master wants to see if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. As the sect master of Thunder Typhoon Sect, Fong Peng's vision was not something an ordinary cultivator could compare to. Although he only knew a little about the Blossoming Lotus secret technique and the Feather Spirit Arrow, he had finally gotten to the point. Needless to say, the Feather Spirit Arrow could only be used twice in a battle. Using the Blossoming Lotus secret technique, even with Yang Kai's spiritual energy, was a huge burden. At his peak, after using it 3 or 5 times, his knowledge sea would dry up. The reason why Yang Kai had killed 2 enemies in one move was to deter them. There were too many enemies, and although he wasn't afraid, if he really didn't do anything, it would be very troublesome. However, the deaths of Chu Changfeng and the middle-aged woman put great psychological pressure on them. In a battle between masters, cultivation, secret techniques, artifacts, and even more so, mental fortitude were crucial. If one's mental fortitude wasn't stable, they wouldn't be able to exert their full strength. Yang Kai's plan had succeeded halfway, but it had fallen short at the last moment because Fong Peng had pointed it out. These words had woken everyone from their dreams. Hearing Fong Peng's shout, Everyone quickly recovered and thought about it carefully. No matter how strong a person was, they had their limits, not to mention that Yang Kai was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. If he was really so strong, why would he choose to kill Chu Changfeng and the woman surnamed Zhou? One of them was a first order and the other a second order. If he really had heaven-defying means, why didn't he just kill Chu Zheng and Fang Peng? Picking the soft persimmons to pinch, it was obvious he was just trying to be mysterious. Realizing this, everyone's morale soared and they no longer acted as timidly as before, summoning their artifacts and secret techniques one after another to attack Yang Kai. In an instant, a multicolored light bloomed, and the place where Yang Kai stood instantly became a chaotic place where energy fluctuations converged. Facing the attacks of more than 20 origin returning realm masters, Yang Kai's expression became ugly as he hurriedly summoned his purple shield and transformed it into a sandstorm to protect himself. At the same time, the Firebird artifact spirit flew out with a cry, opened its mouth wide, and spat out a series of extremely hot fireballs the size of washbasins, which shot out in all directions. This was not the end, though, as several dozen golden blood threads also flew out. Under the control of Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, each of these golden blood threads met an artifact or attack. The battle instantly began. Yang Kai fell into a disadvantage as the several dozen golden blood threads shuttled back and forth, flickering in and out of existence. Although the Firebird artifact spirit was powerful, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, and it let out a series of strange cries as its body shattered and reformed. The sandstorm that had been protecting Yang Kai's body was also scattered, almost unable to maintain its original form and exposing his figure. Yang Kai grit his teeth and struggled to hold on, the situation becoming extremely unfavorable. Fang Peng stood to the side, not in a hurry to take action. Looking at Yang Kai's awkward posture, he laughed loudly. "Boy, it's not too late to regret now. This old master can spare your life, but some physical pain is inevitable. Who told you to kill young Master Chu?" These words were filled with schadenfreude. Chu Changfeng's tragic death at the hands of Yang Kai was something Fang Peng was naturally happy to see. Although he had temporarily joined forces with Heaven Battling Union, there was still a great gap between the two forces. With Chu Changfeng's death, Heaven Battling Union would lose one of its most powerful members, which would be detrimental to its future development. In the long run, when the next generation fully matured, no one would be able to compete with Fang Tianzhong. Hong Hong Hong. The place where Yang Kai stood was bombarded by several artifacts and attacks, and the sandstorm surrounding his purple shield was no longer able to protect him, immediately bursting open a gap, exposing his figure. At that moment, the figure of Heaven Battling Union's great elder Emo, Xiaosheng, strangely appeared, his timing extremely clever. Like Yang Kai, he was a cultivator who cultivated the Tao of space, so his movements were naturally silent. Gently pushing out his palm, Emo Xiaosheng passed through the broken sandstorm and pressed it towards Yang Kai, Saint Chi surging from his palm. Yang Kai coldly snorted and quickly met this attack with his own palm. When the two palms collided, 2 bursts of Saint Chi erupted from the center of the collision. A muffled groan rang out as Emo Xiaosheng was sent flying several dozen meters, while Yang Kai's figure also swayed, revealing more flaws. Confronting a third-order origin returning Realm Master head-on, one of Heaven Battling Union's great elders, Yang Kai being able to accomplish this was shocking enough. At the very least, Emo Xiaosheng could not help showing a look of shock and disbelief. However, although his sneak attack failed to hurt Yang Kai, his goal had been achieved. Now that Yang Kai had completely exposed his flaws, it was more than enough for others to cause him harm. Everyone present was an origin returning Realm Master, so their eyesight was naturally top-notch, so none of them missed the opportunity created by Emo Xiaosheng and immediately pushed their Saint Chi towards Yang Kai. Walala. The sandstorm completely collapsed and the purple shield appeared, but its radiance was dim, obviously having lost a great deal of its spirituality. Yang Kai's body was completely submerged in the countless attacks. Although the purple shield was an origin-grade high-rank artifact with extremely strong defensive properties, it could not withstand the attacks of so many masters. From the time Yang Kai summoned it until now, It had only taken 10 breaths of time for it to break. Fong Peng frowned and quickly released his divine sense to perceive the situation. He did not want young Kai to die like this. If that were to happen, High Heaven Sect would never compromise, and there would be no way to force them to hand over the Origin King grade starship. However, Fong Peng's worries were obviously unnecessary. Even after suffering such an attack, Yang Kai's vitality had not been cut off, but his aura was somewhat chaotic. This was normal. If Yang Kai was still unscathed, Fong Peng would have to consider whether he should retreat immediately. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai's figure was exposed, and his disheveled appearance was imprinted in everyone's eyes, shocking them all. Just now, Yang Kai had been so powerful and domineering, not putting anyone in his eyes at all, instantly killing 2 Origin returning realm masters. But now it seemed he was only so-so. The masters present all showed joy, thinking that Yang Kai had run out of tricks. Asterisk D-da-D-da. Asterisk a soft sound reached everyone's ears as blood dripped from Yang Kai's body. However, this blood was a strange golden color and was actually exuding an astonishing vitality. Chapter 1499. Standing in place, Yang Kai's eyes were as cold as a blade, overflowing with a chilling light. Obviously, he was truly enraged. Little brat, it seems this is all you've got. Don't boast so shamelessly in the future. Young people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth need to suffer a bit before they can see the reality. I advise you to surrender quickly. Fong Peng laughed, the muscles on his face twitching slightly, but no one noticed. Although he spoke lightly, in fact, the shock he felt in his heart was unimaginable. What kind of freak is this little brat? A trivial first-order cultivator had actually been able to resist the bombardment of more than 20 Origin returning realm cultivators. Although he had only lasted 10 breaths of time, this was already nothing short of a miracle. Even Fong Peng didn't dare say he could accomplish this. Was this little brat's strength really on par with his? Moreover, Fong Peng had heard that when he first arrived on Shadowed Star, he was just a third-order saint. But now, after only a dozen years, he had broken through to the Origin returning realm. This kind of growth rate was truly astonishing. There was no cultivator on Shadowed Star who could reach such a terrifying realm in such a short time like Yang Kai. Even more so, no one could possess such terrifying combat power in this realm. Fong Peng looked at Yang Kai as if he saw infinite possibilities and hope for him to break through to the Origin King realm. This boy couldn't be allowed to grow any further. His current cultivation wasn't very high, but he was already so terrifying. If he was allowed to grow to the same realm as Fong Peng, who on Shadowed Star would be his opponent. Today, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had offended him, so if he had the chance, he would definitely repay them 100 times, 1,000 times over. From the look in his eyes, Fong Peng could see that Yang Kai was not a person who would easily forget his hatred. This brat must die. Fong Peng's heart filled with murderous intent as he secretly decided to kill Yang Kai as soon as he completed the task assigned to him by Star Emperor Mountain. As long as he was alive, Fong Peng would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. He's already an arrow at the end of its flight. Capture him. Fong Peng shouted with a solemn face. A long night was fraught with problems, so he didn't want to delay any longer. As soon as these words were spoken, half of the Origin returning realm masters rushed towards Yang Kai while the other half remained in place to prevent Yang Kai from escaping. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 experts had already pounced to within 30 feet of Yang Kai. Yang Kai, who was originally standing at the same spot with an extremely resentful expression, as though he no longer had the strength to fight back, suddenly grinned. His smile was extremely strange, and immediately, a loud shout was transmitted into everyone's ears. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. I'll send you to hell right now. As he spoke, a palm-sized wooden tablet suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. This wooden tablet was engraved with some profound and exquisite patterns, and from within the wooden tablet, there was a mysterious fluctuation of energy. The light it emitted was dazzling. Not good. Someone cried out in alarm and hurriedly tried to withdraw. But it was already too late. The white light, with the wooden token as its center, spread out in all directions, and in the next moment, enveloped the dozen or so origin-returning realm masters from Yonkai. In a flash, these dozen or so origin-returning realm masters found themselves in a completely different world. White clouds floated in the sky, while lush greenery filled the ground below. Everyone was stunned, their faces filled with confusion, not knowing what was going on. At the same time, Fong Peng and the dozen or so origin-returning realm masters who had not moved were also filled with shock as they stared forward in a daze, unable to believe their eyes. At that moment, Yang Kai and his dozen or so companions actually disappeared together. Without any warning, when the pure white light enveloped them, everyone disappeared into thin air. This was simply too bizarre. However, at the place where Yang Kai was originally standing, some strange energy fluctuations suddenly appeared. An old man in Thunder Typhoon sex robes, a third-order origin returning realm master, frowned as he seemed to have noticed something and raised his hand to release an attack. But this attack flew less than 10 meters before it was blocked by a thin film that could not be seen with the naked eye. A spirit array. The old man's eyes bulged as he cried out in horror. How could there be a spirit array here? Fong Peng's face was also ugly to the extreme. He had been so close to forcing Yang Kai into a dead end and capturing him, but now such a sudden turn of events had occurred. Now, Yang Kai and his dozen or so companions were all trapped in the spirit array, and those outside the spirit array could not see them at all. What's more, with this spirit array blocking their path, even if they wanted to rush in and join them, they could not. However, how could there be a spirit array here? If there really was one, it should have been triggered long ago. It was impossible for it to suddenly activate at such a critical moment. Could it be that little brat Yang Kai had noticed it before and decided to use it to his advantage and activate it at such a critical moment? But that was impossible. Sect Master, this spirit array shouldn't have existed here. The old man seemed to have studied spirit arrays a little and soon saw some clues. Didn't exist here? Fong Peng frowned and looked at him. Elder Zhou, what do you mean? If this spirit array didn't originally exist here, could it have been arranged by that little brat Yang Kai? That should be the case. Elder Zhou gently nodded. Fong Peng coldly snorted. Although this old master doesn't know much about spirit arrays, I know that such a powerful spirit array cannot be easily arranged. Not to mention the need for auxiliary tools such as array doors and array plates, just arranging it would take some time. So how could he have completed it in an instant? Sect Master, the problem may lie with that wooden tablet. Elder Zhou said thoughtfully. If this old master is not mistaken, that wooden tablet is most likely the legendary array plate. Array plate? Fong Peng's eyes narrowed, obviously having heard of array plates before, and he looked at Elder Zhou in amazement. Are you sure it's such a thing? Other than that, this old man can't find a suitable reason to explain how that kid was able to set up a formation in an instant. That wooden token is most likely a formation that has been sealed with a formation. Furthermore, it's the kind that's quite powerful. How could he have such a thing? Fong Peng's face paled. Can you break this spirit array? Elder Zhou hesitated for a moment before saying, if this old master is given 2 days, this old master should be able to break it. Just now, this old master tried to probe it and found that this spirit array is quite powerful. If this old master wants to break it alone, it will take him at least 2 days. 2 days? Fong Peng smiled bitterly. After such a long time, it would be too late. Who cares what kind of spirit array it is, just break it. An angry shout suddenly rang out, causing Fong Peng's expression to shake. Turning his head, he found that the one who spoke was actually Chu Zheng. But at this moment, Union Master Chu's eyes were crimson red, and there were traces of blood in his pupils. His aura was extremely violent. Obviously, he was furious because of the pain of losing his son. Cough, cough, Brother Chu, my condolences. Fong Peng put on a sorrowful expression and comforted him, but in fact, his heart was already blooming with joy. No matter what kind of trouble Yang Kai had caused him, it was nothing compared to the pain Chu Zheng felt when he had to send off his own son. However, now that the two sides had joined forces, Fong Peng had to pretend. Otherwise, Chu Zheng would very likely vent his anger on him. A trivial spirit array dares to stump you? Chu Zheng grit his teeth and shouted, his expression terrifying, "Blast it with all your strength and drag that boy out for me. This old master will not live under the same sky as him for killing my son. This old master will tear him into 10,000 pieces." "Brother Chu, please calm your anger." Fang Peng was startled and quickly said, "Please calm down." "You dare stop me?" Chu Zheng glared at Fang Peng. "Anyone who dares stop me will be this Chu's enemy, and this Chu will not let this matter rest." Fang Peng frowned in displeasure and said, "That boy really deserves to die. Not to mention Brother Chu. This old master will not tolerate him either. In that case, Brother Fang will work with this Chu to break this spirit array. The spirit array must be broken, and the boy must be captured. However, Brother Chu, before our mission is completed, that boy cannot die. Don't forget who gave us this mission. If you kill him because of your personal anger, causing the entire plan to collapse, I think Brother Chu should understand the consequences." Chu Zheng was startled when he heard this and finally sobered up. Glancing towards a certain person in the crowd, he revealed a look of dread and said, "What Brother Fang said is true. This Chu was not considerate enough." "Good. As long as you understand," Fang Peng sighed. Fang Peng breathed a sigh of relief. Although he could not wait for Chu Zheng to kill Yang Kai and implicate Heaven Battling Union, if such a thing really happened, his Thunder Typhoon sect would not be able to escape responsibility, so he had no choice but to dissuade Chu Zheng. Fortunately, Chu Zheng had not reached the point of being unreasonable and had listened to him, making Fang Peng feel both regretful and depressed. However, after this matter is settled, that boy must be handed over to this Chu. I want him to taste all the torture in this world. Chu Zheng grit his teeth and shouted, "That won't be a problem. After this matter is settled, whether that boy lives or dies will be up to Brother Chu." Fang Peng nodded and immediately shouted, "Don't just stand there. Quickly break this spirit array and drag that boy out." "Yes." The remaining dozen or so Origin returning realm masters responded in unison, quickly summoning their artifacts and releasing their secret techniques to attack. Even Fang Tianzhong, who had been watching from 1,000 meters away, ran over and contributed his strength. While these people were frantically attacking the spirit array on the outside, inside the spirit array world created by the array plate, the dozen or so Origin returning realm masters who had been dragged in by Yang Kai were all looking at each other in confusion. A moment ago, they had been attacking Yang Kai, but the next moment, they had suddenly arrived here, causing them to be at a loss. What's more, when they looked around, they found that they were not in the same place. The distance between them was not close, but not far either. "Brother Situ, what is this place?" Liang Yong, third elder of Heaven Battling Union, turned his head and asked someone not far away. This person was none other than Vice Sect Master Situ Hong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. Previously, it was the two of them who had allowed Yang Kai to pass through. Allowing Yang Kai to meet up with Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tuesday, I don't know, but it seems that we have fallen into a spirit array. A spirit array? Liang Yong's face changed slightly. "What about Yang Kai? What do you think?" Situ Hong asked instead of answering. Liang Yong's heart clenched and sank to the bottom. Chapter 1500. It was no wonder that Liang Yong was panicking. Yang Kai had just faced the bombardment of so many people by himself and still managed to stand firm. Now that he had activated this spirit array, wouldn't he be even more difficult to deal with? Moreover, under the investigation of his divine sense, Liang Yong was unable to find out where Yang Kai was hiding. In this strange place, it was as if there were only a dozen or so of them. No one else. He didn't believe that this spirit array was just to trap them, so Yang Kai must have done something to it. "Everyone, come here. Don't scatter," Liang Yong suddenly shouted. Liang Yong suddenly shouted. Right now, he couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai, but no matter what, he and his dozen or so people had to help one another in order to hold on until Union Master and the others broke through the spirit array. Otherwise, if Yang Kai attacked them one by one, it was very likely they would all be wiped out. Yang Kai's fierce methods had left a deep impression on Liang Yong. Hearing Liang Yong's shout, everyone came back to their senses and quickly approached him. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The white clouds that had been floating in the sky suddenly began to descend at lightning speed. These white clouds looked like giant pieces of cotton candy, pure white and flawless. Although everyone didn't know what was so strange about these white clouds, none of them dared to let them approach so easily, all of them using their movement skills to dodge or summon their artifacts to attack. However, these white clouds seemed to be invisible, and even if they were attacked, they would only scatter slightly before quickly condensing back together. What the hell is this? A middle-aged man showed an impatient look as he poured his Saint Chi into a long, dagger-like artifact in his hand and swung it down fiercely, trying to split the white clouds in front of him. This middle-aged man was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator and possessed extraordinary strength. The long dagger axe in his hand was an origin-grade mid-rank artifact that he had accidentally found in a cave while out adventuring. This dagger axe was regarded as a precious treasure by this middle-aged man and had helped him kill many powerful enemies. The long dagger axe released a shocking burst of light and smoothly split the white clouds in front of him in half. The middle-aged man sneered and his figure flickered as he tried to pass through the split white clouds. Just as his figure was about to pass through the white cloud, the two halves of the cloud quickly gathered together, wrapping the middle-aged man in it. A cry of alarm rang out from within. Immediately after, the white cloud that was about 200 feet in size actually wriggled and transformed into the appearance of a majestic lion. The lion was over 78 zhang tall, and its entire body was yellowish-brown in color. It raised its head and let out a deafening roar. Shocking energy fluctuations were emitted from its body. The lion's abdomen could be seen with the naked eye constantly rising and falling, as if something was struggling inside, wanting to break out of its stomach. It was obviously the middle-aged man who had been wrapped in the white clouds. However, there was nothing he could do. The lion's abdomen expanded and contracted, emitting a shocking force. Soon, a series of cracking sounds came from there, as if someone's bones were being crushed into fine powder. The movement in the lion's abdomen also stopped abruptly, and a breath of life was quickly extinguished. Great Desert Lion? Liang Yang's face was filled with shock as he cried out in surprise. He recognized what kind of monster beast this lion was at a glance, but at this moment, it was somewhat different from a real monster beast. It did not emit any demonic chi and only maintained its desert wild lion form, but the energy fluctuations emanating from its body were not inferior to an adult desert wild lion's. A desert wild lion was a peak 9th order monster beast. In a one-on-one fight, it could suppress a second-order origin returning realm cultivator and would not be at a disadvantage against an ordinary third-order origin realm master. As soon as Liang Yang's voice fell, the white clouds in all directions wriggled, and in the next moment, huge monster beasts of different shapes and sizes appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Giant rhinoceros, deep-sea inky flood dragon, profound sky dark tiger, howling moon wolf, iron-backed giant centipede, golden thread poisonous toad. There was a variety of them, each of them ferocious in appearance. No matter what kind of monster beast it was, the weakest among them was at least 8th order, and there was no lack of 9th order existences. No matter what kind of monster beast it was, they all looked somewhat different from a real monster beast. Not only were they massive in size, but they also exuded astonishing power. As soon as these monster beasts took shape, they each searched for the nearest target and madly attacked the dozen or so origin returning realm masters. There were so many monster beasts that all of a sudden, everyone was separated, either fighting alone or in groups of 3 or 5. The dozen or so origin returning realm masters from Heaven, Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon Sect were instantly overwhelmed, and panicked cries rang out one after another. Although their cultivations were not low and their strength was not weak, trapped in this spirit array and besieged by so many monster beasts, they could not help but feel apprehensive. What made them even more desperate, though, was that these monster beasts seemed to have undying bodies. Even if they were scattered, they would quickly reassemble, making them incredibly annoying. Casualties began to appear less than half a cup of tea's worth of time after the battle began. It was unknown whether it was a cultivator from Thunder Typhoon Sect or Heaven Battling Union, but the cultivator was caught off guard and was struck by a giant horned lizard, the huge impact sending him flying into the air. Before he could land, though, a dark green dragon several dozen meters long flew over from the side, opened its mouth wide, bared its fangs and bit down on the cultivator's body. The Saint Chi barrier around the cultivator's body flashed wildly, but it was still unable to resist the bite of this deep-sea dark dragon. Asterisk Ka. Asterisk with a soft crack. The cultivator's Saint Chi barrier broke and his body was directly bitten in half, his blood spraying everywhere as he died a miserable death. The screams this cultivator let out before he died were heart-wrenching and sent a chill down everyone's spines. They were barely able to survive, but now that their minds were affected, their situation became even more unbearable. Yang Kai, come out and fight this old master head-on. Why are you hiding in the dark? Liang Yong shouted angrily. Yang Kai's hearty laughter immediately rang out. Elder Liang, there's no need to provoke me. I will come out when it's time. But as for you people, you'll have to experience the power of this spectral cloud array. Then, rest in peace. Listening to this voice, it seemed to be right in front of him, but also seemed to be far away. Liang Yong was unable to pinpoint Yang Kai's location, causing his face to go ashen and despair to the extreme. However, from Yang Kai's words, Liang Yong finally understood what kind of spirit array this was. Spectral cloud array. Liang Yong was proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays, but he didn't understand the mysteries of this spirit array. But someone exclaimed, "Spectral cloud array. It's actually the spectral cloud array." Impossible. This spirit array has been lost for a long time. It's impossible for anyone to arrange it. Oh, this friend seems to have some understanding of this spirit array. It seems you have dabbled in the Tao of spirit arrays. With the current level of cultivation on Shadowed Star, no one can arrange this spectral cloud array, but this one was not arranged by any current cultivator. Could it be? The man's complexion changed drastically as he quickly understood. No one could arrange it now, but that didn't mean no one could in ancient times. The difficulty of arranging this spectral cloud array lay in the white clouds, which were real white clouds. A powerful cultivator could refine the clouds in the sky with the grand divine technique and then seal the soul of a powerful monster beast into them to form a component of this spectral cloud array. Today, the strongest cultivator on Shadowed Star was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so who had the ability to refine the clouds in the sky. Only an origin king could do so. After being refined, the clouds would merge with the soul of a monster beast and transform into a powerful cloud beast that could display the strength of the monster beast when it was alive. Because they were transformed from clouds, they were extremely difficult to deal with and had almost immortal bodies. Once they were scattered, they could quickly reform themselves. The array plate for this spectral cloud array was obtained by Yang Kai when he first entered the Emperor Garden. After cultivating and refining it for so long, Yang Kai had only used it once, and that was when he entered the Emperor Garden to hunt a variant of the seven-colored elk. That variant of the seven-colored elk was simply too fast, and without the restriction of this spirit array, Yang Kai couldn't do anything to it. Apart from that, he had never used this array plate again. However, this time, being besieged by so many people was a good opportunity to display the power of this array plate. At that time, Fei Jitu and the others fell into the spectral cloud array and were only barely able to protect themselves, showing just how powerful this spirit array was. Moreover, at that time, no one was controlling the spectral cloud array, so it could only display 20 to 30% of its full power. Now that this spirit array was being controlled by Yang Kai, he didn't dare say it could display its full power, but at least 70 to 80%. With his powerful soul consciousness, it wasn't difficult for him to control those powerful cloud beasts. If he was strong enough, he could control more cloud beasts, which would make it easier for him to kill those people. Hiding in the dark, Yang Kai controlled the cloud beasts to attack the enemy with his divine sense, not showing the slightest mercy. Now that he had shed all pretense of cordiality with Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect, he naturally had no scruples. Yang Kai didn't have any intention of causing trouble, but he had been forced into a corner. Since these people wanted to deal with him, they wouldn't be able to live comfortably. A dozen or so origin returning realm masters was a decent lineup, but after being separated by the cloud beasts, they were unable to help each other and could only defend themselves. Naturally, they were no match for the cloud beasts. As long as there was enough time, the cloud beasts would be able to kill them all. However, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and turned his head to look in a certain direction. As the owner of the spectral cloud array token, he could naturally perceive that the people outside were fiercely attacking this place at this moment, and their attacks were extremely powerful. It wouldn't be long before the spirit array was broken. This was not what Yang Kai wanted to see. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai waved his hand and the Firebird artifact spirit flew out again, spreading its wings and releasing a monstrous wave of heat. Go! Yang Kai ordered faintly, and the Firebird immediately flew out, waiting for an opportunity to kill the enemy. Yang Kai wasn't finished, though. Waving his hand again, a long green sword appeared in his hand. This long sword had no edge and looked extremely strange. There was a longan-sized green bead on its hilt and a small snake-like thing swimming inside the sword. Verdant Dragon Bone Sword. Yang Kai madly poured his Saint Chi into the Dragon Bone Sword, causing it to exude a shocking majesty. In the next moment, a giant, dark green dragon appeared in front of Yang Kai and let out a loud dragon roar. Without needing Yang Kai to carefully control it, this dragon flew towards the nearest enemy. Chapter 1501. The addition of the Firebird artifact spirit and the giant dark green dragon made the cultivator from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect even worse. When Yang Kai first obtained the Firebird, it was not very strong, but over the years, it had refined 3 wisps of Sun's true fire and 2 wisps of Heaven's scorching thunder fire. Each time it refined these 2 wisps, it had grown tremendously. The current Firebird could easily fight a third-order origin returning realm cultivator alone. What was even rarer was that it had its own sentience and knew how to wait for an opportunity to meet its enemy, so there was no need for Yang Kai to control it. Although the giant dark green dragon transformed from the Dragon Bone Sword was inferior to the Firebird artifact spirit in terms of sentience, it was still refined from the bones of an ancient creature, so its invisible dragon pressure alone was enough to put pressure on its enemies. Coupled with Yang Kai's ability to control it, it was almost invincible. Moreover, it was an artifact that could grow. Yang Kai didn't know whether this was due to the divine technique of the ancient creature that refined it, but in any case, the cultivator who died at its hands would have their blood essence swallowed by it, further increasing its power. Fireballs and raging flames were spat out from the Firebird's mouth as it flapped its wings, sending out countless flaming blades in all directions. At the same time, the giant dark green dragon opened its mouth wide and released a thick, poisonous mist. This was the poison of a green dragon, something even origin-returning realm masters would not dare to take lightly. Screams rang out one after another as one enemy died under the attacks of the Firebird and the Dragon Bone Sword, as easily as cutting through straw. Sect Master Yang, can you come out and talk with this old master? Liang Yang's expression changed as sweat dripped from his face like rain. He desperately urged his artifacts to form a protective barrier, desperately holding on under the siege of the 3 Ninth Order Cloud Beasts. Seeing his companions die one after another in front of him, he finally panicked and realized that he was doomed this time. If it was just Yang Kai, with their lineup this time, they might have been able to easily defeat him. However, with so many powerful helpers, this idea was no longer realistic. He didn't want to die here. Now that things have come to this, what else is there to say? Yang Kai's sneer came from the void. Liang Yong tried to find him, but was unable to do so. Seeing the Firebird artifact spirit fly straight towards him after killing one of its companions, Liang Yong was shocked and quickly shouted, "Do you think my Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect want to deal with you this time? If you really think so, then you are very wrong." What do you mean? Yang Kai was stunned. Liang Yong, you dare leak our secrets? Be careful you don't die a good death. On the other side, Thunder Typhoon Sect's Vice Sect Master C2 Hong quickly shouted. As soon as his voice fell, more than a dozen golden threads appeared out of thin air. These golden blood threads intertwined with each other and soon condensed into the shape of a spear. With a slight tremble, this spear quickly shot towards Situ Hong. Situ Hong was already struggling to fend off the attacks of the cloud beasts, so how could he have the energy to defend against this golden spear? With a strange cry, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi to form a protective barrier around himself, hoping to block this blow. Unfortunately, He had underestimated the lethality of his golden blood threads. Golden blood threads were already extremely sharp, and after Yang Kai had comprehended many transformations, their sharpness had only increased. The golden spear quickly arrived in front of Situ Hong and easily pierced through his protective barrier, creating a large hole in his body. Fortunately, at the last moment, Situ Hong twisted his body and avoided being hit in a vital position. So although this blow was powerful, it wasn't enough to take his life. However, this was as far as he could go. The cloud beasts that had been besieging him all this time rushed forward and drowned him in an instant. A shrill scream rang out, causing the few people who were still struggling to breathe to sweat profusely. After only 3 breaths of time, Thunder Typhoon Sect's Vice Sect Master's voice came to an abrupt end and his life aura was completely extinguished. "You can speak now," Yang Kai's voice called out from somewhere. Liang Yong turned his head and saw that Yang Kai had appeared and was standing not far away, staring at him with a cold expression. The cloud beasts that had been besieging him also seemed to have received some kind of order and no longer put pressure on him, instead retreating to the side and glaring at him menacingly. 2 more screams rang out as the last 2 remaining companions also fell at this time. Liang Yong looked around and saw that in this strange world, only he and Yang Kai were still alive. Every one of his companions who had died looked extremely miserable. Not only had they lost their physical bodies, it was as if their blood essence had been swallowed up by something, and not even the slightest trace of their spiritual energy had escaped. In the truest sense, their souls had been completely extinguished. One had to know that a cultivator who had reached the origin returning realm would release a powerful divine sense from their knowledge sea and dissipate into the world after their death. This kind of leakage was very fast and could be easily detected, but at this moment, Liang Yong couldn't detect anything. He didn't know what was going on. However, the strange scene in front of him obviously made his blood run cold. Gulping down a mouthful of saliva, Liang Yong felt a sense of dread that he hadn't felt in nearly 100 years. "Are you going to speak or not?" Yang Kai pressed, his expression becoming impatient. With things as they are, this old master naturally has nothing to hide. If Sect Master Yang wants to know, this old master will tell you everything he knows. Liang Yong took a deep breath, his expression remaining calm, but in fact, only he knew the torment he was feeling in his heart. "Then tell me, what did you mean just now?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him. Liang Yong smiled bitterly. "If this old master speaks, can Sect Master Yang spare this old master's life? What do you think?" Yang Kai grinned. Liang Yong shook his head. "Whether I live or die is entirely up to Sect Master Yang. Since Sect Master Yang wants to know some secrets, this old master can tell you. But if there is no benefit to it, who would do such a thing?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing across them as he pondered for a moment before nodding. "Good. If the information you tell me is valuable enough, I can spare your dog life. You're just following orders. There is no grudge between you and me, but if you're just stalling for time, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death." Rest assured, this old master is certain that Sect Master Yang will be very interested in this information. But can this old master trust Sect Master Yang? You have no choice. Yang Kai coldly snorted before taking a step forward. The cloud beasts that had been gathered around Liang Yong also let out roars from their throats, seemingly eager to fight, as if they were only waiting for Yang Kai's order to tear their enemy to pieces. Liang Yong's face changed as he quickly raised his hand and said, "Good. People under the eaves have no choice but to bow their heads. This old master will speak. Seems you know what's good for you." Yang Kai sneered. This time, Liang Yong frowned, seemingly choosing his words carefully. "This time, our Heaven-Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect were just following orders." "Following orders?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Whose orders?" "This." Liang Yong hesitated, a hint of dread flashing across his face. Even if this old master doesn't say it, with Sect Master Yang's intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult to guess, right? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously for a moment before quickly understanding. "You mean Star Emperor Mountain?" He was no longer a Saint Realm cultivator who had just arrived on Shadowed Star and knew nothing about this cultivation star. After staying here for so many years, Yang Kai naturally knew the names of Heaven, Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon Sect. For these two great forces to join forces to deal with him, there was no one else but Star Emperor Mountain. This old master didn't say anything. This is just Sect Master Yang's own guess. Liang Yong quickly denied any involvement, but from his demeanor and tone, Yang Kai already knew that what he said was true. It was just that he didn't have any relationship with Star Emperor Mountain, right? Or is it because of the starship? Yang Kai asked coldly. That's one of the reasons. The second reason is because of a certain person. Liang Yong was also a high-level member of the two great forces, so he naturally had some understanding of this operation. Elder Yi. Yang Kai immediately thought of Yi Shiyun. She was the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, but for some unknown reason, she had left Star Emperor Mountain. Now, it seemed that there was some grievance between Yi Shiyun and Star Emperor Mountain. Yes, she had been poisoned last time, so for her to be poisoned, the strength of the enemy must be extraordinary. Was this also the work of that side? Seeing Yang Kai contemplating, Liang Yong stood in place and waited for a long time before tentatively asking, Sect Master Yang, this old master has said all that needs to be said. I wonder if you are satisfied? You didn't miss anything? Yang Kai stared at him coldly. You need to understand that even if there are more than a dozen people outside, they may not be able to stop me. If I find out that you have not reported anything to me, I wonder if Elder Liang has any children to show his filial piety? Liang Yong's expression changed as a look of struggle flashed across his eyes, grit his teeth and said, Sect Master Yang, be careful of that old man in brown robes with white hair. Oh? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and nodded after a long time. Good, I understand. Elder Liang is considerate. Liang Yong couldn't help gasping for breath. This feeling of his life hanging by a thread was truly terrible. Sect Master Yang, this old master has nothing else to say, please. Rest assured, I'll keep my word. Yang Kai nodded lightly. As he said just now, there was no grudge between him and Liang Yong, so it didn't matter whether he killed him or not. Releasing his divine sense, the surrounding cloud beasts once again transformed into white clouds and flew up into the sky. The strange array world began to distort and blur, and soon, it began to shatter. By the time Liang Yong regained his senses, he discovered that he had already reappeared outside the palace. The remaining dozen or so companions around him were all looking at him in astonishment. However, in the next moment, their eyes filled with shock. The ground was littered with skeletons, without the slightest trace of flesh or blood, as if these skeletons had been exposed to the elements for countless years, leaving behind only pale white bones. This was the result of having their flesh and blood devoured by the dragon bone sword. Surrounded by these skeletons, Yang Kai was completely unscathed, a sarcastic smile on his face. Besides him, only Liang Yong was still alive. The rest of them had all fallen, with no survivors. Chapter 1502. Everyone could hardly believe their eyes. How long had it been? From the time Yang Kai took out the array plate until now, it had only been an incense stick worth of time. Yet more than a dozen origin-returning realm masters had died at Yang Kai's hands. What exactly happened inside that spirit array? No one knew, but no one dared to underestimate Yang Kai anymore. Good, very good, very good. Chu Zheng stared at Yang Kai with bloodshot eyes. He had always remembered the grudge of his son's death in his heart, so seeing Yang Kai at this moment, he was naturally unwilling to give up. You really did not disappoint this old master. Your life, this old master will take it himself. As soon as these words fell, Chu Zheng transformed into a streak of light and pounced towards Yang Kai like a tiger descending a mountain. Union Master, you can't. Cries of alarm rang out from all directions. Half of the people here had already died at Yang Kai's hands, so it was obvious that his strength was not trivial. Chu Zheng was now so angry that he no longer cared about the consequences. No matter who was stronger between him and Yang Kai, rushing forward like this would only result in him suffering. If he couldn't win, he would definitely be injured. If he killed Yang Kai, Star Emperor Mountain would definitely pursue the matter. As such, the moment Chu Zheng took action, many people tried to stop him. However, it was of no use. Chu Zheng only wanted to kill Yang Kai and avenge Chu Changfeng, so how could he listen to anyone else's dissuasion? Halfway through his attack, Chu Zheng crossed his palms and condensed a majestic Saint Chi towards Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai looked at him with a sneer, not showing any fear as he pushed out his palm. A huge palm print appeared out of thin air and completely covered the space in front of Chu Zheng, even temporarily obscuring the light in front of him. Heaven-covering hand. Chu Zheng's face became solemn. Although he was extremely angry, as a third-order origin returning realm master, he had experienced countless battles throughout his life and had accumulated a wealth of combat experience, so he immediately realized how powerful this palm print was. Showing no intention of dodging, Chu Zheng simply pushed his Saint Chi even harder. The energy of the two collided in the middle, causing a thunderous rumble to ring out as the raging energy fluctuations spread out in all directions. Chu Zheng was sent flying while Yang Kai was forced back a dozen steps. In this exchange, they were actually evenly matched. Fang Peng's expression suddenly changed. Being able to withstand Chu Zheng's attack to this extent meant that Yang Kai's strength was in no way inferior to his opponent's. In other words, he was on par with him. This kid was indeed a freak. Brother Chu, calm down. Fang Peng shouted, dead people can't be brought back to life. It's useless to be angry now. If you want your enemy to suffer, killing him is not the only way. Hearing this, the crimson light in Chu Zheng's eyes dissipated slightly as he seemed to regain his composure. Glaring at Yang Kai coldly, he took a deep breath, nodded, and quickly said, what Brother Fang said is right. This Chu was too reckless. He finally understood that this time's mission was not as simple as killing Kai Yang, but rather capturing him alive. While the two of them were talking, Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. However, intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced at a gray-haired old man in a brown robe in the crowd. This person should be the old man Liang Yong had warned him about before. At first glance, this person was inconspicuous, standing casually in the crowd, but when Yang Kai carefully examined him, he found that this old man was not simple. There was an aura coming from this old man that made Yang Kai somewhat wary. Yang Kai didn't dare to observe him too carefully, lest he inadvertently alert the enemy. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of ability this old man possessed that made him so wary. However, if his guess was correct, this old man should be from Star Emperor Mountain. This time, the reason why Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had joined forces to deal with him was because they had received orders from Star Emperor Mountain. As the one who gave the order, Star Emperor Mountain would naturally send people to follow them. This old man's concealment was perfect, and if not for Liang Yong's reminder, Yang Kai would not have noticed him. Chu Zheng and Fang Peng's limelight had completely overshadowed this old man. Sect Master Yang is truly a young hero. This old master admires you greatly. Fang Peng cupped his fists from afar, a trace of regret and anger flashing across the depths of his eyes. Of the people Yang Kai had just dragged into the spirit array and killed, half of them belonged to his Thunder Typhoon sect, many of them third-order origin returning realm masters. Seeing them die for no reason, Fang Peng was naturally distressed. After this battle, although it wouldn't cause any serious damage, Thunder Typhoon sect's strength would definitely be damaged. Moreover, if news of what had happened here were to spread, Thunder Typhoon sect's prestige would plummet. Does Sect Master Fang think the rest of you can capture me? Yang Kai smiled and looked at him faintly. Haha, this Fang thought this plan was foolproof before, but after seeing Sect Master Yang's methods, this Fang no longer dares to think so. Fang Peng slowly shook his head, a helpless look on his face. Since Sect Master Fang can say so, naturally that's for the best, Yang Kai coldly snorted. However, although this Fang has no intention of becoming enemies with Sect Master Yang, you've killed so many people, I can't just let you walk away like this. Sect Master Yang, please don't be impatient and meet these two friends first. Two friends? Yang Kai frowned and suddenly realized something was wrong. Bring them up. Fang Peng clapped his hands and looked at Yang Kai with a smug expression. Following his order, two streaks of light suddenly appeared not far away and quickly flew over. After the streaks of light dissipated and the figures inside were revealed, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help narrowing as his expression became gloomy. The two figures in the streaks of light were actually Qian Tong and Fei Ji who had come in with him. The two of them had obviously experienced a difficult battle and were covered in blood, looking quite distressed. At this moment, both of them looked very dispirited. Qian Tong's left arm was twisted and obviously broken, while Fei Jitu's chest and abdomen had several small holes that seemed to have been inflicted by some kind of sword-like weapon and were currently bleeding profusely. Being escorted here, both of them could only smile helplessly at Yang Kai. They hadn't expected to be schemed against here, and for the sake of dealing with Yang Kai at that, whether it was Qian Tong or Fei Jitu, both of them had underestimated the courage of Chu Zheng and Fang Peng. Logically speaking, the status of these two wasn't low, so Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect wouldn't easily offend them. But this time, with Star Emperor Mountain's envoy present, how could Chu Zheng and Fang Peng have any scruples about Shadow Moon Hall? We were ambushed, Qian Tong pursed his lips and said dryly. Although they had been ambushed, the winner was king while the loser was in the wrong, so his expression was quite ugly at the moment. If not for this, with his and Fei Jitu's strength, how could they have been captured alive? Even if they couldn't win, could they not escape? They were both third-order origin returning realm masters, but it was precisely because they had been caught off guard that they fell into a disadvantageous position, making it impossible for them to escape. What's more, in order to deal with these two, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had dispatched 5 or 6 people, so the result was obvious. I can see that. Yang Kai gently nodded. Are you two all right? Fortunately, we won't die for the time being, but someone placed a seal on us so we can't circulate our Saint Chi. Fei Jitu grinned, seemingly in good condition. That's good. Yang Kai took a deep breath before turning his head and squinting at Fang Peng, whispering, Sect Master Fang, what is the meaning of this? It's nothing. Fang Peng chuckled, his expression amiable. I just heard that Sect Master Yang is proficient in some special power, so I took precautions, but I didn't expect it would really come in handy. Sect Master Yang seems to have a good relationship with Elder Qian and City Lord Fei, right? I wonder if he would surrender for their sake? You want me to surrender? Yang Kai sneered. Is Sect Master Fang still dreaming? If this matter were to spread out, what would the world think of your Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union? Fang Peng shook his head gently. It doesn't matter what the world thinks. The key is Sect Master Yang's choice. Sect Master Yang, you have killed many of our people. So how about we stop here today? As long as you don't resist, this old master will definitely not hurt Elder Qian and City Lord Fei. Everyone here is a respected figure on Shadowed Star, so this old master doesn't want to shed all pretenses of cordiality, otherwise, it will be difficult to meet again in the future. Isn't that right? He tried to persuade Yang Kai to give up something unimportant. And if I say no? Haha. Fang Peng laughed, pondering for a moment before saying, it seems Sect Master Yang still hasn't figured out the seriousness of this matter. If he doesn't understand, then this old master will make him understand. Chu Zheng suddenly spoke from the side. Saying so, his figure flickered and he instantly appeared in front of Fei Jitu's. Under Fei Jitu's stunned gaze, Chu Zheng reached out and summoned a short spear-like artifact into his palm. Without hesitation, Chu Zheng stabbed this short spear-like artifact into Fei Jitu's chest. With a poochie sound, blood splashed out. Fei Jitu's body was pierced through, the short spear coming out of his chest and abdomen, the spear stained red with blood. Old Fei. Qian Tong was shocked, never having expected Chu Zheng to be so decisive and ruthless. Asterisk cough cough. Asterisk Fei Jitu coughed violently and spat out a blood mist towards Chu Zheng, but the latter didn't even try to dodge, allowing this blood mist to stain his body, his already ferocious face becoming even more hysterical. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Under the investigation of his divine sense, although the blow just now had not directly taken Fei Jitu's life, it had still brushed past his heart. If it had been even the slightest bit off, Fei Jitu would have died immediately. Such a serious piercing wound was not easy to heal, even for a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Haha, Union Master Chu has just experienced the pain of losing his son, so this old master had to persuade him for a while to calm down. Sect Master Yang, I think it's best if you don't provoke him at this time. Fong Peng said calmly. Fong Peng leisurely reminded him, actually, you don't want Elder Qian and City Lord Fei to die here because of you, right? Whether they live or die is up to you. Yang Kai, I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think it over carefully. If you can't satisfy this Union Master, I'll kill them immediately. Chu Zheng roared. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too looked resentful. Being used as a bargaining chip to threaten Yang Kai made them feel uncomfortable, but unfortunately, with the seal on their bodies, they couldn't circulate their Saint Qi and couldn't help Yang Kai at all. Good, I'll go with you. But release Elder Qian and City Lord Fei. To everyone's surprise, Yang Kai immediately agreed, but his expression was extremely ugly. Yang Kai, you? Qian Tong looked at him bitterly and guiltily. You didn't have to do this. Chapter 1503. Qian Tong said with a look of self-blame. He had been careless and had fallen into the enemy's hands, but now he had even implicated Yang Kai. Haha, Elder Qian's words are too polite. Junior came to Shadowed Star more than a decade ago and received much care from you. Now that Elder Qian is in trouble, this Junior will not stand idly by. What's more, this matter was originally caused by me, so how could I not intervene? Yang Kai grinned brilliantly. Good, good, good. Fong Peng clapped his hands and laughed. Sect Master Yang is truly a sentimental man, knowing how to repay kindness. This old master is ashamed of his inferiority. Enough nonsense. You've been planning this for a long time and even mobilizing such a large force for this sect master's sake. Release them, and this sect master will follow you wherever you go. Yang Kai stared at Fong Peng solemnly. Haha, this old master is grateful for sect master Yang's cooperation. Naturally, this old master will release them, but in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, I would like to ask Sect Master Yang to allow this old master to place some seals on you to prevent any accidents from happening. This will be beneficial to both you and me. What does Sect Master Yang think? Fong Peng looked at Yang Kai with a smile, a trace of vigilance flashing across the depths of his eyes. Yang Kai had agreed too readily. This made Fong Peng faintly feel that something was wrong. He had ordered people to launch a sneak attack on Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, and capture them as a precaution so that Yang Kai wouldn't act rashly. Fong Peng hadn't expected that Yang Kai would actually allow himself to be captured for Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tuesday. This little brat is actually so noble and righteous? Fong Peng was somewhat suspicious. If it were him, he would never do such a thing. Protecting himself was the most important thing. What did the lives of others matter? So, as long as Yang Kai was not placed under a seal, Fong Peng could not relax. No problem. Yang Kai was still as straightforward as before. Sect Master Fong, just give it your all. Fong Peng frowned and signaled to 2 third-order origin returning realm masters, one from the left and one from the right, immediately approaching Yang Kai. The two of them were obviously vigilant in case Yang Kai suddenly changed his mind, but even after they arrived within a meter of Yang Kai still didn't move and instead just stared back at them sarcastically. This made the two of them blush, and they secretly blamed themselves for being too careful. It was really embarrassing for the two of them to be so scared in the face of a fish on the chopping block. There was no need for Fong Peng to say anything else. The two of them formed a seal with their hands, and after a series of movements, they both slapped Yang Kai's body. A sealing power rippled out, and Yang Kai's aura suddenly weakened. Everyone involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how heaven-defying Yang Kai was, once his Saint Qi was sealed, he wouldn't be able to cause any more trouble. Fong Peng was overjoyed. Although they had lost a lot of manpower in this operation, it had finally come to a successful end. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. A scorching hot force suddenly erupted from Yang Kai's position, and in the next moment, a mass of dark demonic flames wrapped around Yang Kai's body, making him look like a burning black fireball. Yang Kai's aura, which had already been extinguished, suddenly rose to its peak. Impossible! The two masters who had placed the seal on Yang Kai before exclaimed in shock, their eyes bulging. They had clearly not held back when they attacked, and even a cultivator in the same realm would not be able to break through the seal on their body in a short time. Just how powerful was the Saint Qi in Yang Kai's body? The seal they placed on him had no effect at all. The two of them were horrified and quickly retreated, lest Yang Kai kill them. However, Yang Kai did not show any intention of attacking them. Instead, his figure flickered slightly, as if he was about to leave. You're not the only one proficient in the Tao of space. This old master expected you to act like this. Stay here for this old master. An angry roar rang out as the figure of Heaven Battling Union's great elder Imo Xiaosheng strangely appeared beside Yang Kai, a strange power fluctuation pulsing from his body and enveloping Yang Kai. Space Force. While everyone was relaxed, Imo Xiaosheng was still paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements, which was why he was able to react so quickly. He was fully confident he could stop Yang Kai. Although he also knew that Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of space, his attainments in this field had been steeped in silver for countless years, so he was confident he would not lose to a little brat. His pride could not be violated. He wanted to prove to everyone who was the #1 master in this territory. Space Force surged out and swept up the space around Yang Kai, forming invisible shackles that bound Yang Kai's body, and his almost disappearing figure solidified once more. Imo Xiaosheng smiled proudly, but in the next moment, his smile stiffened on his face and a dumbfounded expression appeared on his face. Trying to show off in front of an expert, Yang Kai coldly snorted, his figure disappearing as soon as his voice fell. How could this be? Imo Xiaosheng stood in place blankly. He didn't even know how Yang Kai had broken through his blockade of space and left. A shocking thought suddenly appeared in his mind, causing him to almost lose the ability to think. Could this little brat's comprehension of the Tao of space be even better than his own? A terrifying fluctuation of power spread out as a short black arrow suddenly appeared out of thin air, trembling slightly before shooting towards Chu Zheng like a bolt of lightning. No one dared to underestimate the terrifying power contained in this small arrow. What's more, the second-order origin returning realm middle-aged woman from Heaven Battling Union had died tragically under this attack, unable to fight back at all. Chu Zheng was well aware of the power of this short arrow. In his haste, Chu Zheng didn't dare to meet it head-on and quickly used his movement skill to avoid it. Xiao. The short black arrow brushed past his body and flew out while another origin returning realm master not far away was caught in the crossfire and was instantly pierced in the chest by this short arrow, dying instantly. Where is he? Fong Peng shouted angrily as he released his divine sense without reservation. Soon, he discovered Yang Kai's whereabouts. At some point, he had rushed over to Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, and was approaching them at an extremely fast speed. The short arrow just now was just to force Chu Zheng to leave. Yang Kai's ultimate goal was to save Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tuesday. This is bad. Fong Peng's face sank as he shouted, "Stop him! Those who stand in my way will die." Yang Kai roared as he raised his hands and sent out a series of black blade-like attacks towards the two enemies who were escorting Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tuesday. When the two men saw Yang Kai's momentum soar like a tiger down a mountain, they couldn't help feeling terrified and wanted to avoid him, but with Fong Peng's order, they had no choice but to summon their artifacts. A golden light blossomed, but before the two of them had time to react, they suddenly discovered that Yang Kai's left eye was covered in a golden halo that contained a majestic golden pupil. Inside this golden light, there was also a faint five-colored glow. This golden light and five-colored glow seemed to contain a mysterious power that made the two of them feel as if their souls were being pulled into an endless abyss, causing them to tremble uncontrollably, unable to move or speak. The demon eye of annihilation was great demon god's innate divine technique, and after being refined by Yang Kai and fused with the colored glass bead Dai Yuan had given him, the current demon eye of annihilation combined with the colored glass divine light was even more powerful than before. The demon eye of annihilation had the effect of deterring one's soul, while the colored glass divine light had the power to bind one's soul. Although for the two of them, this kind of deterring and binding could only be broken for a short time, it was more than enough. The black space blades passed through the two of them with precision, and silently, crescent-shaped holes appeared on their bodies. Their flesh, blood, bones, 5 viscera, and 6 organs were all banished to the void. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Yang Kai used the feather spirit arrow to force Chu Zheng to retreat, to the moment he used his space blades to kill the two people who were escorting Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu, All of this happened in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Yang Kai had arrived in front of Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu, grabbed each of them with one hand, and pushed his space force again, intending to leave this place. But at that moment, an angry shout rang out. Wishful thinking. From the crowd, an old man with gray hair wearing a brown robe stepped out, St. Chi surging from his body as a longan-sized bead suddenly appeared in his hand. As soon as this bead appeared, everyone's expression changed, because from this bead, an aura that made everyone tremble uneasily was exuded. Regardless of how strong or weak this aura was, it gave everyone a sense of familiarity. Emperor pressure. Fong Peng's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed. This was indeed Emperor pressure, exactly the same as the Emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden, but it was not as powerful as the one in the Emperor Garden. This pressure made one feel a sense of inferiority, as if it alone could crush them to dust. The gray-haired old man St. Chi surged as he poured it into the bead in his hand in a very short time. With a shout, the old man sent the bead flying towards Yang Kai. In midair, the bead split into two, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. The sky was filled with beads, covering almost all the space around Yang Kai, but this was not the end. Each of these beads was extremely real and did not look illusory at all, each of them flickering with lightning arcs. With a loud crackling sound, these lightning arcs flew out like thin threads and blasted towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as his expression became dignified. He felt the call of death from these lightning arcs, as if he did not handle them properly, he would immediately die. His heart pounding, Yang Kai did not dare to neglect, summoning his purple shield and transforming it into a sandstorm to protect his surroundings. The Firebird artifact spirit flew out from his body and transformed into a fiery red light curtain that wrapped around him and Qian Tong's Fei Ji Tuesday. All of Yang Kai's golden blood threads also flew out, nearly 100 of them intertwining and weaving into an airtight barrier in front of Yang Kai. Even after arranging 3 strong layers of protection, Yang Kai still felt uneasy. However, there was no time for him to react as the countless lightning arcs had already arrived in front of him. Chapter 1504. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk the sandstorm protecting the outermost perimeter collapsed upon contact and the purple shield reappeared. Its radiance dim and its spirituality greatly diminished. On the other hand, the lightning arcs remained unabated and once again struck the great barrier woven by the golden blood threads. The golden light was dazzling and the lightning arcs danced in the air. The golden blood threads also dimmed and Yang Kai coughed up a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. The golden blood threads were an existence that existed between a secret technique and an artifact. They were connected to the cultivator's soul, so if the golden blood threads were damaged, Yang Kai would also suffer. This was the only drawback of the golden blood thread secret technique. Yang Kai had suffered a small loss at this moment. Fortunately, the golden blood thread was extremely powerful, and through the great barrier it weaved, the lightning arcs that had been sweeping through everything in their path were greatly reduced, and the power of the remaining lightning arcs was greatly reduced. Immediately after, they hit the barrier formed by the Firebird artifact spirit. Crisp bird cries rang out as flames soared into the sky, the scorching temperature causing the surrounding space to distort. The monstrous flames and the lightning arcs formed a difficult tug-of-war outside Yang Kai's body, one retreating while the other advanced, the other striking back and forth, creating an extremely anxious scene. However, Yang Kai's face was extremely gloomy. As the owner of the artifact spirit, he could naturally feel the pressure it was under. It couldn't stop it. If it continued to act willfully and allowed the Firebird artifact spirit to continue, it was very likely that its soul would be destroyed and it would disappear from this world. What kind of artifact was that bead? It possessed such great power, and why was there still Emperor pressure radiating from it? In just a short time, the barrier formed by the artifact spirit was on the verge of being broken and the monstrous flames seemed to have been splashed with cold water, gradually being extinguished while its cries were obviously not as loud as before. Yang Kai grit his teeth and took back the Firebird artifact spirit. He didn't want the artifact spirit to fall here. A red light shot into Yang Kai's body, and without the protection of the Firebird, Yang Kai's body was immediately exposed to the countless lightning arcs. The lightning arcs were like the sharpest blades as they shot towards him. Yang Kai's face went pale. At this point, he could only push his Saint Chi to protect himself. Yang Kai, this old man will help you. Fei Jitu's voice suddenly came from the side. He grinned and used some kind of secret technique. The power that was originally sealed actually returned, and then he took out the blue jade bowl. A faint blue light gushed out from the alms bowl like moonlight pouring down in torrents. It turned into a mass of dense and solid existence, blocking the front. Sizzling sounds could be heard as the throbbing lightning arcs shot into the blue light. The blue light quickly dimmed. In less than 3 breaths of time, Fei Jitu spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. His face was as pale as paper, and his aura was extremely weak. The blue jade bowl that he relied on the most also emitted a clear sound as numerous tiny cracks appeared on it. Immediately, it collapsed and scattered all over the ground. This powerful origin-grade high-rank artifact was destroyed by the lightning arcs in a single confrontation. This made things worse for Fei Jitu. Old Fei. Qian Tong's face changed drastically as he turned to look at him nervously. Fei Jitu slowly shook his head, not even having the strength to speak. He had already suffered heavy injuries when he was captured, and then his body was pierced through by Chu Zheng's short spear. Now that the artifact that was connected to his soul had been destroyed, it could be said that he was like an oil lamp without oil. However, his efforts had not been in vain. After being blocked by the blue jade bowl, the lightning arcs were much weaker than before. Although they were still powerful, Yang Kai no longer felt any fatal threat. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk the leaping lightning arcs pierced into Yang Kai's body like steel needles, causing countless tiny holes to appear on his body and blood to flow freely. Yang Kai took a deep breath and pushed his Saint Chi, enveloping Qian Tong and Fei Jitu as he stared down with a gloomy expression. Everyone's eyelids twitched wildly as they asked themselves if they would have been able to survive such a violent attack, but Yang Kai had done it. Although Fei Jitu had desperately tried to assist him, after taking the remaining attacks head-on, his aura had not weakened at all and had instead become even crazier. Was he still human? Did he really only have a first-order origin returning realm? Fang Peng and Chu Zheng's faces were dull, while the white-haired old man's face was filled with dread. Yang Kai, leave this place first, old Fei. Qian Tong shouted anxiously. Yang Kai's crazed aura suddenly stagnated as he seemed to regain his composure. Gently nodding, Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a drop of golden blood from his mouth. This drop of blood flickered slightly before disappearing into the void. Immediately, a strange energy fluctuation appeared in front of Yang Kai, and a small crack suddenly appeared in front of him. At first, the crack was so small that it was almost undetectable. However, it quickly expanded as if 2 invisible hands were tearing it to the left and right. Inside this crack was pitch black, chaotic, and empty, as if it could swallow everything. Impossible. Emo Xiaosheng's eyes trembled violently as he exclaimed, "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible. This can't be a void crack." What? Fang Peng was shocked. A void crack? He was dumbfounded. Chu Zheng was also dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at the crack in space, almost unable to believe their eyes. Probing it with their divine senses, none of them could find anything. Only Yang Kai stood proudly in front of the crack, protecting Qian Tong and Fei Jitu, his cold eyes sweeping over them as he viciously declared, "This sect master will remember what happened today and will repay it 100-fold in the future." His cold voice was like a cold wind blowing from the 9 nether purgatory, causing everyone to shiver from head to toe. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he dove into the void. Stop him. The white-haired old man was the first to recover from his shock and roared. But at this time, there was no trace of Yang Kai. Everyone reflexively sent out their attacks, but when they entered the void, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, not even causing the slightest ripple. After a breath of time, the void crack automatically closed and disappeared. Everyone's faces paled as their expressions changed. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. In front of the quiet palace, Only Imo Xiaosheng's mutterings echoed. Being attacked in the territory he was most proud of, Imo Xiaosheng's pride was torn to pieces. Chu Zheng and Fang Peng looked at each other and saw the fear and annoyance in each other's eyes. Chu Zheng turned his head to look at Imo Xiaosheng and quickly asked, "Great Elder, are you sure that was a void crack?" "Haha." Imo Xiaosheng's eyes dimmed as he smiled sadly and replied, "This old master hopes that he was wrong, but that thing could only be a void crack. He can actually tear space. At such a young age, he has actually cultivated the Tao of space to such an extent? It's over. It's all over now. On Shadowed Star, I'm afraid no one can stop him. If he wants to leave, no one can stop him. He was just toying with us before." No one can stop him? Chu Zheng's expression turned ugly. Imo Xiaosheng slowly shook his head with a look of despair. "Union Master, you don't understand how difficult it is to deal with someone who cultivates the Tao of space. But this old master understands. If we can't kill him this time, we won't have another chance in the future." Chu Zheng's brow furrowed deeply. Recalling Yang Kai's threat before he left, Chu Zheng's heart also began to pound. High Heaven Sect was now deep within the Lu Yin Desert, where no one could invade, and Yang Kai himself was so difficult to deal with and could even tear space to escape. Offending him this time, Chu Zheng was afraid that his days would not be peaceful in the future. "Old Bai, you see?" Fang Peng, who had been silent all this time, turned his head to look at the gray-haired old man in a brown robe with an inquisitive look on his face. The old man's aura was also quite weak at this moment, as if he had paid a huge price for using that bead-like artifact. Coldly snorting, he said, "Even the Annihilation Thunder Bead couldn't stop him. This matter is no longer something this old master can handle. This old master will return to the mountain and report to Sect Master and leave this matter up to him to decide. Farewell." After saying this, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and flew off, not caring about what the others thought. Fang Peng didn't even manage to say anything to stop this old man and could only stare in the direction he disappeared in annoyance for a long time before cursing bitterly. This time, the reason he and Chu Zheng had offended Yang Kai was none other than because of Star Emperor Mountain's orders. For this reason, they had suffered heavy losses, but Fang Peng hadn't expected that at this time, the other party would cut off all ties. What was this? Burning the bridge after crossing the river, or cooking the dog after the hares had outlived their usefulness? Not only had he failed to obtain any benefits, he had also provoked a troublesome enemy, causing Fang Peng to cough up blood. However, when he thought of Chu Zheng, his mood improved greatly. Although Thunder Typhoon Sect had also suffered losses this time, at least Fang Tianzhong was fine, unlike Heaven Battling Union, whose young Union Master Chu Changfeng had died tragically here. "Brother Chu, since things have gotten to this point, this Fang will also take his leave." Fang Peng lightly coughed. "Does Brother Fang want to leave just like that?" Chu Zheng raised his eyes and stared at him gloomily. Fang Peng smiled awkwardly. "Brother Chu, you also heard what that little brat said before he left. He will definitely not let today's matter rest. This Fang is preparing to go back and make some arrangements as soon as possible before entering retreat for a few dozen years. Even if that little brat is powerful, he won't dare attack my Thunder Typhoon Sect's headquarters, right? If that were to happen, he would be overestimating himself. Brother Chu, I advise you to go back and make some arrangements as well. Tell your disciples not to go out for the time being, lest they be defeated one by that little brat. Wait until the limelight has passed." "Is that all Brother Fang has? After being threatened, you're going to cower like a turtle?" Chu Zheng said contemptuously. "What are you saying?" Fang Peng spat disdainfully. "This Fang is simply playing to his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses. He has his own Star Emperor Mountain to deal with. I don't want to waste my time on him. Humph, if I don't take revenge for my son's death, this old master vows not to be called human. If Brother Fang wants to be a coward, then do so. This old master and that little brat are absolutely irreconcilable. If he really dares to bully my headquarters, this old master will make sure he never leaves." Chu Zheng snorted, his expression fierce. "Then I wish Brother Chu all the best." Fang Peng cupped his fists slightly before waving his hand, and leading the rest of Thunder Typhoon sect's disciples away. Scoundrel! Chu Zheng looked in the direction Fang Peng disappeared and spat contemptuously, but soon, his expression became sorrowful again as he turned to a certain place and said bitterly, "Take the young Union Master's body, we're going back." Yes. Immediately, someone walked over, picked up the headless body of Chu Changfeng, turned into a streak of light, and followed behind Chu Zheng, gradually disappearing into the distance. Chapter 1505. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from the ancient sect ruins, there was a barren mountain. The world energy aura here was thin, and there wasn't even much vegetation, making it look extremely desolate. Very few cultivators would set foot in such a place because there were no precious treasures or anything of value here, so it was natural that no one would come here to explore. This mountain range wasn't big, only a dozen kilometers in length. It was similar to Dragon Cave Mountain in the past, but in terms of scenery and world energy, it was even worse. A streak of light rushed over from the distance, and as it passed by this barren mountain, it turned a corner and rushed directly into a natural cave halfway up the mountain. When the light dissipated, 3 figures were revealed. Each of them looked extremely distressed, covered in blood, as if they had just experienced an extremely difficult battle and narrowly escaped death. These 3 were naturally Yang Kai, Qian Tong, and Fei Ji Tuesday. A distance of tens of thousands of kilometers should be safe enough. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to run further, but Fei Ji Tu's current state wasn't optimistic, so he didn't dare to delay any longer. This barren mountain provided them with a place to rest. After rushing into the cave, Yang Kai immediately put Fei Ji Tu down and let him lean against the cave wall. Reaching out, he placed his fingers on Fei Ji Tu's wrist and released his Saint Qi to check his injuries. Now, among the 3 of them, Fei Ji Tu's injuries were the most serious, his aura extremely chaotic, as if he was an oil lamp that had run out of oil. After a while, Yang Kai's brow furrowed, his face gloomy. Yang Kai, old Fei. Qian Tong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, not caring about his own injuries as he asked Yang Kai anxiously. "His situation isn't good." Yang Kai replied in a deep voice, then immediately looked at Fei Ji Tu and asked, "City Lord Fei, what secret technique did you use to cause such harm?" "Haha." Fei Ji Tu laughed miserably, his face as pale as paper, slowly shaking his head. "It's not a secret technique. This old master has never cultivated such a heaven-defying secret technique." "If it's not a secret technique, could it be?" Qian Tong's expression changed, as if he had thought of something. "That's right. When I was captured, this old man took advantage of the fact that they weren't paying attention and placed the explosive Yuan pill under the tip of my tongue." "Yuan burst pill?" Yang Kai's face also changed. As an alchemist, he had naturally heard of this spirit pill. This was a kind of medicinal pill with great consequences. Although after taking it, it could temporarily increase the cultivator's strength by a large margin, once the medicinal effect passed, it would inevitably cause unimaginable damage to the cultivator. What it overdrew was the cultivator's life force. Very few people would refine this kind of spirit pill, and very few people would consume it. This was because consuming it required one to have the courage to face death and fight for survival. It was no wonder that Fei Ji Tu was able to instantly break through the restrictions placed on him and recover his strength. It turned out that he had taken this pill in his mouth in advance. Yang Kai understood. While they were talking, the medicinal effect of the Yuan burst pill seemed to have completely disappeared, and the side effects soon followed. Fei Ji Tu's hair turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even his skin began to wrinkle and dry. Many deep wrinkles appeared on his face. The flowing time great emperor seemed to have passed hundreds of years in an instant. Fei Ji Tu originally looked to be in his 40s, in the prime of his life, but at this moment, he had become an old man, one that looked like he had one foot in the grave. Even his cultivation realm was gradually slipping, from the third order origin returning realm to the second order, then to the first order, almost falling out of this realm. "Old Fei," Qian Tong lamented. He and Fei Ji Tu had been friends for hundreds of years, so naturally, he knew better than anyone where the Yuan burst pill came from. When the two were young, they had gone out together for life experience. At that time, they had come across a Yuan burst pill. Qian Tong had scoffed at it, but Fei Ji too had kept it. Qian Tong had never expected that after 200 to 300 years, Fei Ji too would still use it. For a moment, Qian Tong felt both heartache and guilt. If he had kept the Yuan burst pill back then, he would have been the one suffering the backlash today. He wouldn't have had to helplessly watch his old friend's life fade away. Fei Ji too was already seriously injured, and now that the hidden dangers of the Yuan burst pill had flared up, coupled with the impact of the blue jade bowl's destruction, he didn't have much longer to live. Old Qian, why do you look like your parents have died? Fei Ji too grinned. I'm well aware of my own situation. This time, both you and I were careless and ended up implicating Yang Kai, but at least I didn't make a big mistake. My old life can be considered to have some value. Old Qian, listen, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect actually dared to act against you and me this time, so they must have some backing behind them. Backing? You mean? Qian Tong frowned. This is just my own guess, but whether it is true or not, I can't be sure. Don't be in a hurry to take revenge. My Shadow Moon Hall can't compare to them. If we really have a conflict with them because of this, the ones who will suffer will always be us. Leave the matter of revenge to me, City Lord Fei. Please don't be impatient, Yang Kai comforted. Haha, Yang Kai, you're too kind. Since that's the case, this old master won't bother with this god any longer. Fei Ji too gently nodded and immediately fell silent. Qian Tong's eyes were red and there were tears at the corners of his eyes. Why do the two of you look like you're about to part forever? Yang Kai observed their expressions and couldn't help chuckling. Although City Lord Fei's injuries are serious, that doesn't mean he will die. Hearing this, Qian Tong's eyes lit up. Fei Ji too also looked up at Yang Kai in amazement. Just as he said, he knew his own situation very well. If this was just a simple injury, it wouldn't be a big problem. At worst, he could go back and recuperate for a few years. But after taking the Yuan burst pill, it was different. His life force was suppressed, and there was no way to prevent his injuries from worsening. If it was delayed for 3 to 5 days, and if it was fast for a few hours, he would definitely die. Yang Kai, at this time, don't joke with this old master. If you really have a way to pull old Fei back from the gates of hell, quickly do it. This old master will be grateful to you for the rest of his life. Qian Tong anxiously said, like a drowning man who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Fei Ji too also looked at Yang Kai with a hopeful expression. Who would want to die if they could live? But, in this situation, did Yang Kai really have a way to save him, or was he just comforting him? This junior naturally wouldn't dare to joke with the two seniors. Yang Kai nodded solemnly before flicking his wrist and taking out a jade bottle from his space ring. Opening the bottle, a fragrant aroma instantly filled the air. As the fragrance entered his nose, Fei Ji too's originally pale face suddenly became a little rosy, and even his dispirited spirit improved slightly. What is this? Qian Tong was also a knowledgeable person and could tell at a glance that the contents of this jade bottle were no small matter, but he didn't know what it was. Looking at its color, it was pure white and flawless, like milk. The 3 great divine waters must be familiar to the two seniors. Yang Kai smiled lightly. What? The 3 great divine waters? Qian Tong and Fei Ji too were both shocked. This bottle contains one of them, life-revitalizing jade cream. As Yang Kai spoke, he flicked his wrist and a drop of white life-revitalizing jade cream immediately flew out of the bottle, wrapped in his Saint Chi, and floated towards Fei Ji Tuesday. It's actually life-revitalizing jade cream. Qian Tong was ecstatic. If this was really one of the 3 great divine waters, then old Fei might not necessarily die. The main reason for his current state was that he had overdrawn his life force, which was why he was unable to suppress his injuries. If he could replenish his overdrawn life force, it would not be a problem for him to suppress his injuries with his current cultivation. Life-revitalizing jade cream was known as one of the 3 great divine waters, and its greatest function was to replenish vitality and vitality. It could be said to be the right medicine for the illness. Qian Tong couldn't be more excited. City Lord Fei, please kindly accept it, Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Fei Ji too's face twitched with excitement, but he didn't hesitate to open his mouth and swallow the fingernail-sized drop of life-revitalizing jade cream. As soon as it entered his mouth, A stream of heat flowed from his mouth to his abdomen, and a vigorous vitality suddenly spread throughout his body. Feiji too couldn't help but feel refreshed. Without saying anything, he closed his eyes and circulated his Saint Qi to refine the medicinal efficacies. Seeing Feiji Tu's aura stabilizing at an extremely fast speed, as if his life was no longer in danger, Qian Tong couldn't help but shed tears, feeling excited for his old friend's narrow escape. Yang Kai, your gift is too great. Qian Tong wiped the corners of his eyes and looked at Yang Kai gratefully. Elder is too serious. Senior Fei was implicated by me, and he even took the Yuan burst pill to block the attack for this junior. This junior can't thank him enough. So what's a trivial drop of life revitalizing jade cream worth? But Elder Qian, your injuries? This old master is fine. I can resolve the seal in my body by myself. I just need to meditate for a few days. As for this arm, haha, it's not a big deal. Although this old master is old, his body is still strong. It's only broken, so it will heal in the future. Good, since that's the case, Elder should also begin healing. I have some healing pills here. If Elder takes them, they will help you achieve twice the result with half the effort. Yang Kai said as he took out a few bottles from his space ring, poured out a pill from each bottle, and handed it to Qian Tong. Qian Tong wanted to refuse. After all, as an elder of Shadow Moon Hall, how could he not have some healing pills on him? But when he saw the pills Yang Kai took out, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and accepted them graciously, smiling. Little brat, the things you take out are really good. This old master won't refuse. Of course, this junior will stand guard for 2 seniors, while 2 seniors focus on healing. Good. You should also take care of your own injuries. Don't leave behind any hidden dangers. Soon, the 3 of them each occupied a spot in the cave and sat down cross-legged to meditate. Feiji Tu's injuries were the most serious, but now that his life was no longer in danger, how much he could recover would depend on his own ability. Qian Tong's injuries were not a big problem, so Yang Kai's was even more so. With his golden blood, Yang Kai's restorative ability was many times stronger than others, and his physical body was extremely tough, so even if he was hit by those lightning arcs at that time, he didn't actually suffer much damage. Now, he only needed to restore himself slightly. Chapter 1506. Half a month later, 3 streaks of light flew out of the cave and quickly disappeared into the horizon. After such a long period of recuperation, Qian Tong had basically recovered, and so had Yang Kai. Only Feiji Tu remained. Although his life had been pulled back from the gates of hell by Yang Kai, the aftereffects of the Yuan burst pill were too great, and he had not fully recovered yet. His hair was still snow-white, but his complexion was rosy, and he no longer looked like he had 1 foot in the grave. As for his cultivation, it was finally restored to the second-order origin returning realm. The rest of his recovery was not something he could recover from in a short time. It would take at least 10 or 20 years for Feiji Tu to have any hope of breaking through to the third-order origin returning realm again. This result was certainly disappointing, but it was still acceptable. However, this kind of increase in cultivation was only a recovery, not a real breakthrough. Feiji Tu would not encounter any bottlenecks. All he needed was time. Given enough time, he would definitely recover to his peak. Now that the 3 of them had recovered, they all rushed to Lu Yin's sandfield. Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect had gone to great lengths to deal with Yang Kai this time, and Yang Kai had already told them the whole story. After learning that Star Emperor Mountain was involved in this matter, whether it was Qian Tong or Feiji Tu, both of them felt deeply uneasy. Neither of them dared to return to Shadow Moon Hall, for fear that they would be used to threaten Yang Kai again. In any case, in Shadow Moon Hall, only the 2 of them had some friendship with Yang Kai, so as long as the 2 of them were not present, Star Emperor Mountain would not attack Shadow Moon Hall. Going to Lu Yin's sandfield was the best choice. The defenses there were impregnable, so even if Star Emperor Mountain sent out all of its forces, they would not be able to break through. When Yang Kai came here before, he had flown all the way here, entering every city he came across to purchase cultivation materials. Now that things were different, he naturally did not want to waste time on the road. After a series of teleportations, it took less than 10 days for the trio to arrive at the periphery of Lu Yin's sandfield. During these 10 days, the The three of them had also inquired about the situation, but unfortunately, they had gained nothing. No one on Shadowed Star knew what happened in Fallen Emperor Mountain that day. However, news that Heaven Battling Union's headquarters had suddenly become heavily guarded and that no one was allowed to enter or leave had spread far and wide. The world didn't know why these two giants would suddenly have such a reaction. Only Kai Yang and the other two knew. They were really afraid that they would seek revenge, so they had already begun to make preparations. But was this enough to stop him? Yang could not help sneering. He did not want to cause too much trouble, as there was not much hatred between Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union. But this time, they had taken the initiative to attack him, so naturally, Yang Kai would not let them off. Before leaving Shadowed Star for a long voyage, it seemed that he would have to deal with this problem first. Otherwise, Yang Kai would not be able to leave in peace. After all, this voyage was not something that could be completed in a short time, and once he was gone for too long, who knew what would happen? Outside Lu Yin's sandfield, in front of the palace where the space array was located, Yang Kai wore a gloomy expression. This could not be helped though, as this palace where the space array was located had been razed to the ground and could no longer be used. There were many bloodstains on the ground, so it was obvious that a battle had taken place here. The High Heavens Sect disciples guarding this place were generally weak, so it was impossible to tell whether they were dead or alive. Unable to directly enter High Heavens Sect through the space array, Yang Kai could only take out his communication artifact and communicate with the people inside. Although he could also use the Star Emperor token to enter and exit safely, the protection provided by the Star Emperor token could only protect one person at a time. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too could not safely pass through the flame area. After waiting for less than an hour, a small battleship flew out of the rolling heat wave, passed through the flame area, and stopped in front of Yang Kai's trio. It was the Flying Shark battle shuttle that Yang Yin had refined before. The hatch opened, revealing Wu Yi's figure. Yang Kai, you're finally back. Wu Yi looked a little anxious, but after seeing Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, she quickly bowed. Let's go up first. Yang Kai gently nodded before leading Qian Tong and Fei Ji too onto the Flying Shark battle shuttle. The hatch of the battle shuttle closed, and with a flicker, it flew into the depths of the flame area at an extremely fast speed. Who destroyed the space magic array? Are there any casualties among the disciples guarding it? After entering, Yang Kai asked. I don't know who destroyed it, but the disciples guarding it suffered some injuries, but they're not serious. More than 10 days ago, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared outside the Lu Yin desert and attempted to occupy the space array. Fortunately, the disciples reacted quickly and triggered the self-destruct spirit array arranged by Yang Yin, allowing them to teleport back. Good, that's good. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yang Kai gently nodded. High Heaven Sect had very few disciples to begin with, and all of them were cultivators who had followed Wu Yi and left the Haiku family. They had supported each other all the way to where they were today, so if there were any casualties, these disciples would definitely be very sad. Yang Kai, do you know who is trying to harm my High Heaven Sect? Wu Yi asked angrily. Probably Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect, Yang Kai said lightly. Them? Wu Yi's pretty face changed slightly. Why would they want to deal with us? We haven't offended them, have we? Little girl, an ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring will arouse the envy of others. You really haven't offended them, but since they covet your things, they will naturally act. When Yang Kai went out this time, he was besieged by them. Qian Tong sighed from the side. How dare they? Wu Yi shouted, her pretty face becoming gloomy. My High Heaven Sect has always been a peaceful place, standing aloof from worldly affairs, yet they think we're easy to bully? It seems we have no choice but to teach them a lesson. Yang Kai and the others all looked at her in amazement. Fei Ji too clapped his hands and smiled. Little girl, you're still young, but your ambition isn't small. Worthy of one of Yang Kai's followers, such courage. Wu Yi's pretty face blushed after hearing this praise, and she quickly said, Junior was just speaking casually. How to act will depend on Sect Master's opinion. Senior shouldn't make fun of this junior. Naturally, we'll teach them a lesson. Yang Kai coldly snorted. If there's enmity, there's nothing to be said. Wu Yi's expression shook. An hour later, The battle shuttle docked in the square of High Heaven Sect and a group of people walked out. Yang Kai asked Wu Yi to arrange for Qian Tong and Fei Ji to rest while he walked towards Hundred Flowers Peak alone. He was going to find Yi Shiyun as there was something he wanted to ask her about. Inside Hundred Flowers Peak, Yi Shiyun was tending to the flowers and plants. At her current level of cultivation, it was impossible for her to continue cultivating. The suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles prevented her from breaking through to the Origin King realm, but she had already reached the limit of the Origin Returning realm, so no matter how hard she cultivated, it would be useless. As such, she spent most of her time doing trivial things to hone her heart, hoping that one day she could find another way to break through to the Origin King realm. Her temperament had always been indifferent. Is Sect Master back? Before Yang Kai could walk over, Yi Shiyun's voice reached his ears, apparently having noticed him. Yang Kai gently nodded and walked straight over to her side, where he saw her trimming a plant. Did your trip go smoothly? Not very well. Oh. Yi Shiyun turned her head. What happened? We were set up. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he briefly recounted what happened in Fallen Emperor Mountain. You mean to say that Star Emperor Mountain was behind this incident? Yi Shiyun's pretty face went cold. But it doesn't matter. No matter who the enemy is, if they dare provoke me, I won't let them off easily. Sect Master is a man, so naturally he distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. I came here this time to ask if there is a bead-like artifact in Star Emperor Mountain. It can split into countless fragments and possesses the lightning attribute. Sect Master is talking about the Annihilation Thunder Bead? Yi Shiyun frowned slightly. Were you attacked by that artifact? Yes, I almost died. Yang Kai still had some lingering fear. When he thought about the power of that artifact, he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. He had never seen such a powerful artifact before. Was it called the Annihilation Thunder Bead? Was it an Origin King Grade artifact? It was an Origin King Grade. To Yang Kai's surprise, Yi Shiyun slowly shook her head, put down the scissors in her hand, and straightened up, as if she was immersed in her memories. After a while, she walked towards the stone pavilion and said, Sect Master, please come with me. Yang Kai followed closely. Inside the stone pavilion, the two sat down and Yi Shiyun personally poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Yang Kai before gently stroking her hair and saying, Sect Master being able to escape from the Annihilation Thunder Bead is truly extraordinary. This queen seems to have underestimated you before. It was just luck. That Annihilation Thunder Bead was so powerful. Could it not be an Origin King Grade artifact? Yang Kai took a sip of tea and looked at her suspiciously. It is Star Emperor Mountain's guardian artifact, one that has surpassed the Origin King Grade. It is an Emperor artifact. An Emperor artifact? Yang Kai raised his brow. An artifact of the great emperors. Yi Shiyun gently nodded. Impossible? Yang Kai paled in shock. He had seen Emperor artifacts before. The 3 blazing flame rings were one such Emperor artifact. Unfortunately, Yang Yin had only managed to collect one of the 3 blazing flame rings while the remaining 2 were still scattered across Shadowed Star, forming the Lu Yin Sandfield, High Heaven Sect's strongest defense. The Annihilation Thunder Bead is an Emperor artifact, but with the strength of those from Star Emperor Mountain, they were unable to display its full power. Even if I personally used it, I could only display 10% of its power. Is it really that terrifying? Yang Kai paled in amazement. The power of an Emperor artifact is not something you or I can imagine. Moreover, with such a low cultivation, forcibly urging an Emperor artifact requires one to pay a great price. After that person attacked you with the Annihilation Thunder Bead, was his aura very weak? Indeed. That's right. If he could fully stimulate the power of the Annihilation Thunder Bead, even an Origin King could easily be killed, let alone Sect Master. Yang Kai wore a look of amazement. This time, if it weren't for Fei Ji Tu using the blue jade bowl to block the attack for him at the critical moment, he would have been seriously injured. He might have been able to escape this time, but what about next time? Chapter 1507. Sect Master, in fact, you don't need to worry too much. Although the power of Emperor artifacts is unfathomable, they are limited by their cultivations, so after a single strike, they will be powerless. You have experienced this personally, so you should understand this better than anyone. Seeing the look of dread on Yang Kai's face, Yi Shiyun spoke up to comfort him. That's true, Yang Kai gently nodded, the fear in his heart greatly alleviating as he suddenly relaxed. The power of an artifact had always been linked to the strength of its user, so no matter how high-grade an artifact was or how powerful it was, if the strength of its cultivator was not enough, it would not be able to display its full power. The verdant dragon bone sword was one such example. Although Yang Kai could now wield it as if it was his own arm, he still felt that it still had a lot of potential to be unearthed. This potential did not lie with the dragon bone sword itself, but with him. His own strength limited the power of the dragon bone sword. Sect Master, if you want to take action this time, you might as well bring this palace along. Since the Star King Mountain has already deviated from its original ideals, this palace naturally cannot sit idly by. Furthermore, I would also like to meet an old friend and settle old scores. Oh? Yang Kai raised his brow, his heart burning with curiosity. In fact, he really wanted to know why Yi Shiyun had left Star Emperor Mountain all those years ago. After all, she was the leader of this behemoth. Her identity and status were extremely respected. If she had not been forced to do so, it would have been impossible for her to leave and live in seclusion for over 100 years. However, this kind of thing was not easy to ask. If Yi Shiyun was willing to tell him, of course, he would listen. But if she was unwilling, there was no point in forcing her. What was certain was that Yi Shiyun definitely had some kind of grievance with Star Emperor Mountain. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai did not voice his doubts and instead said solemnly, "My plan is as follows. Great Elder, please listen carefully. If there is anything inappropriate, I hope Great Elder can give me some pointers." So, Yang Kai began to explain his plan in detail. An hour later, Yang Kai left 100 Flowers Peak and returned to First Heavenly Palace. Inside the palace, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, took out the feather spirit arrow, and poured his Saint Chi into it to recharge it. The artifact Yang Kai obtained in Fallen Emperor Mountain this time was indeed quite powerful, and although there was a limit to the number of times it could be used, it still could not be erased. A second-order origin returning realm cultivator was unable to block a single blow from it, and even a third-order origin returning realm master like Chu Zhang could only dodge, not daring to meet it head-on. Inside Fallen Emperor Mountain, the feather spirit arrow's energy had been completely consumed, so Yang Kai naturally needed to recharge it. In less than an hour, everything was ready. Yang Kai carefully put it away. Just as he was about to make some preparations for this operation, his expression suddenly changed. He grinned and stared at a certain spot on the ground, waiting quietly. A moment later, a small head popped up from the ground. It had sharp edges and strong lines, like a rock. However, the two eyes on the head were extremely bright and spirited. Stone mongoose. This time, Yang Kai did not bring the stone mongoose with him and instead left it in the sect. Firstly, Yang Kai did not expect there to be so many twists and turns on this trip. Otherwise, he would have brought the stone mongoose with him. Secondly, the stone mongoose had another task. The stone mongoose's task was to guard the stone embryo of another stone mongoose. After leaving the Emperor Garden last time, Yang Kai had fused the blood essence stone with the stone embryo in hopes of giving birth to a second stone mongoose, so he had given the task of guarding it to Xiao Xiao. Now that Yang Kai had returned to the sect, Xiao Xiao sensed something and immediately came to First Heavenly Palace. Yang Kai did not know whether the second stone mongoose had been successfully born or not, so he was looking forward to it. However, when he saw Xiao Xiao, the stone mongoose, he could not help but frown and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Its originally clear and bright eyes were now filled with panic. As soon as it popped up from the ground, it immediately crawled over to Yang Kai on all fours, then bent its waist and grabbed Yang Kai's trousers, uttering some strange words as it anxiously dragged Yang Kai outside. What's going on? As the master of the stone mongoose, Yang Kai could naturally feel its anxiety and uneasiness, but the stone mongoose was also a living creature with low sentience. Yang Kai had only given it a drop of golden blood when it was born, so he could not clearly understand its thoughts. "You want me to go with you?" Yang Kai asked again. The stone mongoose nodded vigorously. "Lead the way." Yang Kai gently nodded, allowing the stone mongoose to drag him out. Soon, one person and one stone mongoose left High Heaven Sect's headquarters and headed towards the depths of the mountain range. High Heaven Sect's headquarters was now located on the site of the ancient Supreme Profound Sect. This site was extremely vast, and High Heaven Sect was small, so it only occupied a small part of it. Now, the place where the stone mongoose was leading Yang Kai could also be considered the headquarters of Supreme Profound Sect, but it was located atop a mountain peak. This mountain peak was tall and straight, towering into the clouds. It was a picturesque scene. An hour later, the stone mongoose led Yang Kai to the top of this mountain. At the top, there was a spacious platform that resembled a public square and a magnificent palace. This was probably the palace built by Supreme Profound Sect in the past, but it was now empty. In front of the palace, there was a strange blood-red round stone about the size of a washbasin on the ground. Faintly, the rich world energy in the surroundings was being drawn into the round stone. He could even hear a series of thumping sounds that sounded like a heartbeat coming from the round stone. It was strong, powerful, and had a clear rhythm. The second stone mongoose's stone embryo. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The stone embryo had been well taken care of by Xiao Xiao. After fusing with the blood essence stone, it almost had its own life. But the strange thing was that the life inside it had yet to break out of its shell. Logically speaking, after such a long time, it should have been born. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that there was something wrong with the stone embryo. No wonder Xiao Xiao was so anxious. After arriving here, Xiao Xiao rushed to the stone embryo and anxiously circled around it, scratching his ears and cheeks. He looked like a monkey that had been tickled, and no matter what he did, he couldn't get what he wanted. "Let me take a look, don't worry." Yang Kai comforted him. The stone mongoose was obedient and immediately sat to the side, watching anxiously. The stone embryo had bred its own kind, so even if Xiao Xiao didn't have high intelligence, he knew how to protect his own kind. Yang Kai came to the stone embryo and released his divine sense to investigate, his expression changing slightly. There was an unimaginable amount of energy condensed within the stone embryo, and it was constantly increasing in strength. It was unknown whether it was because the world energy here was too rich or for some other reason, but the stone embryo was constantly absorbing world energy from its surroundings. The heartbeat became more and more obvious and powerful, but no matter how Yang Kai investigated, the life inside showed no signs of breaking out of its shell, not even a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. No spiritual energy fluctuation meant that its life was incomplete, and it had yet to develop intelligence. Yang Kai was confused. He didn't know how to deal with it. The stone mongoose was a special life form that Yang Inflammation had told him about, otherwise, he wouldn't have known that such a strange life form existed in the boundless world. As for how the stone mongoose could be safely born and what to do at this moment, Yang Kai had no idea. Perhaps if Yang Inflammation was here, she would be able to answer his questions. However, since returning from the Emperor Garden, Yang Inflammation had merged with the bodies of the great emperors and fallen into a deep slumber. Even if Yang Kai went to find her, he wouldn't be able to get any help. After thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai reached out and touched the stone embryo. In any case, the energy stored inside the stone embryo was too large at this moment, so there was definitely something wrong. The reason the stone embryo hadn't been born smoothly and hadn't developed intelligence was most likely related to this massive amount of energy. This was probably the reason why a weak body couldn't withstand nourishment. Yang Kai wanted to guide the energy out of the stone embryo so that it wouldn't cause any harm to the fragile stone embryo. But as soon as his hand touched the stone embryo, a mysterious and complex pattern suddenly appeared on it. After the pattern rotated, it turned into a terrifying energy that rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly dodged to the side. With a whoosh, the energy wave brushed past his body and shot straight into the sky. A few breaths later, a hole appeared in the distant sky, as if the heavens had been pierced. Yang Kai's face was filled with shock, and he no longer dared to act rashly. Xiao Xiao stared at him and uttered some inexplicable words, as if he was pleading for something, his eyes filled with sadness. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. At this point, he was afraid there was nothing he could do to help and could only let nature take its course. As if he had seen through Yang Kai's thoughts, Xiao Zhao's expression became a little dispirited, his head drooping as he sat there in a daze, staring at the stone embryo in front of him. Time passed slowly, and the energy contained inside the stone embryo grew larger and larger. The heartbeat rhythm also became more rapid, causing Yang Kai's heart to palpitate. This was an extremely abnormal rhythm, like a continuous drumbeat, and as the sound rang out, the light on the stone embryo began to flicker, sometimes brightening and sometimes dimming. This situation lasted for a full 5 days, and it wasn't until the 5th day that the situation changed. The blood-red light on the stone embryo suddenly became extremely dazzling, and at the same time, a shocking energy fluctuation erupted from the stone embryo. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared at the movement in front of him. Slowly, the light dimmed, and the intense vibrations disappeared at the same time. The terrifying energy fluctuations contained in the stone embryo also disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai's heart sank as he released his divine sense to probe the stone embryo, his expression becoming dim. Even the vitality the stone embryo originally possessed had disappeared, as if it really was just a piece of stone that could be found anywhere. Xiao Xiao also noticed this and quickly rushed over to the stone embryo, patted it lightly with both hands, and muttered some incomprehensible words before picking it up and sending it to Yang Kai, stuffing it into his arms, obviously wanting him to think of a solution. Yang Kai opened his mouth, but in the end, he was speechless and could only sigh deeply. Chapter 1508. As Xiao Zhao's master, Yang Kai could naturally feel the impatience and uneasiness in his heart. If he could, he would not refuse Xiao Zhao's request. However, Yang Kai knew little about the stone mongoose, so he had no idea what had gone wrong that caused the second stone mongoose to not only fail to break out of its shell, but also die. Even if he wanted to, there was nothing he could do. Master and servant were connected, so sensing Yang Kai's helplessness, the light of hope in Xiao Zhao's eyes gradually dimmed. He sniffed lightly, like a child who had been wronged. After a long time, he gently placed the stone embryo in front of Yang Kai and carefully touched it, as if he was afraid that his movements would cause any harm to the stone embryo. Immediately, Xiao Xiao rushed to the edge of the cliff and beat his chest with his hands, producing a sonorous sound like a drum. His small body rapidly grew, and in the blink of an eye, he became a stone giant more than 100 meters tall. Like a giant gorilla, he stood at the top of the mountain, his back stooped and his hands hanging on the ground as he stared at the clouds. A long roar, like the roar of a rolling dragon, came from his mouth. The howl resounded through the sky, and it contained an unimaginable destructive force that caused the sea of clouds to be turned upside down. The howl was filled with grief and sorrow that could not be wiped away. A drop of something that looked like crystal jade slid down from Xiao Zhao's eyes and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The stone mongoose was crying. Yang Kai had never thought that the stone mongoose would cry one day. He could not imagine what the second stone mongoose's stone embryo meant to Xiao Xiao, causing him to be so sad. But at this moment, Xiao Zhao's back was bleak and lonely. It was as if Xiao Xiao was the only one left in the world, and he would be alone for the rest of his life. Yang Kai suddenly got up and hurried to the stone embryo, stretched out his hand, and flicked a golden blood thread around his wrist. A wound that was a few inches long and deep to the bone immediately appeared. Golden blood seeped out of the wound and dripped onto the stone embryo drop by drop. It shouldn't be like this. Xiao Zhao's birth was so smooth, and Yang Kai was also confused at the time. Xiao Xiao had integrated with the blood essence stone in the black book space on his own and easily broke out of his shell. Why was the second one so difficult? At this moment, even its life aura was completely gone. No matter what the reason was, it was still Xiao Zhao's kind, and Xiao Zhao's expectations for its birth were 1,000,000 times higher than his own. Yang Kai did not believe that such a powerful creature would die just like that. He had done his best and left to the heavens. The sound of golden blood drip, 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 drip. Golden blood contained an unimaginable amount of vitality and vitality. When Xiao Xiao was born, Yang Kai had done the same thing, but he had only used a single drop of golden blood. But now, he no longer cared about the cost. Perceiving Yang Kai's actions, Xiao Xiao immediately turned around and ran over, squatting in front of Yang Kai, looking at him gratefully before glancing at the stone embryo from time to time, a worried look on his face. Time passed by little, and the stone embryo was completely dyed gold. But to Yang Kai's disappointment, his golden blood did not have any effect and the stone embryo showed no signs of absorbing it. This made his expression dim. Xiao Xiao was also like an ant on a hot pan, twisting restlessly. Suddenly, a very weak fluctuation spread from the stone embryo. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, thinking he had been expecting too much and was hallucinating. But when he carefully released his divine sense to investigate, he couldn't help smiling. There really was a fluctuation coming from the stone embryo. It was the fluctuation of life. As if a single spark could start a prairie fire. When this extremely weak fluctuation spread out, the stone embryo began to absorb the drops of pure golden blood that had fallen on it. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the golden blood that had not been accepted by the stone embryo began to flow into it. Asterisk dong dong. Asterisk the sound of a heartbeat reverberated through the mountain peak once again. This was the rhythm of life. Yang Kai grinned, and the sorrow in the stone mongoose's eyes disappeared, replaced by nervousness and worry. Asterisk dong dong. Asterisk the sound grew louder and louder, and the interval between each sound became shorter and shorter. The originally extinguished fluctuation of life once again spread out from the stone embryo, and the dim light began to bloom again. But unlike before, this time, the light was blood red mixed with a hint of gold, giving it a mysterious appearance. Patterns began to emerge from the surface of the stone embryo one after another, as if they were alive, flashing and disappearing. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. When Xiao Xiao was born, he had never seen such a scene, so he didn't know how this stone mongoose was different from Xiao Xiao. The sun set and the moon rose, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai had already stopped dripping his golden blood into the stone embryo, and after absorbing 20 to 30 drops of pure golden blood, the stone embryo began to glow again. At this moment, Yang Kai and Xiao Xiao were waiting anxiously. Suddenly, a light cracking sound rang out, and Yang Kai's expression brightened as he quickly looked over. With one look, he couldn't help but be overjoyed as a small crack had appeared on the stone embryo. Not long after that crack appeared, more and more cracks appeared one after another. Soon after, the stone embryo was covered with dense, crisscrossing cracks like a spider. Asterisk kacha. Asterisk the stone embryo cracked open, revealing the life that was being nurtured within. The second stone mongoose. Like a chick breaking out of its shell, it struggled to get out of the stone embryo and looked at this new and strange world. Its movements were very clumsy, and it seemed that because it had just been born, it took a long time to get out of the stone embryo and sit on the ground. However, it was actually a golden stone mongoose, which surprised Yang Kai quite a bit. Its entire body was golden, like a suit of golden armor, and he didn't know if this had anything to do with the amount of golden blood he had dripped onto it. Just like when Xiao Xiao was born, the first thing this golden stone mongoose did after sitting up was to swallow all the fragments of the stone embryo into its stomach. Its speed was so fast that it didn't even chew. After swallowing, it just sat there in a daze, motionless. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, was jumping up and down, clearly overjoyed. But this wasn't the end of it. It rushed over to its companion, picked it up, put it on its shoulder, and began to run around the peak as fast as lightning. Round, 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 repeating this monotonously, not showing the slightest sign of exhaustion. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh, but at the same time, his brow furrowed slightly. Creatures like the stone mongoose weren't born with high intelligence, and Xiao Xiao was the same. It was only happy that its companion was born safely, and that it would be able to keep it company in the future. However, Yang Kai had a vague feeling that something was wrong. There seemed to be something wrong with the golden stone mongoose. After a long time, Yang Kai finally spoke up to stop Xiao Xiao from playing around, and asked it to put down the second stone mongoose. Xiao Xiao naturally didn't resist. Only then did Yang Kai start to carefully examine it. After a while, his brow furrowed even tighter. Sure enough, something was wrong. Although this golden stone mongoose seemed to be stronger than Xiao Xiao when it was born, its intelligence wasn't as good as Xiao Xiao's. It could even be said that it was in a completely chaotic state. After Xiao Xiao put it down, it just stood there in a daze, far less lively than Xiao Xiao. Yang Kai tried to give it a few orders, but it didn't respond at all. Its intelligence was incomplete. Yang Kai's expression darkened. Although stone puppets didn't have high sentience to begin with, they still had some. On the other hand, the golden stone puppet had almost no sentience at all, and Yang Kai didn't know if this was related to the various hardships it had gone through when it was born. Although the golden stone mongoose was a living creature, it was no different from a fool. In fact, it was even worse than a fool. When he realized this, Yang Kai fell silent. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao didn't notice this. Otherwise, he didn't know how sad it would be. While he was deep in thought, Xiao Xiao opened its mouth and spat out a piece of rare or that it hadn't refined, as if it was offering a treasure, and eagerly handed it to its companion. Fortunately, although the golden stone mongoose didn't have intelligence, it still had instinctive reactions. It actually knew how to pick up the rare or a gnaw on it. With a crunching sound, it swallowed 2 to 3 pieces of the ore, and then continued to stand there in a daze. Xiao Xiao didn't seem to know how it had offended its companion that made it treat it so coldly. It scratched its head in puzzlement, and could only continuously take out more ores and give them to its companion. The latter didn't refuse either, and the 2 little guys cooperated with each other very well. Looking at the golden stone mongoose, Yang Kai sighed slightly. Although the current situation was better than before, it still wasn't perfect. Fortunately, he had tried his best. The golden stone mongoose didn't have intelligence, so there was nothing he could do. Looking at it, Yang Kai's expression changed as he suddenly thought of something, his expression fluctuating. After a while, his eyes lit up as he carefully examined the golden stone mongoose, excitement flashing across his face. He suddenly thought of a way to make the golden stone mongoose act on its own. The stone mongoose was currently acting like a fool because it didn't have complete intelligence. If he could solve this problem, then all his problems would be solved. Yang Kai couldn't make up for its intelligence, but he could implant it. He knew soul fission technique. The soul fission technique was created by Great Demon God. In Tong Xian realm, Great Demon God's talent was unprecedented and would never be surpassed. Yang Kai had obtained a drop of golden blood from Great Demon God in the holy tomb of 9 Heavens Holy Land. After refining it, he comprehended one of Great Demon God's secret techniques, soul fission technique. At that time, although Yang Kai had also cultivated this technique, he hadn't been able to find a suitable host, so he could only keep his soul clone in his knowledge sea. Later, after entering Tong Xian realm's territory and wandering to the floating continent, Yang Kai was forced by Gue Zhu to test the operation of the space array. At that time, Yang Kai didn't dare to take the risk himself and could only release his soul clone into the space array. Although his soul clone suffered great damage and was almost destroyed, after so many years of cultivation, it had been restored to its original state. Not only that, but it was also many times stronger than before. This soul clone was a very special existence because Yang Kai cultivated it alone, so it didn't have much involvement with his knowledge sea. Even if it disappeared, it wouldn't affect him. Chapter 1509. When he was cultivating the soul fission technique, Yang Kai knew that as long as he could find a suitable vessel and infuse his soul clone into it, he could create an existence similar to an embodiment that could be used to travel to places inconvenient to the main body or do things inconvenient to the main body. For example, Yang Inflammation was the embodiment of the great emperors. The great demonic god was only a saint king, but with his heaven-defying talent, he had comprehended the soul-splitting technique and understood the secret technique that only great emperors could grasp. From this, one could see that his reputation as a legend was not undeserved. The stone mongoose did not have sentience, but its body was in perfect condition, so wasn't it the most suitable vessel? Yang Kai rubbed his chin as he stared at the stone mongoose, not saying a word as he pondered. After a long time, he decided to give it a try. He did not know if it would succeed, but it was better than letting the stone mongoose remain in a state of dementia. Ordering Xiao Xiao to stand guard nearby, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged in front of the stone mongoose and pushed his spiritual energy to the limit, summoning a gray shadow from his mind. This shadow was somewhat illusory and unstable, but if one looked closely, they would find that it was somewhat similar to Yang Kai's silhouette. This was naturally the soul clone that Yang Kai had nurtured in his knowledge sea for many years. This soul clone rushed straight into the stone mongoose's mind and disappeared in an instant. High Heaven Sect, Conference Hall. All the origin returning realm cultivators in the sect were gathered here, headed by Great Elder Yi Shi-yun. Chang-Chi was seated below while Howen, Gu-chi, Ning Xiang-chen, Wu-yi, and Qian-yu, as deacons of the sect, were also present. Not only that, but Qian Tong and Fei Ji too were also present. The hall was silent, and everyone had a cup of tea in front of them. Disciples were constantly coming forward to replace the cold tea. Where did Sect Master go? Why haven't we seen him for more than a month? Subordinate sent people to investigate, but he doesn't seem to be in First Heavenly Palace. Chang-Chi looked at Yi Shi-yun and asked with some worry, Great Elder, do you know where Sect Master is now? He is still in the sect, but this queen does not know what he is busy with. It seems that he is cultivating some kind of secret technique. This queen does not dare to pry into his affairs casually, so let's continue waiting, Yi Shi-yun replied faintly. With her powerful cultivation, she was naturally able to detect the strange movements coming from the mountain peak a few days ago, so she was able to determine Yang Kai's location. However, as she said, since Yang Kai was cultivating some kind of secret technique, she had no intention of prying into it. Sect Master will return one day. Before he left, he had already decided on the direction of this operation, and after discussing it with this queen felt there was no problem. This time, all of you will be accompanying him, so the sect will be left to Deacon Wu-yi and Deacon Qian-yu. Yes, Wu-yi and Qian-yu nodded. In addition, Elder Huang-wan is currently in secluded retreat to break through, so you must look after her well and not allow anyone to disturb her. As for Yuner, that little girl is too lively and active. Once this queen leaves, she may become restless, so the two of you must keep an eye on her while she cultivates. Great Elder may rest assured, Elder Sister Qian-yu and I will take care of everything in the sect, but everyone must return safely, Wu-yi said solemnly. With the starship refined by Master, I think this time's attack shouldn't be difficult. Right. Have the manpower and materials on the starship been properly arranged? Everything is in order. Good. Yi Shi-yun nodded lightly before turning to Qian Tong and Fei Ji too. Junior brothers, thank you for your hard work this time. Senior sister Yi is too polite. Qian Tong chuckled. Old Fei and I were captured by them last time, and if it weren't for Yang Kai turning the tide and rescuing us, I'm afraid we would have been silenced. For this operation, the two of us are duty-bound. Fei Ji too also nodded in agreement. If it weren't for Fong Peng and Chu Jing's insidious and cunning actions, how could he have fallen into such a situation? Not only had his hair turned white, but his cultivation had also fallen by a minor realm. Every time he thought about it, he couldn't help feeling a deep sense of hatred. HM? Sect Master is here. Yi Shi-yun's expression suddenly changed as she raised her eyes and looked towards the outside of the hall. Hearing this, everyone else also looked shocked and turned to look. Sure enough, a moment later, a streak of light shot over from the outside. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai's figure appeared, his expression slightly tired, but his eyes were full of vigor. Did something good happen to Sect Master? Yi Shi-yun seemed to have discovered something. Kind of. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not explaining too much, simply sweeping his eyes around the hall and asking in a deep voice, Is everything ready? Yes. Then let's go. Yang Kai smiled brightly. Everyone got up one after another and walked out. On the square, the Origin King grade starship was docked. Its hatch opened wide, and a group of people filed in. After a while, with a loud hum, the starship shot off like a bolt of lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Heaven Battling City was a towering city that covered a vast area. Tens of millions of cultivators were active in the city all year round, and there were many large and small shops. This was the headquarters of Heaven Battling Union. As one of the two giants of Shadowed Star, Heaven Battling Union had a golden signboard that naturally attracted countless cultivators to this city. Some hoped to join Heaven Battling Union as a member, some were looking for opportunities here, while others set up shops here to earn St. Crystals. Heaven Battling City was one of the largest cities on Shadowed Star. This city was divided into an inner city and an outer city. The outer city was the place where Heaven Battling Union communicated with the outside world's cultivators, and various shops were scattered here, while the inner city was only accessible to Heaven Battling Union disciples. Any trespassers would be killed without mercy. Heaven Battling City had stood tall on Shadowed Star for thousands of years and had only become more and more prosperous. This was inseparable from the strength of Heaven Battling Union. Every great force had its ups and downs, and Heaven Battling Union was no exception. Although its reputation was great, it would always provoke some enemies. Over the past 10,000 years, Heaven Battling City had been attacked several times by powerful enemies, but each time, it had been able to survive. Even when Heaven Battling Union was at its weakest and had a shortage of masters, it had still been able to hold on. The most dangerous time was several thousand years ago when the ancient Yang sect launched a fierce attack. At that time, on Shadowed Star, in addition to Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect, there was also the ancient Yang sect that stood on equal footing with these two great forces. For some unknown reason, the ancient Yang sect and Heaven Battling Union had a conflict that eventually led to a clash of swords. At that time, Heaven Battling Union was the weakest of the three great forces and did not have many masters, so it could only helplessly defend. The ancient Yang sect sent all of its elites to attack the city, putting Heaven Battling Union in a precarious position. However, after a great battle, although Heaven Battling Union suffered heavy losses, it was still able to hold on while the ancient Yang sect suffered heavy casualties and could only retreat. At that time, Heaven Battling Union relied on the myriad iced spirit sealing grand array in the inner city. Ordinary sects would rarely set up their headquarters in a city, most of them choosing to set up their headquarters in the mountains. After all, with so many people coming and going from the city, the world energy would be diverted, which was not conducive to the cultivation of the sect's disciples. However, it was rumored that the reason Heaven Battling Union chose to set up their headquarters in Heaven Battling City was because there was a frozen jade ice spring in the inner city. The endless cold energy emitted from this frozen jade ice spring formed the power of the myriad ice spirit sealing grand array. This spirit sealing grand array was also arranged with this ice spring as its array core. After that battle, the myriad ice spirit sealing grand array's fame spread far and wide across Shadowed Star. Later, the ancient Yang sect defended Star Emperor Mountain and was destroyed overnight. The ruins of the ancient Yang sect then became the famous Grand Burial Valley. Yang Kai and Yang Yin had visited this place once before, and it was from there that Yang Kai obtained the sun's true essence and the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, as well as his 5 elements indestructible sword chi. Without the ancient Yang sect's interference, Heaven Battling Union was able to flourish. Otherwise, it was unknown whether there would even be a Heaven Battling Union today. Originally, as one of the 2 giants of Shadowed Star, it had always been the other sects and great forces that acted at its whim. However, since 2 months ago, some rumors and slanders had been spreading in the city. It was rumored that Heaven Battling Union had offended someone it should not have and was now in a very bad situation, like it was treading on thin ice. When this news spread, 90% of people scoffed at it. What kind of person could Heaven Battling Union have offended that it needed to act so cautiously? It was already good enough that Heaven Battling Union did not seek trouble with others, so who would dare stroke the tiger's whiskers? Besides Star Emperor Mountain, who could force Heaven Battling Union to submit, even Thunder Typhoon sect did not have the ability to do so. However, there was no smoke without fire, and Heaven Battling Union's subsequent ban on Heaven Battling Union caused many people to speculate about what was going on. Heaven Battling Union had been powerful for countless years and acted arrogantly and domineeringly. Many sects and families who were unwilling to submit to it had been exterminated, and even those who were willing to submit had been exploited, so naturally, many people hated it to the bone. Now that the situation had changed, many people couldn't help looking forward to it. Many people wondered if Heaven Battling Union had actually offended Star Emperor Mountain. Could it be that it was about to follow in the footsteps of the ancient Yang sect? If this was the case, it would be great news. In any case, the atmosphere in the city today was indeed different from before. Everywhere, one could see heaven battling Union disciples hurrying about. These people were actually purchasing all kinds of materials wantonly, as if they were preparing in advance for some important event. At this moment, there were two First-Order Origin returning realm cultivators flying slowly over the city. Both of them were wearing heaven-battling Union robes, but unlike ordinary disciples, their robes were embroidered with swords and sabers, giving them a murderous look. Law enforcers. Heaven-battling city was a large city, so naturally, there were law enforcers patrolling the city. Once someone was found to be not abiding by the rules and causing trouble, they would be punished by the law enforcers. Serious offenses would result in death, while less serious offenses would result in a fine of St. Crystals. As such, all the cultivators in Heaven Battling City were very afraid of the cultivators who wore these robes, as if they were not careful, they would be targeted. At this moment, these two law enforcers both wore worried looks. Brother Huang, what do you think is going on? Since the Union Master and Great Elder returned last time, they have issued some inexplicable orders one after another, and now they are ordering the disciples to purchase supplies like crazy. Is our heaven-battling Union going to war again? The short-haired man on the left asked suspiciously. Chapter 15:10. Brother Chu, you're asking the wrong person. This Huang is just like you, a law enforcer with low status. If Brother Chu doesn't know, how could this Huang possibly know? Another elderly man on the right slowly shook his head and replied with a smile. The short-haired man chuckled. Brother Huang is too modest. Although we are all law enforcers, Brother Huang is different from this Chu. You didn't join the Union halfway. I have long heard that Brother Huang has some kind of relationship with Great Elder Mo. Could it be that Brother Huang hasn't heard about this matter? The elderly man heard this and smiled proudly. Although this Huang and Great Elder Mo have some kind of relationship, it's nothing more than a blood relative. If we were really close, this Huang would have already taken up a position as a deacon in the inner city instead of coming to the outer city to be a law enforcer and deal with these unscrupulous merchants, dealing with trivial matters all day long. That being said, Brother Huang may have a chance to stay in the inner city. With Brother Huang's aptitude, as long as you stay in the inner city, you will definitely be able to break through to the second order within 3 to 5 years. This Chu is truly envious. If such a day really comes, this Chu hopes Brother Huang will not forget this Chu and give him a few pointers. Of course, the two of us have been friends for several dozen years. Do you think I won't give you any benefits? The elderly man laughed heartily, seemingly in a good mood. Looking around, he found that no one was paying attention to him, so he couldn't help lowering his voice and saying, Brother Chu, although this Huang doesn't know what happened in the Union, when I went to ask Great Elder about something a few days ago, I inadvertently heard him discussing something with the Union Master. It seems to be related to that little brat named Yang Kai. Yang Kai? The short-haired man frowned, faintly feeling that this name was familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he asked in surprise, could it be that High Heaven Sect's sect master? High Heaven Sect's sect master. The elderly man nodded lightly. He's just a child. Why would the Union Master and Great Elder be talking about him? Could it be this matter is related to him? It seems that the last time the Union Master and Great Elder went out, it was to deal with him. Unfortunately, that little brat is as cunning as a fox and managed to escape. Before he left, that little brat said he would retaliate against my heaven-battling Union. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The short-haired man sneered. That brat is just a junior, yet he dares to say such words. He really doesn't know his place. This Huang thinks so too. But even if he wants to retaliate, why are Union Master and Great Elder acting in such panic? Do you think my heaven-battling Union is afraid of him? Don't let your guard down, Brother Chu. The elderly man's expression turned solemn. That kid really doesn't have much ability. He's just a first-order origin returning realm, which is about the same strength as the two of us. For him to have this level of cultivation at such a young age, it can be seen that his aptitude isn't bad, but if we were to really fight him, either one of us would be able to kill him. But Brother Chu, don't forget, High Heaven Sect has an Origin King-grade starship. Hearing this, the short-haired man's expression became solemn as he nodded. I have also heard about this. It is said that High Heaven Sect does indeed have such a starship, but whether this is true or not, no one has been able to confirm. But even if they do have an Origin King-grade starship, so what? My heaven battling city is not to be trifled with. If he dares to drive that starship here, it will be the same as striking a stone with an egg. The tens of thousands of elites in the Union will make sure he doesn't return alive. Haha, Brother Chu is right. It's just a starship, and it seems to be just a small starship at that. It won't be able to do anything. The Alliance Master and the Great Elder are being too cautious. The elderly man burst into laughter with a disapproving look on his face. As he laughed, however, his voice suddenly subsided. What's wrong? The short-haired man looked at him suspiciously, not understanding why. The elderly man did not answer, though, and instead stared towards the distant horizon. After a long time, he pointed and asked, Brother Chu, look over there. Do you see something approaching? Is there? The short-haired man looked in the direction he was pointing, and sure enough found a small black dot rapidly approaching Heaven Battling Union. This black dot was originally inconspicuous, and because it was too far away, it was impossible to see what it was. But soon, a vague outline appeared in the vision of the two men. It turned out to be a long, shuttle-shaped, dark starship. In the blink of an eye, the starship had arrived 50 kilometers outside of Heaven Battling City and stopped just outside the city. A starship! The short-haired man and the elderly man exclaimed at the same time. An energy fluctuation that made people's hearts palpitate uneasily came out from the battleship. Although it wasn't big, only a few dozen meters long, facing this pitch-black battleship, the two of them felt like they were facing a towering mountain that they couldn't climb. They were inexplicably frightened. An Origin King-grade starship? The short-haired man exclaimed again. Could it be, just now? He had been talking to his companion about High Heaven Sect's Origin King-grade starship. Could this one be one? After all, Shadowed Star was limited by artifact refining, so there had never been an Origin King-grade starship. Let alone an Origin King-grade starship, even an Origin-grade mid-rank starship had never appeared. So, there was only one explanation. High Heaven Sect had really sent a starship to attack. This starship, which was only a few dozen meters in length, was the smallest type of starship and was suspended above Heaven Battling City. Compared to the larger city, it was like comparing heaven and earth, but its arrival caused the entire city to tremble. Countless pairs of eyes turned towards this starship, and countless people looked up, wondering what this starship was doing here. The next moment, the answer was revealed. A dazzling light suddenly flashed from the starship and gradually grew brighter until it was as dazzling as the sun. As the light grew stronger, a sensational energy fluctuation was transmitted from the other side. Crystal cannon. The short-haired man and the elderly man both stared blankly. Under the pressure of this huge energy fluctuation, their hands and feet went numb and their Saint Chi was unable to circulate properly, making it impossible for them to move. They could feel how enormous the power contained in this crystal cannon was. Such an attack, not to mention hitting them, even if it brushed past them, their souls would immediately be destroyed. However, no one had ever sent a starship to attack the headquarters of another great force. The starships on Shadowed Star were, at best, Origin-grade low rank. Such starships didn't have strong defenses and were simply too large, so if they were used in a battle between sects and great forces, they would only serve as live targets. They wouldn't be able to play much of a role and would eventually be destroyed. But today, the tens of millions of cultivators in Heaven Battling City witnessed an incredible event. A starship had actually arrived outside Heaven Battling City and used its crystal cannon, seemingly intending to attack Heaven Battling City. Just as everyone was in a daze, a bright beam of light shot out from the battleship. It was silent, but it destroyed everything in its path, turning all the houses and buildings in its way into dust. Even the void was hit, leaving a visible mark on it. Hong long long. A moment later, rumbling sound rang out from inside Heaven Battling City as the crystal cannon's beam of light swept through everything in its path. The violent energy fluctuations were still chaotic, as if even the world principles could not repair the damage caused by the crystal cannon in a short time. There were no casualties, the crystal cannon only destroying many buildings in Heaven Battling City. Obviously, it was just a show of strength. Not good. Quickly report this to the elders in the inner city. The short-haired man and the elderly man both felt a chill run down their spines as they shouted, no longer daring to remain in place and flying towards the inner city on their star shuttles. The two of them had boasted so much just now, but in the face of such a strong enemy, they could only flee. There was no need for them to remind them, as after the crystal cannon fired, all of Heaven Battling City fell into chaos. Countless people ran around in panic, while others stomped their feet and cursed angrily. A delicate shout suddenly came from the warship. The voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, allowing them to hear it clearly. This queen is Yi Shi Yun, the great elder of High Heaven Sect. On the orders of the sect master, I am here to inform everyone in Heaven Battling City that my High Heaven Sect has always stood aloof from worldly affairs, but Heaven Battling Union has gone too far and attempted to harm my sect. I have come here today only to settle the grievances with Heaven Battling Union and do not wish to harm the innocent. All those who have nothing to do with this matter, please withdraw from Heaven Battling City within a quarter of an hour. After that, my sect will launch an attack on Heaven Battling Union. As soon as these words came out, the entire city went into an uproar. Who was Yi Shi Yun? Basically no one had heard of her before, except for some old origin returning realm cultivator who knew of her strength. No one else had heard of her. But no matter who she was, the fact that she wanted to attack Heaven Battling Union was enough to make anyone feel incredulous. How could Heaven Battling Union be easy to provoke? Driving a small starship and daring to attack a behemoth like Heaven Battling City. Were the people of High Heaven Sect all fools? Did they have nothing better to do? This kind of behavior was really laughable. Most people felt that High Heaven Sect was overestimating themselves. However, there were also some well-informed people who knew about the mysteries of High Heaven Sect and the tyrannical power of this starship, so after hesitating for a moment, they did not dare to stay in the city for long, packing up their things and quickly withdrawing. No matter what kind of grievances there were between High Heaven Sect and Heaven Battling Union, and no matter who won or lost this battle, once the two sides started fighting, it was certain that the fish in the moat would be affected as well. If they did not leave now, they would likely be implicated. For a time, Heaven Battling City was in chaos as many cultivators fled. However, most people chose to stay. After all, packing up their things was not something that could be done in a short time. Many of these people had opened shops in the city and had a lot of supplies, so how could they just leave? They also knew that Heaven Battling Union would just sit back and watch, so they decided to wait and see. If this High Heaven Sect was just an embroidered pillow that looked impressive but was useless, then there was no need to bother. If it could really compete with Heaven Battling Union, then it would not be too late to leave. Heaven Battling Union really did not sit back and watch. High Heaven Sect had already stepped on their nose and insulted them to their very doorstep, so if Heaven Battling Union did not respond, wouldn't they be losing face? Immediately, more than a dozen streaks of light rushed over from the inner city and soon arrived outside the city, stopping 1,000 meters away from the starship. Chapter 15:11. Among the dozen or so people, the one leading them had a ruddy face, a big nose, cross-eyed eyes, and messy hair, giving him a rather comical appearance, but the powerful aura he exuded was not to be underestimated. A third-order origin returning realm master. It's Heaven Battling Union's second elder, Lu Feng. Even he was alarmed. The people around him are all elites of Heaven Battling Union, so there's going to be a good show to watch. What kind of background does this High Heaven Sect have? Their tone is so arrogant. Who cares what background they have? Lu Feng has a bad temper, so he definitely won't let them off easily. Hehe, let's just watch. Discussions broke out all around as everyone stared up at the sky, waiting for the show to begin. In Heaven Battling Union, there were countless masters, and there were no less than 10 third-order origin returning realm masters, but among these people, Lu Feng, who could become the second-ranked elder, was also famous. Yang Kai had met Great Elder Imo Xiaosheng and Third Elder Liang Yong before, and both of them were naturally strong, but compared with Lu Feng, they lacked ruthlessness. As such, Lu Feng held the position of enforcement elder in Heaven Battling Union. He was responsible for punishing disciples who made mistakes. Basically, no one who fell into his hands was unscathed. The disciple of Heaven Battling Union was most afraid of this person. Just now, Lu Feng had been leading some people to deal with some trivial matters in the outer city, but he had not expected to encounter such a scene, so he had immediately rushed over. At a glance, Lu Feng saw that the other party had used crystal cannons to clear a several thousand-meter-long passage through Heaven Battling City. In the vicinity of this passage, all the houses had collapsed and everything had been reduced to nothingness. Heaven Battling Union had been in power for so many years, but they had never encountered such a thing. Staring coldly at the several dozen-meter-long, dark starship, Lu Feng shouted, "Which scoundrel dares act so atrociously in Heaven Battling City? Quickly come out and face your death." His voice was like a deafening clap of thunder, echoing throughout Heaven Battling City. Anyone could feel Lu Feng's anger at this moment. Inside the starship, there was no response, no refutation, not even the slightest movement, just quietly floating mid-air, as if there were no living people inside. However, an inexplicable pressure was like a boulder weighing down on everyone's hearts. Good, good, good. You dare to not put me in your eyes? Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding inside? It's just a battleship. Watch how this elder smashes it into pieces. Saying so, Saint Chi madly surged from Lu Feng's body, and with a flick of his wrist, a giant axe appeared in his hand. This giant axe was as tall as a person, white in color, and had an extremely sharp edge. Pouring his Saint Chi into it, the giant axe artifact suddenly burst with a dazzling light. Immediately, Lu Feng raised the giant axe high and condensed a huge axe phantom composed of pure energy. The axe shadow was more than 100 feet long, as if it had been enlarged by 100 times. From the axe shadow, there was a frightening energy fluctuation. Everyone's expression changed. Lu Feng, as the third elder of Heaven Battling Union, was naturally not an ordinary third-order origin returning realm master. As soon as they saw the third elder take action, the others who had followed him here naturally wouldn't just sit back and watch, summoning their artifacts and secret techniques one after another. For a time, a multicolored light bloomed. Under Lu Feng's control, the huge axe shadow fell like a guillotine and slashed towards the starship with unstoppable momentum. The other attacks followed closely behind. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a series of violent bangs rang out as terrifying energy fluctuations collided where the starship was. However, the starship remained motionless, only a faint, almost fragile film appearing on its surface. All the attacks were blocked by this thin film, none of them having any effect. Everyone's eyes bulged, and even Lu Feng, who had always been proud and arrogant, couldn't help but widen his eyes, almost thinking he was seeing things as he cried out involuntarily, "Impossible!" He was well aware of his own attack. The blow just now, although it seemed casual, was actually his strongest attack, but even so, it hadn't shaken the starship in the slightest. Even if it was really an Origin King-grade starship, it shouldn't be so sturdy. That seemingly fragile thin film actually had such a strong defensive ability. While he was in a daze, a slight humming sound came from the starship, and immediately, from a certain part of the starship, a series of mysterious and complex patterns appeared. These patterns were visible to the naked eye and gathered together in the void. In the blink of an eye, these patterns condensed into a huge spirit array. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth madly and rapidly poured into the formation. From inside this spirit array, something slowly emerged, as if it had been summoned from the endless void. Soon, this thing appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It turned out to be a spear composed purely of energy, as thick as a child's arm and as long as 78 meters, giving it a fierce appearance. The spear trembled slightly before piercing through the sky, ignoring the obstruction of space and blasting towards Lu Feng and the dozen or so Heaven Battling Union disciples. Not good. Lu Feng's complexion changed drastically as he exclaimed. From the moment he took action to the starship's counterattack, everything had happened in the blink of an eye. He never expected the other party to be so decisive, launching such a ruthless attack without even saying a word. By the time he realized something was wrong and tried to dodge, it was already too late. With no other choice, Lu Feng could only summon his defensive artifact and throw it forward, transforming it into a blue light curtain to block the attack. This blue light curtain had just taken shape when it was broken. A beam of light passed through the position where Lu Feng and the dozen or so people were standing and continued onwards to the inner city of Heaven Battling City. After a full 10 breaths of time, a violent explosion rang out from the distant inner city. When everyone looked over, the place where Lu Feng and the others were originally at was already empty. Only a dark red mist of blood suffused the air and sprinkled down. The onlookers' cultivator were dumbfounded as they stared at the void in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. The attack just now was not the power of a crystal cannon, but it was far more terrifying. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as fear filled their hearts. When they looked at the starship again, the look in their eyes had changed. No one could ignore the lethality of this starship's attack just now. The tender voice from before once again came from the starship. There is not much time left. If you want to leave Heaven Battling City, please do so quickly. When the time comes, my High Heaven sect will immediately launch an attack on this place. Those who remain will bear the consequences. The tranquil Heaven Battling City fell silent for a moment, but soon, countless cultivators rushed out of the city, not daring to linger any longer, no longer wanting to observe what was happening. They originally thought that a single starship was nothing special. Heaven Battling Union had countless masters, so no matter how strong this starship was, it could still be destroyed at the cost of countless lives. But the tragic death of Lu Feng changed their minds. Even a master like Lu Feng could not shake this starship, let alone survive a single blow. Today, Heaven Battling Union was likely in big trouble. At this moment, everyone regarded this starship as an existence that could pose a threat to Heaven Battling Union. Watching a good show was one thing, but none of them wanted to lose their lives here, so naturally, they ran as far away as they could. Inside the starship, Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction when he noticed the departure of the cultivator. According to the information he had previously inquired about, there were tens of millions of cultivator living in Heaven Battling City. Of so many people, less than 1% were related to Heaven Battling Union. So Yang Kai did not want to hurt too many innocents and incur public anger. No matter how powerful this starship was, it could not withstand the attacks of tens of millions of cultivators. Any defense had its limits. Fortunately, the scene in front of him was pleasing to the eye. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, who had come to help, were stunned in place, unable to recover for a long time. Although the two of them had come to help, they were really frightened by the power of this starship. They had never seen how terrifying an Origin King-grade starship was, but judging from their experience, High Heaven Sect starship was likely one of the best even among Origin King-grade starships. Sect Master, the power of that heaven-punishing divine spear array seems to be quite good, Yi Shiyun reported softly. Even if this queen was hit by it, I'm afraid she would be seriously injured. Naturally, anything refined by Yang Yin has always been the best, Yang Kai grinned. After the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, the world only knew that High Heaven Sect had an Origin King-grade starship and that its crystal cannons were incredibly powerful, but no one knew that this starship had been carefully equipped with countless terrifying weapons by Yang Yin. The previous heaven-punishing divine spear array and protective film were just the tip of the iceberg. With this starship alone, Yang Kai was confident he could raise Heaven Battling City to the ground. Otherwise, he would not have rushed here so aggressively to attack Heaven Battling Union. It's just that the consumption of Saint Crystal sources is quite high, more than 5 times that of the crystal cannons. Yi Shiyun frowned. It's fine. We don't lack Saint Crystal sources now, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. The starship's lethality was largely due to the existence of Saint Crystal sources. If Saint Crystals were used as energy sources to power the protective film and heaven-punishing divine spear array, their power would likely be reduced by half. Saint Crystal sources, on the other hand, were different. The amount and purity of energy contained in Saint Crystal sources was not something Saint Crystals could compare with. Only the stone mongoose could produce such a thing, and only after swallowing 3 or 4 high-rank Saint crystals could a single Saint crystal source be refined. So one could imagine how precious it was. Before, there was only a single stone mongoose, but now, Yongkai had 2 stone mongooses, so the speed at which he could produce Saint crystal sources had naturally increased greatly. As long as the supply of Saint crystals could keep up, Saint crystal sources really wouldn't be a problem. Yongkai, those Saint crystal sources? Qian Tong chuckled to the side, hesitating to speak, as if he was a little embarrassed. If Elder wants some, after this matter is over, I'll send some to you and City Lord Fei. Using those things to cultivate is indeed better than using Saint crystals. Yongkai naturally knew what he wanted to say, so he wasn't stingy. If that's the case, it would be impolite for this old master to refuse. Qian Tong and Fei Jitu looked at each other happily. Since entering the starship, everything they had seen and heard had caused them to exclaim again and again. The space inside the starship was much larger than it appeared from the outside, naturally causing them to gasp in amazement. This was definitely something that could only have been refined using Space Force. Everything inside the starship made them yearn for it, especially the Saint Crystal sources. Qian Tong and Fei Jitu had never seen such a thing before. Chapter 15:12. As the starship displayed its might, the cultivators in Heaven Battling City rushed out like a tide. Naturally, Heaven Battling Union was aware of such a big matter. At this moment, in the inner city, inside a palace, Chu Zheng slammed the table after hearing the report from his subordinates and shouted, "Going too far! Relying on a single starship, he dares not put my Heaven Battling Union in his eyes? I'd like to see how that little brat will raise my Heaven Battling City to the ground." Saying so, he hurriedly walked out, seemingly wanting to meet the enemy. Chu Changfeng had died tragically at the hands of Yongkai, causing Chu Zheng to be unable to sleep these days. Now that he learned that his enemy had arrived at his doorstep, of course he was anxious to avenge his son. Imo Xiaosheng frowned slightly to the side, but he did not stop them. After all, Heaven Battling Union had been humiliated. If they did not meet the enemy head-on, it would only make the world look down on Heaven Battling Union even more. But before Chu Zheng and Imo Xiaosheng could walk out of the palace, a disciple ran in from outside in a panic and immediately knelt down before reporting in alarm, "Union Master, Great Elder, bad news? What's all the fuss about? Did High Heaven Sect do something again?" Chu Zheng shouted. "Union Master is wise. Second Elder has fallen." "What?" Chu Zheng and Imo Xiaosheng were taken aback. From the time they received the news that High Heaven Sect had sent a starship to attack the city until now, less than 10 breaths had passed, yet Second Elder Lu Feng had actually fallen? Wasn't this speed a little bit too fast? Lu Feng being able to hold the position of Second Elder of Heaven Battling Union was a testament to his strength. If Imo Xiaosheng had not cultivated the Tao of Space, he would not have been Lu Feng's opponent. In such a short time, Lu Feng had actually fallen. What kind of conspiracy had the other party used? How did Second Elder fall? Give us a detailed report. Imo Xiaosheng did not dare neglect and quickly asked. The disciple naturally did not dare to conceal anything and told them everything he knew. After listening, Chu Zheng and Imo Xiaosheng looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. With just a single blow from the starship, Lu Feng and a dozen Heaven Battling Union elites had been obliterated. Just how terrifying was this attack? Was an Origin King-grade starship really so powerful? This news completely overturned Chu Zheng and Imo Xiaosheng's understanding of starships. They had always felt that starships were too large, difficult to move, and extremely fragile. Besides being used to transport materials and mine ores in the asteroid sea near Shadowed Star, they had no other use. Not only that, but the cost was also very high. If one was not careful, the warship could be destroyed. As such, even though Heaven Battling Union was one of the 2 giants of Shadowed Star, it had no more than 5 starships. Over the years, these 5 starships had only been used to mine ores in the asteroid seas and dead stars, but had never been used in combat. But today, High Heaven Sect starship had arrived in Heaven Battling City and was demonstrating its might. Was the gap between an Origin-grade low-rank starship and an Origin King-grade starship really so big? Even Lu Feng couldn't block that attack, so the two of them definitely couldn't. Union Master, if what this disciple said is true, I'm afraid we can't go out to meet the enemy and can only defend the inner city. Emo Xiaosheng frowned worriedly. How could I not understand Great Elder's meaning? But if we don't fight head-on now, I'm afraid we will become a laughingstock on Shadowed Star. They will think my heaven-battling union is a coward, Chu Zhang said with a stern expression. No, Union Master, we can't care what outsiders say for the time being. High Heaven sect daring to come to heaven-battling city so aggressively is only relying on this starship. Once this starship is destroyed, they will be nothing more than a toothless tiger, nothing to fear. However, if we want to destroy this starship, I'm afraid manpower alone is not enough. We can only rely on our spirit arrays. Great Elder said. Chu Zhang stared at him. That's right, Emo Xiaosheng sneered. My heaven-battling union has stood in this city for thousands of years and is not someone who can be casually humiliated. Since High Heaven sect wants to attack, we can only wait patiently. Since ancient times, the winner is king while the loser is a bandit. As long as we win this battle, what fear is there of not being able to raise the prestige of my sanctuary union? Chu Zheng took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and calmed down after a long time. What Great Elder said is correct. In that case, pass down the order to activate the Myriad Ice Spirit Sealing Grand Array. This old master wants to see if that little brat starship is more powerful than our Union's Spirit Array. Inside the starship, Yang Kai and the others waited quietly for a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, the entire outer city of Heaven Battling City was empty. The tens of millions of cultivators had all evacuated, and the originally bustling streets and shops were now extremely deserted. Even the dazzling array of goods had been taken away. It was not an exaggeration to say that the outer city was now empty. These cultivators had not gone too far. Although the starship had killed Lu Feng with a single blow, which made everyone feel that High Heaven sect could pose a threat to Heaven Battling Union, no one could tell who would win or lose. If High Heaven sect won this battle, with High Heaven sect's style of conduct, they would not implicate the innocent. If Heaven Battling Union won, they would have to return and continue operating. So no matter what, they would be fine. What's more, this kind of battle was bound to be extremely exciting, and no one did not like to watch a good show. So of course they would stay and watch until the end. For a time, the area 10 kilometers outside of Heaven Battling City was surrounded by countless cultivators, all eyes fixed on the starship and the inner city. Many people thought that Heaven Battling Union would not be able to hold back after being insulted like this and would come out to meet the enemy, but to their disappointment, even as the starship slowly sailed towards the inner city, there was no movement from Heaven Battling Union. For a time, there was a tide of boos. Heaven Battling Union had been powerful for many years and acted arrogantly and domineeringly. Countless cultivators who ran shops in this city had been exploited, so of course they did not have a good impression of Heaven Battling Union. At this moment, seeing Heaven Battling Union acting so cowardly, they could not help but mock them. A cultivator close to Heaven Battling Union immediately retorted, and the two sides quickly quarreled until a great battle broke out. At first, the battle was just a small-scale one, but as time passed, more and more cultivators were involved. Hatred and resentment were both repaid. The battle between High Heaven sect and Heaven Battling Union had not yet begun, but the cultivators who had been driven out of the outer city were already fighting fiercely. From time to time, someone would scream and fall as blood flowed. At least 1 million cultivators were involved in this dispute, and the number of casualties was innumerable. At this moment, the starship had already arrived outside the inner city. The entire journey was extremely smooth, and Yang Kai did not attack the outer city of Heaven Battling City. After all, there was no point in venting his anger on those buildings. Sect Master, they seem to have activated a spirit array. Yi Shiyun used her divine sense to investigate for a moment before reporting. I see it. Yang Kai grinned. I heard that Heaven Battling City's inner city has a powerful Myriad Ice Spirit Sealing Array, so this is probably it. What should we do now? Please advise us, Sect Master. Don't worry, charge through the Spirit Array. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The starship only paused for a moment before rushing straight into the inner city. Inside the inner city, there was a cloud of mist, but if one observed carefully, they would be able to see that this cloud-like mist was actually nothing more than an extremely cold aura. The myriad ice spirit sealing array had the frozen jade ice spring in the inner city as its array core, and there was more than one frozen jade ice spring. In fact, there were a total of 3 springs. These 3 springs had accumulated a massive amount of cold in-chi over thousands of years, enough so that even an origin-returning realm master would be frozen into an ice sculpture if they were caught off guard. At this moment, the cold in-chi from the 3 springs was being released at a crazy rate, enveloping the entire inner city, making it appear as if one was looking at a flower through a fog. Even the starship soon disappeared from sight after entering this fog. This isn't good. This cold in-chi can actually freeze one's divine sense. The myriad ice spirit sealing array truly lives up to its reputation. Qian Tong frowned. Just now, he had wanted to investigate the situation around him, but as soon as he released his divine sense, he couldn't help shivering. If he hadn't withdrawn it quickly, his divine sense would have been frozen solid. Inside the starship, without the detection of one's divine sense, everyone was essentially blind. However, how could a starship refined by Yang Yin not have a way to fix this? At this moment, inside the starship's hold, a monitoring array was in operation, and a high heaven sect disciple was paying close attention to the reaction of this array and reporting back. Soon, there was a reaction from the surveillance formation. Sect Master, there is a team of more than 20 people approaching from the left, about 10 kilometers away. After 10 breaths of time, fire 3 crystal cannons in that direction. Yang Kai grinned. Qian Tong and the others took a deep breath as they secretly mourned for those who attempted to launch a sneak attack. 10 breaths later, 3 beams of pure white light shot toward the left. Silently, all the enemies discovered by the surveillance array disappeared. Overconfident, Yi Shiyun slowly shook her head. The cultivator on Shadowed Star really underestimated the terror of an Origin King-grade starship. Even she, if not for her understanding of the mysteries of this starship, would likely have underestimated it. After all, on Shadowed Star, no one had ever used a starship in battle. Sect Master, someone else is coming, the disciple reported again. Good, deal with them the same way, Yang Kai ordered lightly. He had never encountered such an easy battle before. Relying on the power of the starship, he didn't even need to take action himself to kill his enemies. This feeling was quite subtle, but he enjoyed it a little. Heaven Battling Union had sent out 3 waves of people, but none of them had even managed to get within a kilometer of the starship, all of them being killed halfway. 3 waves of people, a total of 60 to 70 people, many of whom were origin-returning realm masters, had died so easily that Chu Zheng almost coughed up blood when he learned about it. After realizing that it was impossible to launch a sneak attack with this method, Heaven Battling Union was unwilling to make such a useless effort and let their disciples die in vain. Sect Master, they don't seem to be moving, Yi Shiyun frowned. If they don't move, we'll move. Blast this inner city to smithereens. It would be best if we can break the myriad ice spirit sealing array's array core, Yang Kai sneered. As long as the array core was broken, Heaven Battling Union would be a fish on the chopping block. A moment later, the hull of the starship buzzed softly and white beams of light shot out in all directions, carrying with them the power to destroy heaven and earth. Chapter 15:13. The rumbling sounds continued for an instant, and in a place that could not be seen with the naked eye or divine sense, the entire inner city of Heaven Battling City was a mess. Wherever the white beams of light from the crystal cannons passed, everything was turned into nothingness. Heaven Battling Union's foundation, which had been accumulated over thousands of years, was almost completely destroyed in just half a stick of incense worth of time, with less than 20% of it remaining. Anyone could tell that Heaven Battling Union had suffered heavy losses because, amidst the scattered bombardment of the crystal cannons, not only were buildings collapsing, but also the screams of many cultivators before they died. These tragic cries filled the hearts of those who heard them with dread. Even so, no one from Heaven Battling Union dared to come out and meet them head-on. Yang Kai's brow gradually furrowed as he realized he had underestimated the endurance of Chu Zhang and the others. The power of the crystal cannons was indeed not small, and Yang Kai did not lack Saint Crystal sources, but continuous bombardment for a long time was bound to put a strain on the crystal cannons. Once the load was exceeded, the crystal cannons could no longer be used. Even if these cannons were personally refined by Yang Yin, they could not escape this constraint. Heaven Battling Union's plan was to wait for Yang Kai's attack to weaken before they took action. Just as this thought flashed across his mind, Yang Kai sneered and released his huge divine sense like a tidal wave. This extremely cold chi had the power to freeze one's divine sense, but Yang Kai's divine sense was able to pass through it without any hindrance. Conflagrated knowledge C. Yang Kai's divine sense was a variant divine sense and was extremely hot, just enough to restrain this fierce cold chi. Although it could not be said that he was completely unaffected, it was almost negligible. Time passed slowly as Yang Kai searched the area bit by bit. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face as he ordered, 3/4 to the left, fire a crystal cannon shot. The disciple in charge of controlling the crystal cannon heard this, and although he did not understand why such an order was given, he did not hesitate and immediately adjusted the direction of the crystal cannon shot. Yang Kai focused his divine sense and nodded lightly, a little to the left, lower the direction. Yes. At the same time, in the direction where the crystal cannons were firing, there was something that resembled a well a dozen kilometers away. Many exquisite formations had been set up around the well, concealing the existence of the well and providing it with extremely powerful defensive abilities. From the mouth of the well, waves of cold energy so thick that they were almost tangible gushed out and poured into the myriad ice spirit sealing grand array, strengthening the array's power. Frozen Jade Ice Spring. This well was the eye of the myriad ice spirit sealing grand array. There were 3 origin returning realm masters guarding this place. At this moment, all of them were sitting cross-legged, their brows furrowed in worry as they stared at the frigid air that filled the inner city. High Heaven Sect's Origin King grade starship had arrived, causing all of Heaven Battling Union to panic. Even a powerful master like Lu Feng had been killed in a single blow, so no one dared to stand in front of the starship. The only thing they could rely on was the great frozen spirit sealing array. They hoped that this array would be able to deal with the enemy's battleships. Suddenly, a white beam of light shot out from the front, causing the 3 Origin Kings' eyes to bulge involuntarily as they secretly pushed their Saint Chi, feeling extremely nervous. This was the enemy's crystal cannon, something all 3 of them knew very well. Although there were many exquisite spirit arrays here that could be used, whether they could withstand the bombardment of this crystal cannon was something no one could say for sure. If they failed to resist, the 3 of them might follow in Elder Lu Feng's footsteps. Fortunately, their worries were superfluous. Although the white beam of light was terrifying, it flew past them from the side and did not cause any damage to the 3 Origin Kings or the array core. The 3 Origin returning realm masters couldn't help wiping the sweat from their foreheads as they breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine, it's just a coincidence. With this spirit array, they won't be able to find the location of the array core. Union Master said that as long as they exhaust their energy, it will be time for us to launch an attack. Among the 3, a burly man with a beard seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be comforting his companions. But seeing how aggressive the enemy is, they must have come prepared. What if the spirit array can't hold them off until then? Another woman asked worriedly. What are you afraid of? Although the crystal cannon of this starship is powerful, its consumption is also enormous, so it will eventually run out. Moreover, any crystal cannon has a limit on the number of times it can be used, so it's impossible to use it too many times in a short time. We just need to wait. Those people from High Heaven Sect are like headless flies right now. If this battle goes smoothly, our Holy Union will not only be able to kill those bastards, but also seize an Origin King grade starship. Just think about how great the benefits will be, the last old man quickly said, seemingly much calmer than the other 2. Hearing what he said, the other 2's eyes lit up as they could not help imagining the scene of that terrifying starship falling into Heaven Battling Union's hands, causing them to feel somewhat excited. At that moment, though, Another white beam of light shot out from the front and flew over not far away. This, the burly man with the beard paled slightly as cold sweat dripped down his back. This time, it was a coincidence, but it seemed to be much closer to them than the previous one. Before he could finish his thoughts, though, a third white beam of light shot out from the front. Not good, the old man exclaimed as he stood up and shouted, "Open the spirit array!" As soon as his voice fell, the three of them pushed their Saint Chi with all their might and madly poured it into the spirit array in their hands. In the next moment, a thick light curtain suddenly appeared, forming a semicircle around the three of them and the frozen jade ice spring. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk that seemingly incomparably thick light screen was actually unable to withstand the might of a single strike from the crystal cannon. It only lasted for less than 3 breaths of time before it was broken. The three men's complexion changed drastically. Fortunately, all of them were experienced cultivators and summoned their defensive artifacts one after another to protect themselves from the incoming attacks. The remaining power of the crystal cannon continued to penetrate. With a loud sizzling sound, the white beam of light gradually dimmed and eventually disappeared. The three figures staggered, their footing unstable, all of their faces extremely pale. The woman in luxurious robes even coughed up a mouthful of blood as her 3 defensive artifacts shattered at the same time. Another one, 3? The burly man with the beard shouted in horror. The woman in luxurious robes and the old man's faces went ashen for a moment as they stared blankly at the 3 white beams of light rapidly approaching them, unable to believe their eyes. The other party had actually found the location of the frozen jade ice spring. How is this possible? How did they do it? A single blow just now had caused the 3 of them serious injuries, so now that 3 beams of light were fired at once, they were simply unstoppable. The area where the frozen jade ice spring was located shook violently, and the 3 origin returning realm masters disappeared silently, leaving behind a giant crater several dozen meters deep. Inside the starship, Yang Kai sneered and ordered his disciples to readjust the direction of the attack. At the same time, in an extremely safe palace in the inner city, Imo Xiao Sheng's complexion changed as he looked up at Chu Zheng, who was sitting at the head of the table, and quickly said, "Union Master, one of the array cores has been destroyed." What? Chu Zheng stood up from his chair and stared at Imo Xiao Sheng in disbelief. How could it be destroyed? Did the enemy's attack happen to hit it or something? Imo Xiao Sheng slowly shook his head. This old master doesn't know, but the 3 people responsible for guarding it have fallen and the spirit spring has been destroyed. However, whether the enemy did this intentionally or not, we cannot just sit here and wait for death. What does Great Elder think we should do? Fully stimulate the power of the spirit array and fight the enemy starship to the death, Imo Xiaosheng shouted. Hearing this, Chu Zheng frowned slightly as a look of hesitation appeared on his face, as if he was troubled by something. Union Master, High Heaven Sect has brought their starship here, so either they die or we die. If we delay any longer, once the 2 spirit array cores are destroyed, we will have no power to fight back. Although the price of fully stimulating the spirit array is not small, it is better than just sitting here and waiting for death. Great Elder is right. Chu Zheng took a deep breath and his gaze became firm. Good, pass down my order. Activate the spirit array with all your strength. This old master will not let High Heaven Sect succeed, even if he has to give up his 10,000 years of foundation. Yes. Imo Xiaosheng nodded and quickly poured his divine sense into the communication artifact in his hand to pass down the order. The next moment, the entire inner city began to stir. The inner city was already filled with a frigid aura, but at this time, it seemed to have become even more terrifying. Even the hull of the starship was covered with a thick layer of ice. The domain that seemed capable of freezing everything in its path hindered the starship's movements. Even inside the starship, everyone felt a bone-chilling cold that seemed to freeze their souls. What happened? Why did this place suddenly become so cold? Qian Tong asked with an ugly expression. The other party seems to have done something. Yang Kai's brow furrowed tightly. Under the investigation of his divine sense, the 2 spirit springs that had been slowly spewing out cold qi were now fiercely erupting, as terrifying as a volcanic eruption. Even the cultivators guarding the nearby array cores had hurriedly evacuated, as if they didn't dare to stay in place for long. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk a crisp sound came from outside the starship, a sign that the hull of the ship was being frozen. Not only that, the thick cold energy condensed and condensed, forming ferocious beasts of different sizes. These ferocious beasts were sparkling and translucent like jade, like ice sculptures, but each of them emitted powerful energy fluctuations. In just a short time, the starship was surrounded by countless ice beasts. Everyone inside the starship paled. They had long heard that Heaven Battling Union's myriad ice spirit sealing array was quite powerful, and now that they had seen it with their own eyes, they found that it truly lived up to its reputation. With such means, Heaven Battling City's inner city would be safe for 10,000 years. As soon as these ice beasts took shape, they ferociously pounced on the starship, submerging it in an instant. Everyone couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat, fearing that the starship would be destroyed. Yang Kai's face was also extremely gloomy as he stood up and shouted, "Activate your defenses, ignore these ice beasts, destroy those 2 array cores at all costs." Chapter 15:14. In a flash, a thin film enveloped the starship. Although this thin film looked fragile, no matter how the ice beasts attacked, they were unable to break through its defenses. However, under the constant gnawing of countless ice beasts, the light of this thin film began to dim at an extremely fast rate. Even a large number of ants could bite an elephant to death. Although the starship's grade was high, it could not withstand the onslaught of so many ice beasts and would sooner or later be destroyed. At that moment, more than a dozen white beams of light suddenly shot out from a certain part of the starship and bombarded a certain location. Concerned about the survival of the starship, Yang Kai did not dare to neglect and constantly directed his disciples to adjust the direction of their attacks. More than a dozen beams of light shot out at the same time, creating a spectacular scene. In just 10 breaths of time, the second array core was destroyed. After a while, the third array core was also destroyed. The myriad ice spirit sealing grand array covering the inner city was unable to operate in an instant, and the ice beast condensed from the pure ice attribute energy also turned into fluorescent dots and disappeared. The crisis had been easily resolved. However, everyone could not help feeling cold sweat in their hearts. A gust of wind blew by, blowing away the thick cold chi, and without the cold energy from the 3 array cores, the myriad ice spirit sealing grand array became useless. The entire Heaven Battling Union inner city gradually became clear and exposed to the vision of High Heaven sect. Haha, that old fart Chu Zhang is probably coughing up blood from anger. Fei Ji too laughed loudly. Last time in Fallen Emperor Mountain, he had already made up his mind to die. Although he was saved by Yang Kai later, his strength had dropped by a minor realm, so he naturally hated Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect to the bone. Now that he saw that even the myriad ice spirit sealing grand array was unable to destroy High Heaven sect starship, he was naturally in a good mood. Chu Zhang was indeed furious. He never expected that the spirit sealing grand array that Heaven Battling Union was so proud of would be destroyed so easily, without playing any role at all. Up until now, the enemy had not even shown their faces, simply hiding inside the starship and using the crystal cannons to defeat a large sect without being able to fight back. Chu Zhang had never felt so powerless before. Meet the enemy, no matter the cost, even if we have to sacrifice our lives. Destroy that starship for me. Chu Zheng's furious voice resounded through the 9 heavens. Now that the spirit array had been destroyed, Heaven Battling Union could only face the enemy head-on and rely on human wave tactics. As long as High Heaven sect lost that starship, Heaven Battling Union could still turn defeat into victory. Once the order was passed down, countless cultivators rushed out from their hiding places and charged at the battleship aggressively. But to everyone's surprise, the pitch-black starship didn't move at all, allowing Heaven Battling Union's cultivator to surround it. There were at least several thousand heads, and each of these thousands of people was no weaker than a Saint Realm Master. This was already 80% of Heaven Battling Union's forces. The remaining cultivator was too weak to play a role in such a battle. The warship that was surrounded by thousands of people was like a ship that had lost its way in the vast ocean. It could not find its way, nor could it see the light. The cultivator of heaven, battling Union, rubbed his fists and glared at Yishiwen. In the next moment, a five-colored glow suddenly bloomed from the battleship, and the originally pitch-black starship seemed to be dyed with color, becoming a brilliant sight. The multicolored light instantly enveloped an area with a radius of 10,000 feet, and a mysterious intent realm rushed into everyone's mind. In an instant, many of the weaker cultivators' bodies stiffened as their Saint Chi was unable to circulate properly, causing them to scream and fall from the sky, as if their bodies and Saint Chi had been bound by some kind of mysterious force. Even those cultivators who were slightly stronger and could resist the effects of this binding technique couldn't help but feel a sense of panic in their souls. Colored glass divine light. Impossible. This is actually colored glass divine light. A knowledgeable cultivator shouted in horror on the spot. As a cultivator on Shadowed Star, he had naturally heard of colored glass divine light. However, this thing had always only been cultivated by colored glass sect's cultivator, and only one or two people had ever been able to cultivate colored glass divine light. At this moment, colored glass divine light was actually blooming from High Heaven Sect's starship. Looking around, it was as if the entire starship was made of thousand illusion-colored glass. Qian Tong and Fei Jitu were also dumbfounded, unable to understand what was going on. Yang Kai, is this really colored glass divine light? Qian Tong asked with a strange expression. He could not be blamed for his disbelief, as colored glass sect protected thousand illusion-colored glass mountain extremely tightly, never allowing outsiders to approach it. Even their own cultivator was not qualified to approach if they were not strong enough. Where had Yang Kai obtained thousand illusion-colored glass? What's more, it actually covered the entire starship. How much thousand illusion-colored glass did it take to create such a thing? It's colored glass divine light. Yang Kai nodded gently before grinning. Colored glass sect is not the only one with thousand illusion-colored glass. Qian Tong was indifferent. Although he wanted to believe Yang Kai's words, as far as he knew, on Shadowed Star, only colored glass sect possessed thousand illusion-colored glass. Who would be fooled by such a blatant lie? This brat really had eyes everywhere. Even Qian Tong did not know when he had obtained thousand illusion-colored glass. However, Qian Tong had heard that he had visited colored glass sect a few years ago. Could it have been at that time? Qian Tong did not dare to think about it anymore. If colored glass sect found out about this, they would likely not let this matter rest. While the two were talking, screams continued to ring out from outside. Falling from a height of several thousand meters was not something even a cultivator with high cultivation could withstand. Saint Kings did not need to worry about their lives as their physiques were already strong enough, so falling from such a height was just a bit embarrassing. On the other hand, the saints were out of luck. One by one, they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves as their arms and legs were broken. There were even those with poor physiques who fell to their deaths, their flesh and blood mangled. The number of cultivators gathered around the starship decreased by 70% in an instant. However, this was not the end. The colored glass divine light enveloped the starship, causing all the cultivators' souls to tremble uneasily. In the next moment, a fist-sized crystal suddenly appeared at the front of the starship. Around this crystal was a mysterious and complex spirit array that radiated a brilliant light. From this crystal, ripples visible to the naked eye appeared, and after passing through the inexplicable spirit array, radiated outwards. When these ripples swept across, all the heaven battling Union cultivator were stunned, because they found that, inexplicably, all kinds of illusions had appeared in front of their eyes, as if they had fallen into some kind of illusion. For a time, the heaven battling Union cultivator was thrown into disarray as cries of alarm rang out one after another. Yang Yin had poured his heart and soul into building this Origin King grade starship. It could be said that countless rare materials had been used. 80% of the wealth and materials Yang Kai had obtained over the years had been invested in this starship. Otherwise, it would not have reached its current grade and power. Needless to say, the thousand illusion-colored glass was something Yang Kai had asked the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao to steal from thousand illusion-colored glass mountain, when he went to visit Dai Yuan and Colored Glass Sect. Colored Glass Sect's protection of Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain was indeed very tight. It was impossible for ordinary people to obtain it, and even if they had the opportunity to get close, there was no way to extract Thousand Illusion Colored Glass from the entire mountain. But Xiao Xiao was different. Swallowing minerals was his innate divine technique. Ordinary people could not extract Thousand Illusion Colored Glass, which was a headache even for Origin Kings. But to Xiao Xiao, it was no different from delicious food. On this trip to Colored Glass Sect, Xiao Xiao had made a huge contribution. The fist-sized jade stone embedded in the front of the starship was the Mirage Stone that Yang Kai had taken out from the 6th layer of the Emperor Garden. Mirage stones were extremely rare and had the effect of inducing hallucinations. After being amplified by the illusion array arranged by Yang Yin, the power it could produce was simply unimaginable. Even Origin returning realm masters could not resist the power of the Mirage Stone, and everyone was instantly drawn into an illusion. Time to go! Inside the starship, Yang Kai grinned grimly. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Open the hatch! Yang Kai shouted. With a rumbling sound, the hatch of the starship opened and Yang Kai took the lead, followed by Yi Shiyun, Qian Tong, and Feiji Tuesday Changqi, and the others were not willing to be outdone and quickly followed. Stepping out of the starship, the scene that greeted everyone was unbelievable. Most of the Heaven Battling Union cultivator, regardless of their strength, had glazed eyes, their expressions constantly changing, as if they had fallen into an illusion and were unable to extricate themselves. Some of them were even madly attacking non-existent enemies. There were also some who remained calm, standing in place, looking around vigilantly. But no matter who it was, none of them seemed to be aware of the impending doom. Kill! Yang Kai waved his hand gently, and with a loud bird cry, the Firebird artifact spirit flew out, transformed into a blazing flame, and rushed towards the nearest enemy. In the blink of an eye, this enemy was engulfed by the Firebird and burned to death. Yi Shiyun and the others immediately scattered, summoning their artifacts and releasing their martial skills, slaughtering the enemies who did not have much ability to resist. Yang Kai walked through the void as several dozen golden blood threads flew back and forth, wrapping around him like an extension of his arm. Anyone who approached him would be cut into pieces by the golden light. Yang Kai did not show any signs of fighting, but wherever he passed, the Saint King Realm cultivator would cry out miserably, as if they were suffering from some kind of torture, their souls obliterated in a very short time. These tiny insects, invisible to the naked eye and undetectable even by divine sense, viciously pounced on these Saint King Realm cultivators, causing them to die inexplicably. Soul-devouring insects. Now that Yang Kai's strength had improved, the enemies he encountered were also getting stronger. These soul-devouring insects, which had been nourished in his knowledge sea, could not play much of a role in battle, but at this moment, they were the best choice for mass slaughter. Soul-devouring insects specialized in devouring spiritual energy, so once a cultivator's knowledge sea dried up, they would definitely die. Yang Kai was like a god of death descending from ancient times, slaughtering all the enemies he encountered. The many cultivators of Heaven Battling Union became living targets, unable to resist at all. Even Changqi and the others were slaughtered to their heart's content. Inside the palace, Chu Zheng and the others' faces were ashen as their bodies trembled violently. None of them could have imagined that High Heaven Sect starship could display such terrifying power and was equipped with so many unimaginable means. Their own sect's disciples were actually as vulnerable as 3-year-old children in front of all these means. Chapter 15:15. Chu Zheng felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Heaven Battling Union's 10,000-year foundation was about to be destroyed by his own hands. At this moment, Chu Zheng faintly regretted provoking Yang Kai. Even if he had disobeyed Star Emperor Mountain's orders, perhaps the result would not have been so bad. The situation was hopeless. Chu Zheng knew better than anyone that the moment the Myriad Ice Spirit Sealing Array was destroyed, they had already lost this battle. It was the trump card he was most proud of in his heart, but now, it had been broken by the other party in a matter of seconds. The speed was simply incredible. Even if he killed Yang Kai now, he would not be able to recover the huge losses Heaven Battling Union had suffered. But was Yang Kai so easy to kill? Chu Zheng was not confident he could kill a cultivator who was proficient in Space Force and could even tear space to escape. Union Master, Emo Xiaosheng called out softly from the side, his old face seeming to have aged even more at this moment as he said with a heavy expression, "It's time to go." Go? Chu Zheng turned his head to look at him and slowly shook his head. This Chu is the Union Master of Heaven Battling Union. If the Union exists, I will. If the Union is destroyed, I will not leave. Union Master, where there is life, there is hope. This time, we underestimated the strength of High Heaven Sect and the losses we suffered are immeasurable, but as long as Union Master is here, there will be a chance to avenge the disciples who died. But if you die here, who will avenge them? Emo Xiaosheng tried his best to persuade him. Chu Zheng glanced at him and snapped, "Be that as it may, the world is so big. Where can this Chu go? This Chu can still fight. Even if this old master dies, he will drag that little brat down with him." Alliance Master, have you forgotten who was the one who caused all of this? We can go there. I'm sure they won't just sit back and watch, Emo Xiaosheng quickly said. Chu Zheng frowned and pondered carefully. Liang Yong, who had been standing to the side, also hurriedly said, "Yes, Union Master. High Heaven Sect's momentum is at its peak now. We really should avoid them for the time being. We can't do anything to that starship, but Star Emperor Mountain may have a way." Inside the hall, Heaven Battling Union's Great Elder and Third Elder tried their best to persuade Chu Zheng while the others echoed. After all, who would be willing to die if they could live? The enemy's battleship was simply too terrifying. It was not an existence that human strength could contend against. Everyone was afraid that Chu Zheng would order them to go out and meet the attack, so they naturally wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. For a moment, everyone was talking at once, and it was extremely chaotic. Chu Zheng also seemed to recover from his shock and swept his eyes over everyone before gently nodding, "Good. This one will withdraw for the time being and head to Star Emperor Mountain." Alliance Master is wise. Everyone's anxious hearts immediately relaxed, and they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. In the inner city, the screams had not stopped since the beginning. One after another, the cultivator affected by the colored glass divine light and dragged into an illusion by the mirage stone died at the hands of High Heaven Sect's disciples. Of the thousands of cultivators, less than 1 in 10 were left. As time passed, the influence of the mirage stone gradually weakened. After the illusion in front of them disappeared, and they saw the situation clearly, the Heaven Battling Union cultivator who was still alive were all horrified. How could they have the courage to stay and fight? All of them used their movement skills and summoned defensive artifacts to escape. The army was routed like a landslide. The entire inner city seemed to be dyed red with blood, and the ground was covered with broken limbs and minced meat. The strong smell of blood permeated the huge city, making anyone who smelled it want to vomit. Golden light filled the sky as dozens of golden blood threads formed sharp blades that cut through the enemies in front of them. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. Although he had rampaged through the enemy crowd and killed many of them, his clothes were still clean, not stained with a single drop of blood. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his head and looked in a certain direction, his brow furrowing slightly. There was a strange fluctuation of space force coming from that direction. In an instant, Yang Kai understood what this fluctuation of space force was, and a cold smile appeared on his face as he stretched out his hand and gently drew a line in the air in front of him. A dark void crack appeared and Yang Kai dove into it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In Heaven Battling Union's inner city, in a secret underground room, more than a dozen elders and protectors of Heaven Battling Union were gathered here. At this moment, all of them were staring at a huge space array in front of them with anticipation and trepidation. Heaven Battling Union was one of the 2 giants of Shadowed Star, one that had stood tall for thousands of years and flourished, so naturally, they knew to leave themselves a way out. The space array in this secret underground room was one such way out. For thousands of years, this space array had never been used because no one had been able to force Heaven Battling Union to the point of using it. But today, this dust-covered forbidden zone was finally being opened. Chu Zheng wanted to use it to leave Heaven Battling City and travel to a place 1 million kilometers away. Although it had never been used before, this space array was still in perfect condition. So after a slight adjustment and embedding of Saint crystals, the space array began operating. This king and great elder will go ahead, third elder. You stay behind and bring up the rear, Chu Zheng ordered casually before walking towards the space array with Emo Xiaosheng. Liang Yong opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but just as the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back down and cupped his fists instead. Yes. He was really afraid of Yang Kai. Last time in Fallen Emperor Mountain, he had escaped from Yang Kai's hands. Although Yang Kai had kept his word and did not kill him, these days, Yang Kai had become his nightmare. Of course, he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. But the Union Master had already given his orders, so Liang Yong had no choice but to follow and bring up the rear. This space array could only transport a maximum of 5 people at a time, so everyone had to evacuate in batches. After Chu Zheng and the others took their positions, the space array immediately burst into light and enveloped the 5 of them. Seeing the figures of these 5 people fading away and about to leave, a sudden change occurred. In the void in front of him, an inexplicable energy fluctuation that made one's heart palpitate uneasily came out. Immediately, a pitch-black crack that was 3 meters long strangely appeared. This is... Everyone looked dumbfounded, not understanding what this thing was. A void crack, Chu Zheng shouted. Back in Fallen Emperor Mountain, he had seen it before, so now that he saw it again, he was naturally familiar with it. As soon as his voice fell, a figure leisurely shot out from the void crack. Without the slightest pause, he opened his hand and fiercely grabbed at the space array that was already in operation. There was an obscure yet extremely mysterious power that swept through the air. The space array, which was originally shining brightly, trembled and its dazzling light dimmed at an extremely fast speed. Not good. Emo Xiaosheng cried out in alarm and without hesitation grabbed Chu Zheng's arm and fled like a frightened rabbit. Their figures flickered and the two appeared more than a dozen meters away. Yang Kai. Standing firm, Chu Zheng glared at the figure that had just emerged from the void crack, his expression ferocious and terrifying, as if he wanted to eat this person alive. Where does Union Master Chu think you're going? Yang Kai glanced at him with a sarcastic expression. Before Chu Zheng had time to answer though, he suddenly heard someone exclaim from the side, Elder Zhou, Protector Qi. The voice sounded panicked, as if someone had been greatly frightened. Chu Zheng frowned and glanced over with a gloomy expression, but after a single glance, a chill ran down his spine and he couldn't help shivering. On the space array, there were 3 mutilated corpses. Judging from the clothes of the 3 corpses, they were his subordinates who had been standing on the space array with him and were about to be teleported away. But now, their upper bodies had strangely disappeared, leaving only their lower bodies standing in the same place. The cuts were neat, as if they had been cut in half by a sharp weapon. Great Elder. The person who had just spoken called out in alarm again as he stared at Emo Xiaosheng, his eyes trembling violently. A ticking sound rang out, loud and clear. Chu Zheng turned his head to look and couldn't help feeling his scalp go numb. The great elder who had helped him leave the space array was missing an arm, and the wound on his arm was the same as the others, neat and smooth. You can even interfere with the transmission of a space array. Emo Xiaosheng's face paled as he seemed to be enduring severe pain as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, grit his teeth, and shouted, You've cultivated your space force to such an extent? I've made a fool of myself. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently, not denying it. Chu Zheng's expression also changed. With his experience and eyesight, how could he not understand how his 3 subordinates had died and how the great elder had lost an arm? It was because the transmission had been interfered with. The Tao of space was mysterious and difficult to understand, but its power was terrifying. Being interfered with during the transmission process, what good could come of it? No wonder the great elder had anxiously brought him out of the space array. It turned out that he had noticed something was wrong. If not for this, he would likely have ended up like his 3 subordinates, with only half of his body left on the space array. Understanding this, Chu Zheng began sweating profusely. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was a little annoyed. He had noticed the energy fluctuations coming from the space array before, so he had rushed here in a hurry. He had taken action at the right time, but unfortunately, he had failed at the last moment and allowed Chu Zheng to escape. This Emo Xiaosheng really did have some skill. If he hadn't noticed something, Chu Zheng would have died, but it didn't matter. Since he had rushed here, no one here could escape. The principle of beating a snake to death was one that Yang Kai understood better than anyone else. Looking at the people in the secret room with an indifferent expression, Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. With a wave of his hand, the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao suddenly appeared in front of him, the massive heaven-shaking pillar resting on his shoulder as his eyes darted around, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to strike. The massive heaven-shaking pillar formed a huge contrast with Xiao Zhao's small body, making him look quite comical. However, no one dared to underestimate Xiao Xiao in the slightest. Even Chu Zheng frowned as he felt an unimaginable pressure from Xiao Xiao, one that he had never felt even when facing Yang Kai. Chapter 15-16. A strong enemy, Chu Zheng thought to himself. He had heard that this strange creature was able to withstand a full-powered blow from a third-order origin returning realm master, but he didn't know if that was true or not. Before he could finish his thoughts, though, Yang Kai raised his hand again and the verdant dragon bone sword appeared in his palm. Pouring his Saint Chi into it, the giant dark green dragon immediately appeared and coiled up behind Yang Kai's back, its upper body straight as it glared at everyone with its two eyes that were larger than gongs. Dragon pressure covered the entire room, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. Asterisk chi chi chi, asterisk the golden blood threads flickered, emitting a dazzling golden light. A loud bird cry rang out as the firebird artifact spirit spread its wings, causing the temperature in the room to rise sharply. Yang Kai was on high alert. Although the people in front of him were all frightened birds, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest intention of underestimating them. Alone against so many, Yang Kai didn't dare act carelessly, not to mention Chu Zheng was still intact. Yang Kai had never fought with Chu Zheng before, but he had seen him display great power in Fallen Emperor Mountain. The Great Sun fulfilling wish seal had left a deep impression on him. As such, Yang Kai had used 80% of the means he had at his disposal. Union Master Chu, when you tried to make things difficult for this junior, did you ever think you would end up like this? Yang Kai stared at Chu Zheng coldly. There was no great grievance between our two families, but Union Master Chu forced my hand. Today, this junior will repay the enmity of the past. I will send you to meet Chu Changfeng. You are father and son after all. I think Chu Changfeng should be very lonely right now. Impudent brat. Chu Zheng's expression suddenly became ferocious, like a mad beast. Chu Changfeng's death was the biggest pain in his heart. He knew his own son very well. Although Chu Changfeng was a domineering playboy, his aptitude was first class, and given enough time, he would definitely become a great talent. But now, he was directly killed by Yang Kai in Fallen Emperor Mountain. At this moment, this murderer was actually boasting in front of him. No matter how good Chu Zheng's temper was, he couldn't tolerate this, not to mention he had a fiery temper. Good. Brat, you've gone too far. If this old master doesn't kill you today, I swear I'm not human. Chu Zheng roared. Emo Xiaosheng had a bad feeling about this. A battle between experts was dangerous to begin with, and with just a few words, the Alliance Master had already been infuriated. How could he possibly fight with his full strength? But in this situation, there was nothing he could do about it, so he could only endure the severe pain from his wounds and shout, Yang Kai, you don't put my heaven-battling union in your eyes, daring to break into this place alone. Today, this place will be your burial ground. Everyone, attack together. Today, either he dies or we die. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the group summoned their artifacts one after another, and for a time, the room was filled with light and energy fluctuations. Liang Yang's movements were the fastest, summoning a long sword-like artifact and pouring his Saint Chi madly into it as he glared fiercely at Yang Kai and shouted, Little brat, die. As soon as his voice fell, the long sword turned into a blue light and shot straight towards Yang Kai. At the same time, the others also summoned their artifacts and bombarded Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, not showing any intention of dodging, simply watching coldly, as if he did not notice the approaching danger at all. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk the stone mongoose beat its hard chest with one hand, making a dull thud as it bared its fangs like a crazed gorilla. As it hammered, its small figure rapidly grew, instantly transforming into a several dozen-meter tall stone giant that stood majestically in front of Yang Kai. In the next moment, the power of various artifacts poured into the stone puppet's body, causing dazzling flames to burst out from its body as crisp sounds rang out incessantly, but it remained motionless. Not only did it not show any intention of retreating, it didn't even show the slightest sign of injury, simply taking a step back under the influence of the various great forces. The stone mongoose's innate divine technique allowed it to devour minerals. Not only could it refine mineral essences, but it could also absorb these essences for its own use to strengthen itself. Over the years, the stone mongoose had devoured countless minerals, most of which were extremely rare and of high quality. Not only had it provided a great deal of convenience for Yang Yun in his artifact refining, but it had also greatly nourished itself. Although these attacks were extremely terrifying, they did not have much effect on the stone puppet's body. The hardness of the stone mongoose's body was not inferior to an Origin King-grade defensive artifact. Amidst the crisp sounds of impact, Chu Zheng's muffled grunt and mad roar suddenly rang out. Everyone frowned, not knowing what had happened to Chu Zheng. Even Yang Kai was confused. After the various artifact attacks dissipated, Yang Kai's gaze swept past the stone mongoose and landed on Chu Zheng, a strange look appearing on his face. Yang Kai found that half of a sword tip had appeared in front of Chu Zheng's chest, as if someone had stabbed him from behind. Chu Zheng's body was bleeding profusely and his face was extremely pale. At a glance, it was obvious that the quality of this sword was extraordinary, definitely an Origin-grade mid-rank artifact. The blade of this sword was covered in a faint blue light and was constantly bursting with terrifying power, constantly destroying Chu Zheng's body and making his situation worse. Not far away from Chu Zheng, Liang Yong stared at him with a complicated look, seemingly somewhat guilty. Liang Yong, how dare you do this? Emo Xiaosheng stared at Liang Yong in disbelief and shouted in grief. Chu Zheng also stared at Liang Yong with a gloomy face, his expression filled with anger as he coughed and ground his teeth. When did he buy you? Was it in Fallen Emperor Mountain? Liang Yong's face twitched as he glanced over at Yang Kai and said bitterly, Sect Master Yang did not try to bribe this Liang. It's just that a wise man submits to circumstances. This Liang understands this principle. Union Master and Great Elder's actions have brought disaster to the Union. This Liang, as the third elder of the Holy Union, cannot sit idly by. Selling humiliation for glory can still be described in such a dignified manner? Liang Yong, this king didn't know you were such a person before. Chu Zheng sneered angrily. He had never imagined that at this critical moment, he would be sneak attacked by his own third elder. If not for Liang Yong's artifact sword still sticking out of his chest, Chu Zheng would not have believed it. It doesn't matter if you didn't know before, Union Master should understand today. Liang Yong's face alternated between red and blue, seemingly feeling embarrassed, but at this point, if he wanted to survive, this was the only way. Others might not know how strong Yang Kai was, but he was well aware. Although he had the advantage in numbers, if they really fought, it would not be easy. Even if they could defeat Yang Kai, they would not be able to kill him. The heritage Yang Kai displayed was already shocking enough, but what about the hidden cards he had yet to reveal? Last time, he had revealed some of his secrets and was lucky enough to survive, so Liang Yong did not want to suffer a second time. You have a promising future. Yang Kai suddenly grinned. He had not expected things to develop to this point, but this was something he was happy to see. Although he was confident he could kill all of these people, it would definitely be a tough battle, and he would have to use all of his trump cards when the time came. Now that there was infighting, this problem was easily solved. Sect Master Yang is too kind. Liang Yong smiled and cupped his fists, a flattering look on his face as he immediately turned to the others and shouted, A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. This Liang does not need to teach you this. What to do now should be clear to all of you. Everyone from heaven battling union wore ugly expressions as they glanced around at each other, suddenly falling into a dilemma. However, no one here did not cherish their lives, so in the end, everyone turned their eyes to Chu Zheng and Imo Xiaosheng while secretly pushing their Saint Qi. Good, good, good. Chu Zheng laughed. I didn't expect that my heaven battling union would raise a bunch of useless wolves. This Chu was truly blind, failing to see your true colors. Why would Union Master say such things? Liang Yong slowly shook his head. The winner is king while the loser is in the wrong. What does Great Elder intend to do? This Liang has always admired Great Elder's character, if Great Elder is willing. Do you think this old master will be defeated by you? Don't try to humiliate this old master, Imo Xiaosheng sneered, not waiting for Liang Yong to finish before interrupting him. In that case, I ask Great Elder and Union Master to join us on the road. Liang Yong's expression became stern as he waved his hand, and in the next moment, the artifacts and secret techniques he had used to attack Yang Kai flew towards Chu Zheng and Imo Xiaosheng. There was no suspense, and after half a cup of tea's worth of time, the battle subsided. Imo Xiaosheng had lost an arm, so although his life was not in danger, his strength had still been affected. Chu Zheng's situation was even worse. After being attacked from behind by Liang Yong, a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, it was already a testament to his strength that he had not died on the spot. Both of them were injured, so how could they resist the attacks of Liang Yong and the others? Yang Kai didn't even have to take action before Heaven Battling Union's Union Master and Great Elder were killed. Yang Kai did not relax his vigilance, though. The giant dark green dragon was still behind him, the Firebird artifact spirit was flying through the air, and the stone mongoose was still standing in front of him. As soon as the battle was over, Liang Yong signaled to one of the cultivators. This cultivator understood and, without a word, rushed towards one of his companions and swiftly killed this second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Yang Kai just watched with a smile, not showing any intention of stopping this. Reporting to Sect Master Yang, that Protector Liu is a trusted aide of Union Master and has a close relationship with him. Although he has temporarily submitted, a person's heart is unpredictable. No one knows if he will wait for an opportunity to avenge Union Master in the future, so he cannot be allowed to live. Liang Yong took the initiative to explain. Vicious and merciless. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. It seems I have underestimated Elder Liang. Sect Master Yang is too kind, Liang Yong chuckled dryly. What about the rest of you? These few should be fine. Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully, an inexplicable smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he suddenly said, Elder Liang, do you think this sect master won't cook the hound after the hares have outlived their usefulness? Liang Yong's expression changed slightly, and even the remaining people became vigilant. Squeezing out a smile, Liang Yong said, Sect Master Yang must be joking. We have already proven ourselves, so we ask Sect Master Yang to be magnanimous and spare our lives. Why should I spare you? Even Chu Zheng and Imo Xiaosheng were killed by you. If I were to keep you by my side, there is no guarantee you won't be treated the same way one day. Yang Kai stared at him coldly, his tone becoming hostile. Seemingly affected by his mood, the giant dark green dragon behind him also straightened its body slightly. The dragon pressure grew stronger. Chapter 15-17. We wouldn't dare. Liang Yong was taken aback and quickly lowered his head. We swear to the heavens that we will follow Sect Master Yang's lead from now on. If you have any request, we will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. If vows were useful, Union Master Chu and Elder Imo wouldn't have died here. Didn't all of you make some kind of oath when you joined Heaven Battling Union? Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. Liang Yong's expression was one of embarrassment and anxiety. Now that things had developed to this point, he didn't know how to gain Yang Kai's trust and ask him to show mercy. If Chu Zheng and Imo Xiaosheng were still alive, Heaven Battling Union might have been able to put up a fight, but now they were like fish on a chopping block. Yang Kai could easily crush them, and Liang Yong and the others wouldn't be able to resist. I'll give you a chance to convince me that you're still useful. If you can't do that, don't blame this sect master for being ruthless. Elder Liang is also a ruthless and ruthless person, so you should understand. Yang Kai's impatient voice came. his eyes gradually becoming cold. Liang Yong shuddered as he realized that Yang Kai wasn't just saying empty words. In a moment of desperation, his thoughts turned sharply. Everyone else stared at Liang Yong anxiously, their hearts rising to their throats. Yang Kai didn't urge him and simply stood in place, waiting quietly. After a while, Liang Yong's tense expression calmed down, and he seemed to have become much more confident. Clearing his throat, he cupped his fists and said, "Sect Master Yang should know that we have no intention of becoming enemies with Sect Master Yang. Last time we went to Fallen Emperor Mountain, we were simply following orders. Now that Chu Zheng and Imo Shaosheng are dead and the Union's masters have suffered a great loss, it can be said that our foundation has been greatly damaged. Coupled with the destruction of the myriad ice spirit sealing Grand Array, the Union's foundation has been greatly damaged. Judging from the way the Union has acted in the past, I'm afraid that this time, even if Sect Master Yang is magnanimous and spares us, I'm afraid we won't have a place to stand. Everyone kicks a wall when it's down and beats a drum when it's broken. It has always been this way. What does that have to do with me?" Yang Kai looked at him with a sneer. "I just want to say that if we want to live, we must find another way out. And Sect Master Yang is the best choice." Liang Yong looked at Yang Kai solemnly. Yang Kai gently nodded and grinned. "Not bad, continue." Hearing this, Liang Yong's expression shook as he excitedly said, "If Sect Master Yang wants to kill us, it will be as easy as lifting a finger, but whether we live or die is a small matter and will not bring any benefits to Sect Master Yang. However, if you leave us alive, this Liang will definitely be able to bring many benefits to Sect Master Yang." "For example?" Yang Kai squinted at him. "Haha, now that Chu Zheng and Imo Shaosheng are dead, and Second Elder Lu Feng has also fallen, this Liang should be the leader of the Union. This Liang is not talented, but he is willing to help Sect Master Yang manage Heaven Battling City and hand over all the income he earns every year. As far as this Liang knows, although Sect Master Yang's High Heaven Sect is located in the Lu Yin Desert and does not need to worry about being attacked, it also lacks a variety of materials, making it inconvenient to trade with the outside world. If Heaven Battling City can provide these materials, I believe Sect Master Yang's disciples will no longer need to worry about supplies in the future. Heaven Battling City has been in business for thousands of years, and there are tens of millions of cultivators who live and seek a way to survive here. To be honest, Heaven Battling City's annual income is quite high, so I'm sure Sect Master Yang will take a liking to it." After saying so, Liang Yong no longer said anything and simply waited for Yang Kai's reply. He was confident he could convince Yang Kai. Sure enough, a moment later, Yang Kai nodded. "Elder Liang's eloquence is not bad. This sect master has indeed been convinced." As soon as his voice fell, the firebird flew back into Yang Kai's body. The giant dark green dragon transformed back into the dragon bone sword and was put away by Yang Kai, and even the several dozen meter tall stone mongoose returned to its original form. The oppressive atmosphere suddenly disappeared. Liang Yong was overjoyed and quickly bowed. "Many thanks, Sect Master Yang, for not killing us." The others also hurriedly expressed their loyalty, lest Yang Kai decide to kill them. From now on, Heaven Battling Union will no longer exist. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. "Heaven Battling City is the property of my High Heaven Sect, so anyone who violates it will become an enemy of my High Heaven Sect. Liang Yong, your strength is good, so you will take the position of City Lord and manage this city for this sect." "Yes, subordinate will not fail to live up to Sect Master's trust," Liang Yong quickly responded. "Good. I hope you won't let me down. Pass down my order, tell your people to retreat. If they don't, I'm afraid they'll all die here." Yang Kai chuckled, a pleasant look on his face, as if all the previous unpleasantness had never happened. Saying so, he took out his communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it, telling Yi Shi Yun and the others to stop. A quarter of an hour later, Heaven Battling City's inner city calmed down, but the corpses and blood all over the ground were the best evidence that a fierce battle had taken place here. Inside the secret room, everyone else had gone out to appease the survivors of Heaven Battling Union and relay Yang Kai's orders, leaving only Liang Yong and Yang Kai. "Where is Heaven Battling Union's storehouse? Take me there," Yang Kai ordered Liang Yong. Please come with me, sect master. Liang Yong naturally did not dare to refuse and quickly led the way. As a sect that had stood on Shadowed Star for thousands of years, the wealth it had accumulated was naturally enormous and unimaginable. In particular, Heaven Battling Union also owned Heaven Battling City. The wealth it obtained from Heaven Battling City every year was already extremely rich. But now, all of this had become Yang Kai's property. It took 2 full days for Yang Kai to sort out the things in Heaven Battling Union's storehouse and store them all into his space ring. After 2 days, Liang Yong and the others also cut the Gordian knot, purging all those who dared oppose them, including Chu Zheng and Imo Shaosheng's trusted aides, and placing the surviving cultivator of Heaven Battling Union under their control. News of this battle had already spread like wildfire, and the 10 million cultivators who had withdrawn from Heaven Battling City had already returned to the city. Although a behemoth had fallen on Shadowed Star, it did not have much of an impact on them. High Heaven Sect's starship had not damaged the outer city, so these people only needed to bring their goods back here and they could reopen for business. However, instead of Heaven Battling Union, they would be handing over their goods to High Heaven Sect. Not many people dared to believe such a result would occur. Heaven Battling Union had actually been destroyed, and High Heaven Sect had only relied on a trivial starship to destroy this behemoth. The tyrannical power of an Origin King-grade starship was deeply rooted in people's hearts. 5 days later, the black starship sailed out of Heaven Battling City and towards the horizon. In the square inside the city, Liang Yong and the other high-level members of Heaven Battling Union respectfully sent them off, all of them secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Although they had expressed their allegiance and Yang Kai had no intention of doing anything to them, as long as Yang Kai did not leave, they would not feel at ease, fearing that Yang Kai would burn the bridge after crossing the river. It was not until now that their hearts had settled back into their chests. Yang Kai let Gu Qi stay in Heaven Battling City as the Vice City Lord. On the surface, he was here to assist Liang Yong, but his real purpose was clear to everyone. It was nothing more than surveillance. Liang Yong dared to betray him, sneak attack Chu Zheng, and grovel in order to save his own life. Yang Kai naturally had to guard against such a vile character, otherwise, it would be difficult to guarantee that he would not become disloyal. Yang Kai would not feel at ease leaving others here, but Gu Qi was different. Although Gu Qi only had a first-order origin returning realm cultivation, he was adopted and raised by Yi Shiyun and had a close relationship with her. As long as Yi Shiyun was still alive, Liang Yong would not dare to act against Gu Qi. Leaving Gu Qi behind to remind Liang Yong from time to time, presumably he would not have any thoughts he shouldn't have. Every year's tribute would be handed over to High Heaven Sect, so Gu Qi would not fill his own pockets. As the starship left, not only did Liang Yong and the others send it off, but countless cultivators throughout the outer city cheered, waving and shouting to the starship with joyful expressions. The destruction of Heaven Battling Union allowed these cultivators, who had been exploited and humiliated in the past, to finally vent their anger, so they were all overjoyed. Coupled with Liang Yong's order to reduce the taxes on the entire city, they were naturally in a good mood. From this point of view, Liang Yong was quite talented. Knowing that Heaven Battling City had changed hands, it was time to buy people's hearts, so he had taken advantage of Yang Kai's favor and offered him many favors. Inside the starship, all the Origin returning realm elders of High Heaven Sect had completely forgotten about their image at this moment, some with shifty looks on their faces while others were happily counting their gains. Yang Kai had put all the things in Heaven Battling Union's storehouse into his space ring, preparing to take them back to High Heaven Sect. However, Changqi and the others kept the spoils of war they obtained from killing the enemies. Each of these people had killed countless enemies, so how could their spoils be lacking? Even Qian Tong and Fei Ji too were sitting cross-legged on the ground, constantly rummaging through their space rings, looking for materials they needed and discarding the rest they didn't need. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, and even Yi Shiyun couldn't help smiling. Sect Master, we've been delayed in Heaven Battling City for 5 days, so Thunder Typhoon Sect should have already received the news. I'm afraid their defenses will be even tighter. Suddenly, Yi Shiyun called out to him. Yang Kai gently nodded. In fact, he also understood the principle that speed was paramount in war, but he had no choice but to delay in Heaven Battling City. After all, Yang Kai didn't want to give up on such a large property. Currently, High Heaven sect was few in number and didn't need so many materials, but what about in the future? Yang Kai had to plan for the long term. It doesn't matter. Since Heaven Battling Union couldn't stop us, Thunder Typhoon sect shouldn't be able to either. No matter how they defend, as long as they can't break through the starship's defenses, it's useless. That being said, Sect Master still needs to be careful, Yi Shiyun cautioned. Although she was much older than Yang Kai and had more experience, the Sect Master of High Heaven Sect was still Yang Kai, so there were many things she couldn't overstep. Have them speed up a bit. I heard that Thunder Typhoon Canyon is quite far from here, Yang Kai ordered. A moment later, the starship, which was already moving as fast as lightning, increased its speed by another level. Thunderwind Gorge was filled with dense spirit energy, and it was situated within lofty mountains and precipitous ridges. It occupied a vast area. It was the headquarters of Thunder Typhoon Sect. Unlike Heaven Battling Union, which had its headquarters set up in a city, Thunder Typhoon Sect's headquarters was far away from where people gathered. With the rich world energy aura here and the nearby mountain range for cultivators to go out for life experience, it could be said to be a blessed land. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.